Hey, Trustee Chen, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Today is Thursday, November 19th, 2020. I am officially opening our San Mateo-Foster City School District Board of Trustees meeting. And we at 5:31 p.m. and we are going to recess to closed session. In closed session, we will review items 2.1, which is review of non-public sector / non-public agency contracts for the 2021 school year. Item 2.2, Government Code Section 54957.6, which is conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative, Dr. Joan Rosas, employee organization SMEDA, CSEA, and or SMEA, SMEAA. Agenda item 2.3, Government Code Section 54957, which is public employee discipline / dismissal / release. Agenda item 2.4, Government Code Section 54957, public employee performance goals / evaluations, title superintendent. If these discussions are not completed before 6:30, the closed session will continue following the regular meeting. And now we'll officially recess us to closed session.
Trustee Chen, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for attending. We are reconvening out of our closed session with nothing to report. And so we will now, I guess, reconvene our regular meeting. Sorry, there's nothing to report out of closed session. So we'll start with roll call. Trustee Proctor.
Here.
Trustee Hitchcock.
Here.
Trustee Watkins.
Here.
And Trustee Corzo, President Corzo, I believe is not here at the moment. And then I am here as well. So 4-0. 3.3 approval of agenda, November 19th, 2020. Do we have any additions, movements, anything that we want to change?
Motion to approve tonight's agenda.
I will second.
With a discussion item, actually, I'm going to recommend that we move item 7.3, the reopening plan update, following 7.2, the equity task force update. And so I will request that we do that. It's basically moving it before agreement with the city of San Mateo.
Okay, sorry, you want to move?
I want to move.
We do have two guests coming to present on that.
I understand we have guests.
Okay.
Yes. But we do have a motion on the floor. Unless you guys want to withdraw the motion, we can vote on your motion and we can move forward. Okay, why don't we vote on the agenda as moved? Trustee Proctor, or Trustee Hitchcock, sorry.
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
Okay, and I will vote yes then. So the agenda is set as is. We now move on to approval of minutes. The November 5th, 2020 minutes and the November 10th, 2020 minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 5th and November 10th.
I'll second.
Great. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
I'm going to say aye for the November 5th, but for November 10th, I will abstain.
Well, we will have to actually separate the items then. So why don't we do a separate motion for 3.4.1. If someone you want to amend your motion.
I'll amend my motion to just approve November 5th. Should we do that first?
Yes.
Okay.
And then do we have a second? Trustee Watkins, Jonas, second that.
Mhm.
Okay, so roll call vote for item 3.4.1, the approval of minutes of November 5th. Trustee Hitchcock,
Yes.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And then I will vote yes as well, so that's approved. Now, item 3.4.2, November 10th, 2020 minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 10th. Minutes.
I'll second.
Right, roll call vote, Trustee Hitchcock,
Abstain?
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and I will vote yes as well, so that is approved as well. Now we're moving on to our recognition, item 4.1.
Yes, it's my delight to recognize Trustee Rebecca Hitchcock. The needs of our students drove the decisions that Trustee Rebecca Hitchcock made as a member of the Board of Trustees of the San Mateo-Foster City School District. And we've been happy to work with her for the past 3 years. This is her last meeting. In support of our most vulnerable students, Trustee Hitchcock supported board efforts to establish a sanctuary task force, equity task force, special education district advisory committee. She also lent her affirmative vote to a resolution in support of undocumented students, Black Lives Matter, ethnic studies programming, and a resolution to direct staff to re-examine discipline policies and practices and redefine the district's relationship with local police departments. Measure X passed prior to Trustee Hitchcock's term. However, she followed through on campaign promises made, seeing the completion of one of the 3 middle school gyms and the near completion of the other 2, along with the almost completed new school in Foster City Beach Park Elementary. During Trustee Hitchcock's term, the district did run 2 campaigns. Measure V was a parcel tax that passed during a very difficult budgetary period, and these funds maintained programs that are highly valued, including the addition of counseling services to all of our schools. Additionally, Measure T was a bond measure to support necessary infrastructure work in our facilities throughout the district, with an emphasis on health and safety. And it looks like Measure T is passing. So we're pleased about that too. Now, each board member also serves as a liaison to various organizational committees. And Trustee Hitchcock has served on a number of these committees as a liaison. She's been with the Foster City City Council, the San Mateo Foster City Education Foundation, PTA Coordinating Council, Communication Committee, and Special Ed District Advisory Committee. In the final months of her term, Trustee Hitchcock helped launch the first ever virtual gala with the Education Foundation, and it was a huge success. And her sense of fun could be seen in the mock talk and pet contest that she put out. And how could I forget to say that Trustee Rebecca Hitchcock has walked through many, many late board meetings of late, managing our response to COVID. So we did send you some flowers, which you say are right behind you. Okay, so we're glad that you got the flowers. And I actually have a certificate here from the California legislature. And I know you really can't see that, but it's quite lovely. And it says 3 years of dedicated service in recognition of 3 years of dedicated service to the students of the San Mateo Foster City School District. During your service on the board, you helped navigate through some challenging times, and your leadership laid a strong foundation for the future. On behalf of the state of California, congratulations and best wishes for continued success. On this 19th day of November, 2020, signed by Kevin Mullen. So we'll make sure you get that. So we thank you for your work as a member of the Board of Trustees for the San Mateo Foster City School District.
Thank you so much. The flowers are gorgeous.
Good.
And I just want to say, like, thank you all so much for the love. It's fantastic. And What an experience these 3 years have been, huh? Not only did I gain insight into our public school systems, but I also had the honor to meet and work with amazing people. Through my term, I have always been impressed by all of you: teachers, staff, administrative teams, cabinet, fellow board members, PTA members, engaged parents and community members, and anyone else I left out. You're included, because the amount of time and energy and heart that you guys give is not only commendable, but inspiring. And I just thank you so much for your support and collaboration over the past 3 years. And I wish you all the best.
So I'll just take this opportunity, if any of the board members want to say anything, you may now, or I will start if, okay, go ahead, Trustee Watkins, go ahead. No.
Okay. Trustee Hitchcock, I mean, just reiterating a lot of what Dr. Rosas said, it's been a pleasure working with you over the past 3 years and collaborating on a variety of things. I appreciate, as Dr. Rosas mentioned, all of your decision making really being driven by students, and knowing that at the end of the day, students is always first and foremost, should be driving all of our decision making, and is clearly evident in all of your decision making that is what is driving. Have appreciated having a fellow educator on the board, and so that's been, you know, really kind of fun for us to just to engage in this work together as folks coming from education. And, you know, most recently working with you on our Ed Foundation Gala, and just how much both fun and passion you bring to the work. And I'm going to really miss you on the board, and hope that you stay involved. And I'm definitely going to be reaching out to you to help with the gala next year. You don't get off that easy just because you're not on the board. So hopefully you know that. And, you know, looking forward to just staying in contact, and to your continued support of our district and our schools and our kiddos, which I know that you will continue to do. So thank you.
Great. Go ahead. No, Trustee Proctor, go ahead.
Rebecca, it's been really nice to get to know you this past year. I love your positive attitude and your focus on always doing what's right for students. You brought a unique perspective to the school board with your experience as an early childhood educator. And so I thank you for that. And I think it takes bravery, dedication, and a lot of hard work to be a school board trustee. And as a fellow trustee, community member, and mom, I thank you so much for your service. I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
You know, I'm gonna have to say something, Rebecca. So I will definitely miss you, Trustee Hitchcock. You know that we are sometimes the jokers of the bunch. I really appreciate your leadership on this board. You know, I think it's very sad when you join the board and when the original board members that I joined with departs. And so I really appreciate all the time that we've had together. I think that for the public who may or may not know, Trustee Hitchcock may have been sort of quiet on these board meetings, but she definitely had a voice, off the camera and, outside of these meetings. And so there was definitely a lot of contribution. She definitely, raised questions like, I wonder if, many times, but I really do appreciate everything that you've done for our district. I know it's been hard. This year especially has been very hard, and we will definitely miss you. Your leadership, and I know that you represent the entire district, but I know that you definitely had a special place in your heart for Highlands, which you do are up there and represent. So you have a lot of roots there. So I know that we and Highlands community will sort of miss you as well. But thank you so much for everything that you do. And while this is your last board meeting, we still have a study session on December 5th, which we know that you will come back for and finish out. So we're not letting you off that easy. So, but thank you for everything that you have done.
Thank you all so much.
And before we go, we do have an opportunity. There's a public comment period on this item. And so I will open up the public comment for anyone who wishes to provide public comment on this specific item, recognizing Trustee Hitchcock's role or effort, time.
Okay, for those who may be joining us for the first time, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom to indicate that you would like to make public comment on the recognition of Board Member Rebecca Hitchcock. Please do so and hit the button now.
Okay, so we will close public comment. Rebecca, again, thank you. And I know that, of course, you're not leaving the meeting, and we know this will be a long meeting, so you'll be here for a while. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'm assuming everyone who raised their hand would like to provide public comment for this item. If you are not providing public comment for this item, if you please lower your hand. But Peter, why don't we go ahead and start with the first comment.
Okay, again, we have, for right now, we have three. Marcella McCullum, and then after Marcella will be Sandy. Marcella? Oh, and
Thank you.
My apologies, Marcella. Trustee Chin, 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
Let's do 2 minutes. I'm sorry. Thank you.
2 minutes. Sorry, I wanted to confirm. My apologies, Marcella. Go ahead.
No problem. I just wanted to also send a note of appreciation from the parents. I have listened to you, especially since we've been in a pandemic, and I very much appreciate you hearing the comments, asking a lot of the questions that the parents are asking, and holding the district accountable for those points that we bring up. So I just wanted to also, from the parent side, express my appreciation for your work in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, next we have Sandy, then after Sandy will be Randy. Sandy?
I just also wanted to thank Rebecca for all of her work. I do feel like she is listening to the parents when we're making our comments and helping us reiterate those, so that's much appreciated. And also, I had pretty low expectations for a virtual gala, and it was very fun. And I know that you had a lot to do with that, so thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Okay, next we have Randy, then after Randy will be Amy. Randy?
Hi, yes, I just wanted to thank Trustee Hitchcock for her service. She knows that I go to all of these board meetings from beginning to end, and I know that all of these trustees spend many more hours beyond just the time that we see them in the boardroom or on these screens. It's immense. The work that they put in is immense. Rebecca, you bring just your own flavor, a very special flavor to these meetings, and your perspective is really valued. And sincerely, thank you from the parents for really listening and for being willing to keep asking difficult questions. And you'll be missed and you're very appreciated. So thank you for that service.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next we have Julie, and then after Julie will be Bernadette. Julie?
Good evening, Julie MacArthur, President of the San Mateo Elementary Teachers Association. I also wanted to just come on board and thank Rebecca Hitchcock for her fantastic support of students and teachers. I don't know why I felt the need to say your last name, but I did. So I wanted to just go ahead and send you a sincere appreciation from the teachers of SMETA for your service this these past 3 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Bernadette, and then after Bernadette will be Amy Connors, and then after Amy Connors, Amy Fickinger. Bernadette?
Thank you. Rebecca, I just want to thank you for always putting the students' needs first, but you always considered the parents and the teachers as well. Really put your heart into being on the board and doing the right thing, and I appreciate that very much. And on a personal note, Rebecca welcomed my daughter with special needs into her preschool program way back when, and now she is in middle school at Burrell, thriving. So thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Bernadette. Okay, next will be Amy Connors, and after Amy Connors, Amy Fickinger. Amy?
Good evening, Trustee Hitchcock. This is Amy Connors. I just wanted to say thank you so much for your service on the board, to all the trustees. And as you look to leave, I just wanted to thank you especially for your commitment to being involved with parents. And I first met you through the PTA Council. And from the first time we met, you were interested in finding out where the challenges were, helped get me and other parents involved in the communication committee. And it's been my pleasure to be a part of that with you and the other board in taking that interest in helping always improve communication. And so I just want to thank you so much. I wish you well and appreciate all of the time you've put in on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, and now our final Amy, Amy Fickinger.
Thank you. Hi, Rebecca. I just wanted to say thank you for your work with CDAC this year. I appreciate your support, and as to echo what other speakers have said, that you are always putting students and their needs first. So thank you for doing that. And then on a personal note, I think the first time we had a one-on-one conversation was because you had reached out to me after I made a comment at a board meeting, and I just really appreciated that personal connection, and I'm glad that we were able to continue that relationship. So you will be missed, and thank you so much for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, Trustee Chin, we have no more hands for public comment.
Okay, I will officially close public comment now on this item. And as much as I would love to talk about Trustee Hitchcock, we have to continue with our meeting. So we will move on to item number 4.2, permanent status certificated.
Good evening. My name is Sue Weiser. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Last December, we recognized our certificated staff who had earned permanent status with the San Mateo-Foster City School District. And what a difference a year makes as we work together as a community to educate our children during these difficult times. What hasn't changed is the pride we have in the teachers and certificated support staff who've been resilient and continue to strive for excellence to become a permanent teacher in the middle of a pandemic. This year, we're very fortunate to honor 50 teachers who have more than met the challenge. And tonight we recognize 23 of them and who represent all of their colleagues who have earned tenure in the district. To all of our teachers who've earned permanent status this year, thank you for your unwavering support of all our children, nurturing them, seeing the best in them, encouraging them to seek their greatest potential, and reassuring them that we are going to get through this pandemic together. On behalf of the San Mateo-Foster City School District, we thank you for choosing to teach in our district, and congratulations on your accomplishment. At this time, I'd like to present a video in honor of our wonderful teachers.
Congratulations to our Bayside teachers, as well as all certificated staff across the district who have earned permanent status this year. We applaud this accomplishment. We thank you for your continued service to the students of San Mateo Foster City. Looking forward to working with you all in the years ahead.
Congratulations to our Beresford teachers and to all the certificated staff. Thank you for all you do and for your service to our students.
Hi, my name is Catherine Singh and I'm the principal at College Park Elementary School. I'd like to congratulate all of the educators who received permanent status today. I look forward to working with you for many years in the future.
I would like to congratulate our teacher receiving permanent status tonight. Thank you for being such a great part of our Meadow Heights team, and thank you for everything that you do for our students at Meadow Heights. Congratulations.
Congratulations for getting permanent status in the district. We are so fortunate to have you at Audubon and wish you many, many, many more years here.
I want to share how proud we are of having such incredible teachers here at Audubon. I've been so impressed with the level of commitment and caring that you demonstrate on a daily basis. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for continuously honing your craft as educators.
I would like to give a huge shout out to the incredible teachers and counselors at Abbott Middle School who received tenure this year. You are all a valued part of our community, and I am privileged to get to work with you day in and day out.
Congratulations to all the wonderful Sunnybrae staff who are getting tenure this year. We truly appreciate all that you do for our families, for our students, and for our school as a whole.
I'm going to congratulate all of our lead teachers and all those teachers who have now secured tenure within the school district. Congratulations. We are very, very happy to have you as part of our permanent staff to continue to be dedicated to our students and our families and our communities and provide the best education possible.
So I would say normally during this time, we ask all those teachers who are being recognized to come up to the podium, and there's a big shaking of hands and flowers and pictures. And, you know, the many things that COVID has taken away from us is that opportunity to thank you in person. And so, and congratulate you. So I'll start and just say, you know, congratulations to all the teachers. I for sure expect that, or I'm sure that you did not expect to be in the school year that you'd be in at this point. None of us did. But I know that you guys are putting a lot of effort and a lot of hard work into making everything work. And we really appreciate it. And so congratulations on making tenure. And I'll open up to any other trustees who want to say anything.
Congratulations, a huge air hug, virtual air hug, because that's really exciting. So thank you so much for your dedication and joining our team. And I'm just so glad that you're here. So thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of our new certificated staff members. You know, as Sue mentioned, what a time to be continuing to work towards towards that. And thank you so much for your dedication to all of the kids in our district. I know that, you know, we are not alone in recognizing and appreciating that. The students and families and district staff and everyone is so appreciative for the work that all of our teachers, and especially we're recognizing you this evening. So just thanking you a lot for your commitment to our students and their families, and looking forward to continuing to grow together to, you know, best support all of our students over the next years. And huge congratulations. Thank you.
I'd like to say congratulations to the certificated staff that have achieved permanent status. Thank you for your dedication to students, especially during this time of distance learning. I wish you all the best, and I truly appreciate everything that you all do. So thank you very much.
Okay. As much as I want to stay on all the recognition items as well, like we used to back in the day, we do have actual official business, or actually more official business to talk about.
You do have 2 public comments.
Thank you. Peter, can we please have public comment, please? Or I'll open up public comment for this item.
Absolutely. Again, for all those who would like to make public comment on this particular item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. So we have 2. We have 1, 2. It's changing. Julie, have you go first.
Good evening again. I just want to take a moment on behalf of SMETA to congratulate all of our teacher colleagues who received permanent status tonight. We're incredibly proud of you. And we look forward to our continued work together. And on a personal note, I would like to say I'm very proud to call each one of you a colleague. So thank you again. And we look forward to many more years of working together in the district.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Jamie.
Hi, thank you. I had a question. You know, a lot of the parents are trying to make selections this week about our preferences for hybrid versus distance learning or staying with our teacher. And one thing that came up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jaime, just real quick, my apologies on interrupting. So this is specifically about the permanent status and certificate of people we just recognized. There will be an opportunity on the next item for non-agenda items, but this also, I believe, is an agenda item for today, further down in the agenda. So you can make your comments specifically around that then as well.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Chen, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great. So now I will officially close public comment again, and we will move on to the next item, which is public statements related to non-agenda topics. And so let me read this statement. Public statements related to non-agenda topics. The San Mateo-Foster City School Board cannot act upon any matter that has not been included and publicly posted on the agenda, except under limited circumstances as permitted by law. The board may refer materials raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. And before I actually open public comment and set a time limit, can everyone please virtually raise your hands on Zoom so we can get a count on sort of how many people want to make a non-agenda item topic comment here? So 2. Anyone else who wants to comment? Okay. Assuming that more people will join, let's set it 3. Any more? Any? Okay, let's stick with the 2 minutes, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, we'll stick with 2 minutes. All right, first up, we have Ian. Then after Ian will be Amy. Ian?
Thank you very much.
continuing the previous sentiments before, first, deep appreciation to outgoing trustee Hitchcock for her service. I also extend a hearty and fond hello to continuing trustees Chin and Proctor. And I just want to take a moment for trustees Corzo, Watkins, and trustee-elect Warren. I would say congratulations on your election victory, but more appropriate is a big thank you. We had 3 open seats in this election, and the 3 of you and no one else stepped forward to serve. And amidst these incredible trying times, I just want to publicly affirm my abiding respect for all of you for shouldering these duties. These are big challenges, and just thank you all very much for doing everything you can to make sure every single kid in the district is included and thriving. That's it.
Thank you, Ian. Okay, next we have Amy, then after Amy will be V. Amy?
Hi, good evening. This is my first time joining. My name is Amy. I'm a resident of North Central with a child who's starting kindergarten next fall, and we're hoping that she'll get accepted into our neighborhood school, which is College Park. I watched the recording for the November 6th board meeting a few days ago with an interest in the magnet school topic. This was my first school board meeting, and I'm speaking today because I was disheartened by some of the comments made by the public, but also by responses from the trustees. I understand that the board has dealt with similar public comments in the past, but this was all new to me. And as a parent considering College Park, I found the board's comments starting at around the 4-hour, 14-minute mark about being elite and exclusive as troubling, following with remarks about racism in education and a suggestion to dismantle an academically successful school is frustrating. Furthermore, comments about changing curriculum because of difficulty as a demeaning thing for students, and also further enabling racism. By altering to curriculum to be quote unquote inclusive is actually putting less faith into the abilities of children of all ethnic backgrounds. Instead, we need to offer a solution for more resources for teachers and parents to help the struggling students. It also makes me feel personally that even though my daughter's acceptance into College Park will represent North Central, that she will not fit in with the board's diversity plan because she is an Asian American, that her spot might be viewed as an opportunity taken away from another neighborhood child, that we will be frowned upon, labeled as elitist, racist, and non-welcoming. And that is how I felt after the public comments and after the views expressed by and mostly agreed upon by the Board of Trustees. I'm concerned that the opinions expressed by some of the members of the Board of Trustees indicate a potential upheaval in the education of the children at College Park. I would like everyone to please consider the impact of your words on these children and all children in our schools when making your remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy.
Ooh, bless you.
Okay, next we have V, and then after V will be Leah. V?
I'm actually not sure if I should be speaking right now or if I should be speaking when agenda item 7.3 comes up. It has to do with the survey, and my comments are in regards to that survey. I should wait until 7.3, correct?
Correct.
But the other thing I would like to say right now is I've listened to many parents complain, and very few step up to run and be part of the board. And so I thank all of you for taking the time and the dedication to make the difficult decisions for all of us. And even when I am disappointed in any decision you may have made, or how the district, is conducting business, it still is not enough for me to sit here and raise my voice or be have any ill feelings towards the board, because I'm not stepping up to do what you guys are doing. And so I have a lot of respect for what you all choose to do for us. And I hope you know that is very much appreciated, not just by me, but by many others. So thank you.
Thank you, V. Next, we have Leah.
Hi, good evening. I also don't know whether it's the correct time to speak, so I will just ask if it is at this time. Are there plans to have public comment on the ransomware initiative?
Yes, so since that's on the consent item, what you can do is you can raise your hand when Trustee Chin asks about the consent agenda, and they can pull that so you can make public comment.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Chin, we have no other public comment at this time.
Great. I will close item 5.1, public statements related to non-agenda topics, and move to 5.2, which is public statements. Well, I'll read this. Public statements related to agenda items. Persons will be called on at the appropriate time. So for those who want to actually speak on an actual agenda item, there will be public comment time during that item. So we'll move on to item 5.3, which is foundation and committee reports. Does anyone would like to go first? Please volunteer.
I can speak. I just went yesterday to the communications committee meeting, and we discussed COVID-19 and school reopening communication and what kind of info would be most helpful for families to see on the website. If you're following the board meetings, you may be watching the various presentations, but it's not always easy for parents to go back and find those after the fact. So we talked about, also we talked about how typically the school district website might be something that new families or parents that are enrolling students might go to in a typical year, whereas this year a lot more traffic is going to the website because parents are needing information to make very important choices and decisions. So we talked a bit about that. We also talked about linking important messages back to the website via Facebook. So similar to when you get a text message that says check your email or check the website, there may be in the future be some messages on Facebook so parents can see it that way. And then also we briefly touched on the fact that there's progress being made on a virtual grand opening of the Bayside Gym, and so which looks amazing, by the way. And so stay tuned for more information about that. So thank you.
I can share, have a few foundation updates. So Trustee Corzo and I had an opportunity to meet with our City of San Mateo council members and city manager were able, and assistant city manager for part of it. So we're able to share congrats. Amarance Lee is one of our liaisons and recently won that election. So just kind of passing along our congratulations to both her and then Diane. And we were able to give them an update on the Ed Foundation Gala and the money that we raised there. Both of our liaisons, Amarance Lee and Eric Rodriguez, were very helpful in helping us to make connections to various folks in the community that we maybe haven't had contact with before, and folks that were generous contributors to the Ed Foundation Gala to just building those relationships. So that was really, just wanted to thank them for that. We got a bit of a sneak peek into one of the items that we'll be discussing today, so I won't be digging into that too much, 7.2. And shared with them the changes to the neighborhood priority for all 4 of our magnet programs, so that they were aware of that in terms of any impacts or implications there. I think that was the bulk of things, but Dr. Rosas, if I'm missing something, feel free to chime in. Our equity task force met earlier this week and really wanted to ground the work. Our consultant, Nicole Anderson, kind of regrounding everyone in what we mean by equity and making sure that, again, we're kind of always going back to that content building around equity as a group and ensuring that as that group working on addressing equity issues in our district, that everyone's really on the same page about what that means. And so, and then her team facilitated the community listening sessions around school discipline and school safety. We'll be hearing from them shortly. And so I won't go too much into that, but giving the task force an update on where we are with that. And then the task force, as you guys all know, is working on 3 kind of initiatives, staffing, LGBTQ+, that is now also kind of added on the school safety piece because they are related, that group, and then instruction. I'll keep it as the 3 groups that are focus areas. And so they had an opportunity to work in their groups and kind of recenter and ground themselves. As you guys might remember, Nicole was brought on board, after the task force had already been up and running for a while. And then pretty shortly after she was brought on board, COVID happened. And so really just kind of trying to get us back to be really grounded in the work and our initiatives and priorities and all of that. So it was a great meeting, and, we'll continue to meet. We had some folks join from the public, which is great. And for the public, those meetings are open. So if that's something you're interested in learning more about how we're working on as a district, definitely recommend you keep your eyes peeled for that. And then the last foundation, and I will ask Dr. Rosas to jump in because unfortunately I was unable to attend, but the Ed Foundation had their community meeting where they were talking about a new initiative around culturally responsive teaching and literature. Thank you. So anyways, I'll pass it over to Dr. Rosas, who can give a little bit of an update on that evening.
Well, and actually we have our president of the Education Foundation, and Peter, would you be able to promote Colleen Sullivan, because she was going to give us an update on all of this.
It might be, oh yeah, she's under Derek's room, Peter.
Yes, raise your hand, Colleen, and then he'll be able to see you more quickly. There we go. Peter, can you find her? Hello, Colleen, even though you're Derek. Can you unmute yourself and tell us about the latest with the Education Foundation?
Okay. Yes. Oh, he's fixed my name.
There you go.
Hi. So good evening, everyone. I'm Colleen Sullivan, San Mateo-Foster City Education Foundation president. And here, wait, I'm going to put myself on video because I can't talk to my, there we go. Oh, and I'm orange. First, before I get into the foundation stuff, I want to take this opportunity to thank Rebecca for her 3 years of service and for always representing families and kids and staff and doing so from your heart, because it was always very clear where your passions were, and excuse me, and I really appreciate that. We all know that this is not an easy job, and I'm grateful to all of you for the long hours and the time. So now for my update. I have 4 items. The first is this past Monday, we held a virtual community meeting about culturally relevant literature. And the project is led by Angela Collerer, who is a parent and teacher in our district. And she is being assisted now by Shannon Toomey, who is a lead elementary teacher on special assignment. So culturally relevant literature reflects the diverse group of children that we have in our district. And the books that we're gathering are to celebrate and represent all students, their families, their languages, their traditions, and their varied life experiences, learning differences, you name it. So the goal is to provide every classroom in our district with a set of books that represent that allow kids to see themselves, to mirror their experiences in literature, and to allow other children to see through a window into other kids' lives. Second, Giving Tuesday is coming. So many companies double and triple matching on December 1st, which is the Tuesday after Thanksgiving. So if you would like to make a donation to the Education Foundation, that is the perfect time to do so, to make your dollars work harder. If you are on our email list, expect to get an email about that next week. Third, we are launching Project Inspiration. So we now have a new executive director, Sonja Tappan, and with her guidance, we have put in place a 3-year fundraising effort. So the goal is to raise $5 million over 3 years for our students to support academic leadership, health and safety, and the arts. Our goal is to engage 25 corporations, nonprofits, foundations, and other community partners to provide consistent funding for programs for our 11,000 students. So we don't have to worry about, year in, year out, and just providing stuff. We would like to get to a place where we can provide staff. And lastly, if you are interested in joining our board, helping with marketing, grant writing, social media posting, because that is the bane of my existence, or if you would like to be a school liaison, please visit our website, smfcedfund.org, and in the upper right-hand corner is a button that says Join Us. So thank you for the opportunity to share what's going on with the Education Foundation. We're making great strides. So thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. And definitely want to replug the Ed Foundation. If you didn't attend or didn't know about the gala that was just held, that was a great fundraiser. The Ed Foundation does amazing things in terms of supporting all of our kids. And as a nonprofit, they have a little bit more flexibility to do things that the district can't actually do. So for all those who are attending, if you do want to volunteer, please go ahead, look at the Ed Foundation as an opportunity to contribute to our district. With that, I don't know, Trustee Hitchcock, did you have any updates that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in and say that the CDAC meeting that was going to be held on December 1st has been pushed back to December 8th.
Great, thank you. And then I'll just make a couple announcements. We had a couple of sanctuary task force meetings where we did focus on helping out the newcomers and those families who are really hit during these COVID times. Today, we actually talked about doing some sort of, I would say a donation drive in some ways. We're thinking about how we can get maybe some gift cards to the families that really are struggling and maybe need. So we're exploring that. We also talked about transportation issues and safe routes to school. There's a number of families who really need to be in our learning hubs, but actually chose not to because of the fear of getting to actually our sites. And so the thought is that, a lot of families, because of the uptick in crime, don't want to send their kids to our hubs because of actually getting from home to school may be hazardous. So we are looking into trying to see what we can do to try and help those families out. Additionally, the other update I have was we had a LMI meeting yesterday, the Leadership Management Institute meeting with our teachers, where we generally talked about the reopening process, which we're going to be talking about later again tonight. And with that, I don't have any other foundation or community reports. If anybody else has any other ones, no? Okay, we will move on to announcements, board announcements, 5.4. Does anybody have an announcement they would like to make? Go, Trustee Proctor.
I have kind of a cool announcement to share. So this past, I think Monday, the City Council of Foster City approved the establishment of a sister city relationship with Inagi City in Japan. So I understand that San Mateo has a relationship with Toyonaka, and so now Foster City will develop a relationship. And so Dr. Rosas and Lori Fukumoto they joined the presentation for the school district, and so I think that will be something to look forward to, and stay tuned for more.
Great, fantastic. Anybody else? I'll make one other plug or one announcement. For those who aren't aware, the county is doing COVID testing for families. Before, there was no testing for youth. And so they actually, at the San Mateo Event Center here in San Mateo, they have a separate lane designated just for families to do COVID testing. And so if you would like to, you can go on the curative website and actually sign up and make an appointment. I've heard that it's been hugely successful. Families come all together in one car and everyone gets tested all at once right there. And it's very quick and easy. So especially as we are moving and seeing a higher uptick in cases, I know that a lot of people are concerned. Of course, you can go to your providers, your healthcare providers, but if you want to, the County of San Mateo has made this available for families. So if you are concerned, please visit the website and go get tested. With that, we'll move on to item 5.5, board member statements.
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for the love again. That was so nice.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll go ahead if nobody else.
Sure.
Did you want to go, Trustee Chin?
No, go ahead, please.
So I have a couple of things. I wanted to begin with addressing the conversation that occurred during the Magnet neighborhood priority assignment at our last board meeting. Say a few things about that. I wanted to first start by thanking the community at large for your engagement and participation. I say, I think for those that have been engaged in conversations within the College Park community, to those who have reached out to me personally, potentially have reached out to other board members, and to those who are really already kind of digging in and beginning to think about ways that we move forward as a community, thank you. I think if there's a silver lining to challenging conversations, it's increased engagement. And so thanking, the community for that so far. I know it wasn't an easy conversation, and I think many of the conversations that have followed have been challenging and there have been strong feelings. I do believe that through challenges, we build understanding, we strengthen relationships, we will emerge stronger in a way that will support our goal of ensuring that all students in our districts have access to a rigorous, equitable, inclusive education. I did want to specifically touch on a couple of points that I hope will allow us to continue working together to achieve our goal of maintaining a rigorous program at College Park that is accessible to all and that invites and welcomes students from all backgrounds and neighborhoods to be included. I wanted to first start by saying, as a district, and I'll speak for myself here, though I believe I can probably speak on behalf of some of my fellow trustees. I will speak for myself. I am deeply committed to supporting all of our programs, including our language immersion programs. I've heard from many families during my conversations that there has been a long-standing feeling that the district does not support the Mandarin program, and I want to lay that rumor to rest. As a former educator, I am personally deeply familiar with the research around the benefits of language development. I see the value of a Mandarin program that is able to support and affirm the identity of members in our community who have also faced a history of marginalization and oppression, and see the value in immersing a diverse group of students in our community in the Mandarin language. I think about the power of our district in growing bi and trilingual students who will be equipped with such an incredible skill set to take into this world. The power of having students from a diverse set of experiences and perspectives working through challenges that come with language development and what that can bring to our community and to the world at large. As a community, we are so fortunate to have these programs in our public school district, and our district has long invested in diverse programming in our schools. At the same time, it is our responsibility as a board to constantly reflect on our practices and programs. Our board has made a commitment to governing with an equity lens, which means we are always thinking deeply about ensuring that all students have access to what they need to achieve their full potential. We're examining our school discipline practices. And policies to ensure that all of our school sites are safe and welcoming. We are laser focused on students that are not currently successful in our district, students who are not achieving academically, students who do not feel safe and welcome, students who need additional support. We're considering opportunities for students to see themselves in our curriculum by things like passing our ethnic studies resolution. As a district, we currently produce predictable patterns of achievement based on race, income, parent education, and a variety of other factors. As a district, we're not unique in these patterns, and there are many historical systems and practices and policies that have led us here. But as a board, we are committed to changing those patterns, to asking hard questions, and to making tough decisions. I want to end by reiterating, I will always be a voice and an advocate for all students, including those in our community that have been historically marginalized, oppressed, and without a voice. That has always driven my work in education, and it drives my work in public service. Those positions, words, decisions might not always be popular, but they are what is right. I look forward to continuing to move forward towards a more equitable district, collectively as a board, as a district, as a community. Dr. Rosas and I are working together with the College Park leadership to set up a listening session facilitated by our equity consultant, Nicole Anderson, who you'll hear from later tonight. At the session, we hope to share more information about how the board and district are defining equity and the work that has been done so far, the work we plan to do to address equity in our district. We hope to hear from a variety of stakeholders about their experiences, their perspectives, and their hopes. And we hope to provide an opportunity for the community to engage in productive dialogue about equity and next steps for the College Park community. My hope is that in providing this space, additional perspective and context from all stakeholders will allow us to engage in more productive dialogue moving forward. As I've shared with many of you, I'll just end this kind of piece of my board statement by just saying that I'm always available to talk to people. So if there's anybody that would like to meet or talk with me individually, please do not hesitate to reach out. Part one of my board statement. I also just wanted to say that back to something, I just wanted to say happy holidays to everybody. And I know we're getting ready to go on a little bit of a break and we'll return and then come back for holidays. So happy holidays. I plan to see everyone in December, but as many of you know, I'm very close to having my second baby. And so if I do not see folks in December before our Christmas break, that is why. And so I think that was the only other thing that I had was happy holidays.
Great, thank you, Trustee Watkins. Any other board statements? No? Okay, all right, let's move on to item 5.6, Superintendent Report.
Hey, thank you. I just wanted to thank our Education Foundation for their support with the Culturally Relevant Literature Project. I think that working with Angela Collerer and Shannon Twame, and they did a really nice job with their presentation. And they brought on Tyson Anir, who's an author of Black Boy Poems, and William Perdue, who's an educator and author of Shannon's Window. It was a really inspiring evening, and I hope to see the work that they're doing at LEAD be replicated. So we're excited about it. So I'm glad that Colleen was able to speak to you about it a little bit this evening. I also had wanted to share my thoughts about the questions and concerns that were raised at the last board meeting during the Magnet Neighborhood Priority item. As many of you know, I've worked in this district for about 25 years in various capacities. I have also worked in another district, and I also worked at the County Office of Education, but I keep coming back to this district because of the quality of the education community here. This community is willing to think about what they do and look at what their students need and innovate continuously for the betterment of our students. And one of those innovations is language learning. Language learning is an important skill in a global economy. And many of you know that I had the great good fortune to be able to open Fiesta Garden School in 1993. So this district has a long history with language learning, not only Fiesta Gardens, but before that, world languages at middle school and then over at College Park too with the Mandarin program. So we are dedicated to language learning programs and the importance of them. Alongside all of our programmatic commitments, not only language learning, but Montessori or new reading, new math, all the different areas that we're adding to our repertoire of programs. We do have a commitment to all of our students, and that is called out in our vision and mission. If you look at our vision and mission statement, it talks about all students experiencing academic success in all of our schools. So step by step, we have been working together to ensure student academic success, no matter the economic background, whether they're a language learner, whatever the race or ethnic background a student brings to our district. They have learning differences. Now, believe me, I'm very well aware that we still have much work to do. We still have many, many more challenges ahead. But strides have been made. Strides have been made and will continue to be made. So our leadership team, we will work together with our College Park principal, staff, and community to continue a high quality language program and look deeply at how to better promote the program and to support all the students who have chosen to enter this program and learn Mandarin. So just as we do this with any of our other programs, so we will with this program also. So it's very clear that we need to work together. There were hurtful feelings, and we don't want to promote that. We want to work together. So all of us are working behind the scenes to set up opportunities to work together to promote the program for everyone and ensure success, along with all of our other schools and all of our other programs. So I do have statements about the reopening. I will keep those for the reopening. And I too would like to say happy holidays. It's coming up and I hope you all have an opportunity to relax. I know we're not supposed to travel and I know we're supposed to have small, stable gatherings, but we can do a lot even with small, stable gatherings at home. So I hope that you do have an opportunity for rest and relaxation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Roses, for the superintendent report. We will now move on to our consent agenda. Oh, actually, I don't have the phrase for that. I know that the consent agenda is as is unless a member of the board or the public wishes to pull an item. I will actually take this opportunity to, knowing that there was a public comment about it, pull item, where is it?
I'm looking for it also. It is
item
1.2.
6.1.2. So I will actually pull item 6.12. But if there's any other trustees who want to pull any other items, please make the request. Or if any public member wants to pull any other item besides 6.1.2, please raise your hand and we can pull that item.
Trustee Chen, I need to pull 6.2.3.
Okay, 6.2.3. Okay. And then Peter, do we have any public comment requesting an item? Okay. All right, so I need a motion to approve the consent agenda with pulling out 6.1.2 and 6.2.3.
I'll second.
Or
you were not. I will make a motion to
thank
approve
you.
with the removal of 6.1.2 and 6.2.3.
And I will second.
Fantastic. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
And trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will be a yes as well. So we will now move on to item 6.1.2. Do we want to have just a staff summary of this item, or do we want to just open up to public comment?
You know, Peter, what this, I wasn't thinking of speaking on this, so let me gather my thoughts a minute. The grand jury studies different issues, and then they issue a report. And sometimes it's something that has to do with schools. Sometimes it's something that is in the community or city government. So we have over time had different grand jury reports that came to schools. This was one. And there's a process by which you accept the grand jury report. And then it's almost formulaic. You say whether you agree with the findings and whether you will follow the recommendations. And basically the district did agree with the findings. There were a couple where we would not know whether it was true or not what they said, but we assumed that they did their homework, so we would agree. And that they were calling on school districts to do an internal cybersecurity report to the board. So, you know, we're agreeing to do that. I don't know if I missed anything in particular, Peter, because you helped with this one.
No, but it just stemmed from, you know, it stemmed from different ransomware attacks on school districts that happened in the summer of last year. And it affected our county, and it affected lots of other counties and lots of other school districts within California as well. This is a growing problem, and
right.
Cybersecurity, student privacy are big things. Right now, I am currently attending virtually the California Information Technology site conference, where this is a really huge topic, and I've attended a lot of sessions. So, you know, again, along the lines with Superintendent Rosas, you know, we are just receiving the report. We are responding and agree with many of the findings, or just, you know, assume that they've done their homework, and we are going to be working on an internal report to the board about what kind of our status is in the security aspect and cybersecurity, our infrastructure and our students.
So it obviously needs to be approved by you, and that's why it's coming here. But we do seem to have one public comment, and so that's really what it is.
Yep, fantastic, thank you. Any clarifying questions by the board on this item? No? Okay, so we'll go to public comment, please, Peter.
Okay. So, Leah?
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. I just want to show a lot of appreciation for the district and the board, and to you, Peter, for taking this so seriously. I think it's a really important topic, and there's just so much happening with ransomware right now, and our information can be breached really at any time, especially in distance learning. Going through the district recommendations, I appreciate all of the things that you're trying to add, and I wanted to ask that where possible, please make sure that you turn on the ability for two-step authentication, which will help prevent against phishing attempts. Also in Aries, please remove the visibility of the password under the student Google account. It's in plain text. So if somebody were to compromise the Aries account, which is not protected by two-step authentication, they would be able to get the password into the child's Google account. And please, thank you so much for the commonsense.org curriculum. Our student IDs are actually in the Google aliases, which is concerning as well. The last thing is in the actual district response, there was one point about the district lacking information to agree or disagree with the finding that the direct and indirect cost of ransomware can be significant for an individual family who's, or for an individual who is compromised by identity theft. The average cost is roughly $1,500 per individual to recover said identity, and I'm happy to send information to back up that figure. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Great. Any other public comment?
There are no other hands raised for this particular item. Trustee.
Okay, fantastic. I will close the public comment period for this. I'll just start off with just thank you, Leah, for your comments. We did receive your email outlining your points, so I know we have that in writing. Does any board member want to make any other comments before I need a motion to approve this item? No? Okay. Why don't we, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve 6.1.2.
Thank you, Trustee Proctor.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Aye.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. So this item has been approved, and we'll move on to item 6.2.2 or 3. Sorry.
I pulled this item because I serve on the board of one of the organizations, so I just need to abstain from voting on it.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. All right. We'll entertain a motion for this item.
Motion to approve 6.2.3.
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Hitchcock. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
I'm going to abstain.
Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well, so that this item has been approved as well. All right, so now we are moving on to item 7.1, the Equity Task Force update.
Yes, I think we have 2 members of our equity task, well, actually a member of our equity task force and our facilitator going to join us. Yes, thank you for raising your hand, Carla. And Nicole, could you raise your hand also so Peter can find you? Great. They're going to do a presentation this evening. So I see Nicole is in and now Carla's in. Terrific. I will turn it over to you two. And I think, Nicole, you were handling the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Before we start, and good evening, trustees, good to see you again, fearless governance team of San Mateo-Foster City, as I allude to you. Before we start, I want to make sure Dr. Shelley Holt is pulled in as well. I believe she's in there somewhere, but we can't see the other people out there. So Dr. Holt, if you can raise your hand. I think she was going to join, but as you know, she's all the way on the East Coast time, and so it's been a long week. So I told her, Dr. Holt, if you can make it, please. But it's been a long week for her, and she's always up with us till like 1 in the morning, right? So with that, if Dr. Holt can, if not, no biggie. And I think I see Carla here. Hi, Carla. All right, so let's see, where's our, all right, can you see the screen okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, excellent, all right. So first, just want to again, just thank you trustees for the opportunity to present tonight. I am honored to support with my colleague, Dr. Shelley Holt, the work of the district around educational equity. And just want to thank you for the vision that the board has had to provide this opportunity for the community to engage in this important work. The Equity Task Force, as Trustee Watkins mentioned earlier, was a space where I got to join around January, where the task force had been formed. And there were many things that happened throughout that time. We think we had 2 meetings, and then this thing called COVID-19 came along. And so we had to make some pivots along the way. But what I'm excited about is during that time, there have been some things that have, as you all know, this distance learning and this virus has really exposed some equity gaps that actually have existed and really, as we say, have been exacerbated. And so one of the things that came up, obviously, as a board is you have a resolution that you passed, and that resolution obviously speaks to concerns around school safety. So part of what we're going to do tonight is talk about some of the listening sessions that the Equity Task Force has been asked to host in terms of school safety and specific to our school resource officers and the impact that may have had on the campuses. So I'm with Carla and want to, Rodriguez, and also want to acknowledge all of the Equity Task Force members who have spent countless hours working together to really create a space for us to engage in this deep, what I call deep equity work, going deeper and deeper each time, and want to acknowledge all that participated in putting these listening sessions on, including all the staff behind the scenes who got to work through this process. So I'm going to start off with a little overview, and then I'm going to pass the virtual mic over to my fearless colleague, Carla, to continue to talk about the listening sessions. So just a little bit about what listening sessions are about. Again, these are focused on school safety, specifically around the board resolution, around the SRO on campus. Again, SRO, school resource officer. And as you all know, as board members, the concerns around the school to prison pipeline is something that I think is near and dear to many districts around suspensions and referrals and kids going into that discipline space, which shows a correlation to a connection to what we call the school to prison pipeline, which is also around criminalizing some of the behaviors of our kids in schools, which is something that the data shows around the nation. And that's some trend data. It's not a new phenomenon. It's been going on for a while. But also this board resolution calls out some of the systemic inequities around racism, and there's concerns. And so part of that resolution created a space for us to think about focusing on what we call restorative practices and also community-based services. So how can we rethink like school discipline, safety? And in that resolution, it called out the termination and kind of redefining of the contract between San Mateo-Foster City School District as well as the San Mateo Police Department. So one of the things that that task force was asked to do was to conduct listening sessions to hear what are the experiences of students and families and really examine what are these interactions, not only with the police department, but also just what is this school climate like? And then also to look at maybe we have to revisit our safety plan and even our discipline matrix around how do we address school safety. So the task force has been asked to host listening sessions, which we're going to talk about two that have already been hosted, as well as examining some data and research around school safety, which is still part of an ongoing process. And then ultimately in this process on December 5th, there will be a board study session, which I'm excited to join the board and help facilitate a deeper discussion about the board's work around equity. But on that particular board study session, we'll have an opportunity to revisit this and talk about some recommendations that the board can prioritize. And so the recap of these two sessions. So we had two sessions. One was a community listening session where we had community members, a variety of roles in the community. And then we also had a student listening session. And so each of those happened, one on November the 2nd, where the community listening session was really a space to provide what we call a safe space for the community to really come together, work with our district leadership, really have an opportunity to listen and learn, which is huge in terms of this issue around school safety. This was all provided, of course, because of COVID. We had a Zoom meeting platform where we actually had an opportunity to use breakout rooms, and this was a public forum. So this was open to anyone who wanted to join. And so, of course, during that time, we have a process where I was honored to help moderate this, and we established safe space. We talk about our 4 agreements. We had a panel discussion, and I'll talk about who those wonderful folks were who joined us. And then we had 3 guiding questions that really helped our community talk about these issues. And then what we also had is our student listening session, which very similar process. The difference was that we had this as a private space for our kids to honor their identity and their safety. And so we had students who also went through the same process. And then we're also excited because we also have on the calendar one more study session on December 2nd with staff. So it's important to hear that voice as well around what the perspectives are around school safety. So just a little bit about the data collection. There's a whole methodology behind the data collection, and I won't bore you with all of that because that's a whole nother study session in itself. But the whole point of these listening sessions is to gather data, right? We call it qualitative data because it's around experiences, it's around how it's impacted people, specifically people of targeted stakeholder groups. So we do look at, is there trends around people of color? Do we look at trends around girls? Do we look at trends around whatever those targeted student groups are who historically have shown up in data around school discipline, okay? And so we talk about what are some of the policies and practices. We talk about what are those things we need to re-examine. but we use sample size groups. So this is not everybody, right? These are sample size, and that's why we say there's no conclusive finding for any of this data. So I want to be really clear as Carla and I go through the data that there's nothing conclusive. This is just a snapshot and a sample size based on their perspective, and that we have to continue to collect this data in order to really have what we call conclusive findings. Trend data, where you can really say this is actually what's happening, okay? And so one of the reasons why we want to collect this data is to help the task force take this information to help create what we call an equity impact plan. And that's for the board to consider what are those things that you want to do as a board based on your focus on school safety and that resolution. And so that data is actually part of this longer process where at the end of this school year in the late spring, early summer, you'll have a recommendation from the task force, which includes this data as well. And so I want to just, at our study session, we can talk a little bit more about the data piece, but I want to just give a little context for that. So what I'll do before I pass the virtual mic over to Carla is share a little bit about the first listening session we had, which was a community listening session. Again, this was open to anyone who wanted to join. And so this particular session, what we did is we wanted to have a real focused discussion. And so we invited a group of folks who represented multiple stakeholder groups in our community, including staff, including parents, including our faith-based community, including any spaces where we feel like, okay, there was an impact on school safety and folks who may have had context. So we started off with our amazing panelists here who volunteered graciously, and even Carla was so helpful in helping us to really be thought partners in how do we pull some folks together to have a guided conversation. So these are the folks that you may notice. We had parents, we had teacher, we had pastors. You can see all of these folks who were part of our work, including our principals as well, and our community members. So you may notice, and even our task force member, Rosie, who joined us as well for this amazing conversation. Okay, so this discussion was started with this group. Okay, in this group, we had an amazing conversation about school safety, but then we transitioned into having our community join. And so just a little bit about who joined. One of the things we do on Zoom, because we're not in person, is we were able to put a poll up to see who actually was in the audience with us. So altogether, we had about 26 people, which was a good size for this beginning of the conversation. So you'll see the demographics in terms of who was joining us. So you saw the roles in the community. We had parents, we had district staff, we also had our police department join us, our faith-based community, and also our community members at large. And then also you may notice the demographics based on what we call ethnicity and cultural identity, which is something that we'll unpack throughout the year on what that means and why it's important to recognize the impact around school safety and also the correlation of school safety and the impact on around ethnicity and race. Okay, so you'll notice the makeup there. Just appreciate everyone who was bold and courageous and safe to share their beautiful identity and their self-identity, by the way. So here's a little bit more about what we asked, what we talked about, discussion questions. So how do you define educational equity? As a board, it's important to recognize that as we unpack this topic, you all have adopted an educational equity definition, but part of what's important is to get the community to weigh in on that. So that was one of the questions that we asked consistently. What is your definition? We also asked about what are the challenges to school safety? And also the question is, well, what are some strategies that we maybe could address some of these issues of school safety? So these were the three general questions that we asked in our breakout rooms. And here's what came up. Here's a couple of themes around the equity definition. So these are three things that came up around what does equity mean to us as a community? So there was a theme around safety, okay, how students feel. There was a theme around staff training. So equity is about making sure our staff has what they need, and that what they saw that as a need was training, right, and support. And also that our parents understand what that means in terms of the support that they need, or that the board understands what parents need. And also it was about kids getting support and access and opportunity. These things came up quite a bit. So you kind of see as a board what we're going to need to unpack in terms of what people see as equity. Common themes around the challenges. So implicit bias came up a couple times. So that tells us about some of the blind spots that maybe we have in terms of certain kids being treated differently than others based on some of the blind spots. There were some conversations about testing and how racism sometimes is embedded into our testing metrics. So something we have to unpack. Social media came up, especially in this time of distance learning. Communication. There was a conversation about the SRO's role and kind of what the SRO does on campus. Okay, so some of the challenges is maybe there's some assumptions that are made about what kids need. And then also there were some things that came up around just the warm classroom environment, around social emotional learning. Okay, so not really academics, but more about focusing more on social emotional learning for our kids. Now, some of the recommendations. So they also talked about what were some things that we could consider in terms of recommendations. And we always like to look at these as a system change approach. So the way these themes came up is there were some policy spaces that we could think about, practice changes, and also maybe shifting some resources. So you can see on the screen what came up. Obviously, the discipline policy and calibrating that with belief systems. So that's a big piece when we think about revising the discipline matrix, the safety plan. For the practices, expanding the tools around the GREAT and the POW program. So that came up quite a bit. Is good programs like let's expand it, right? Let's replicate those practices. Early learning came up. Using teachable moments and restorative practices versus discipline. Building trusting relationships with our students, with our staff. And then strategic opportunities for building relationships, which is important through a community approach. And then here's some things about resources. Since board members operate at the policy level and also you also look at the budget and resources, here's a couple things that came up around more staff, okay, on the recess yard. And this obviously was contextually when kids were in schools, and a concern around what the needs of kids who have special needs. Social workers, counselors, that came up as a positive thing, but having additional access to them based on the social emotional needs of our students. And most critically, making sure there's ongoing PD for our staff around implicit bias and obviously shifting mindsets, which requires a commitment to resource allocation. So as you think about that, that was the community listening session, right? So now as we transition, we also had an amazing listening session. And I always say no disrespect to our community members or adults, but I tell you, our students just always excite me when we have listening sessions. And so Carla, I'm gonna pass the virtual mic to you because you were an amazing tool and resource for us to even get our kids to come. So Carla, I'm gonna go ahead and just let me know when you wanna hit the slides and I'm gonna move forward and follow your lead. So thank you, Carla.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Nicole. Hi, everyone. I'm Carla Rodriguez. I'm a member of the Equity Task Force and a parent of 2 daughters in elementary school at Fiesta Gardens. So the listening sessions with students, it offered a really valuable opportunity to listen and learn from the deep wisdom of our students. This was the beginning of the conversation. It was a small group, but it was a very rich conversation with very brave and wise students. Their voice is critical and essential in this conversation for redefining the role of police in fostering a climate at school that is safe, supportive, and equitable. So I have the pleasure of sharing some highlights from the listening session. So let's start off with the demographics. Once again, our samples, or I shouldn't say sample size, our group was of 15 amazing students. The poll was we targeted from 4th grade up, as you see in these charts, 6th, 7th, and 8th. That was the largest represented group. We had 5 different schools represented: Aragon High, Burrell, Abbott, Bowditch, and Bayside, with Burrell and Abbott being most represented in the pool. Next, please. So the demographics of the student listening sessions. So we invited students to self-identify. 12 out of the 15 self-identified as female, and we had a really rich, diverse ethnic and cultural representation from the students. We did have a group that, as you could see, one of the largest, the gray part, which they did not self-identify. And I just know from my experience being on the call that the reason for that was that they were just really identified in very multi-ethnic. And then Hispanic, Latina, Mexican American were the next largest group size. So discussion questions similar to the community listening session. We began with a open conversation to really just begin getting grounded in the topic of the listening session and around educational equity. And this followed a brief opening of contextualizing and giving some history regarding educational equity. Students had a chance to respond in their own words and reflect of what that means to them in their current experience and what they need to feel safe. Like, do they feel safe at school and why? To address challenges they experience at school. And if they have experience with police, what is the role that the police play in school? And how do police make them feel, like on a daily basis, and seeing them on campus? Does that have an impact on their experience? We also had a conversation and had a chance to hear from them about what their expectations are and requests from school leaders and teachers to help foster a sense of safety and a supportive school climate. Key themes based on this listening session, starting with their definition of equity, educational equity, a statement that really encompasses the overall feedback is that they share that every student receives fair and different support based on what they need to learn and be successful. And I want to kind of take a moment to unpack fair. Fair, they made it very clear that fair does not mean equal, the same, that everyone gets the same thing. They were very clear that equity does not mean equality, that equity means that every student will receive what they need based on their physical and intellectual abilities to be able to thrive in academically. So moving on to then the second regarding school safety. So once again, there are two questions about like school safety. One that asked them to reflect in general, do they feel safe at school? And 80% said, yes, they feel very safe at school. 20% said at times they do feel unsafe. Regarding the role of police in school, 20% said they feel a little bit unsafe and even, just feeling some confused and not clear of why it's necessary to have police at school. So that was a bit of a mixed bag. So this feeling of unsafety and confusion was kind of wrapped up together. And then 80% felt safe with police presence at the school campus. The role of police in school responses, here at the bottom, there's 4 different examples that were mentioned. Definitely police seem to play a very positive role in providing support and intervening and minimizing any cases of bullying, peer pressure, responding to prevalence of drugs or violence on campus. The PAL program was mentioned as a strength in fostering school safety. And the vast majority who had experience with police on campus did feel positive and felt safer with their presence. And as I mentioned, there was confusion. There was confusion and a need for further processing regarding why police hurt people based on the color of their skin, a little bit of association of police presence, maybe what they're seeing in today's society and recent cases, and that their response was then some nervousness of when police were on campus. What does that mean and what could happen? Next, Nicole. All right, and some key themes So again, in regards to challenges to school safety, we had two groupings of emotional and physical. So challenges emotionally, what rose to the top was really concerns and struggles and issues around bullying based on race, ethnicity, cultural expression, skin tone. This is something that they definitely spoke to as far as something that they do see and experience. Peer pressure rumors, just pressure also around grades and competitiveness, teasing, students who either have or have classmates with special needs did speak to some challenging behaviors and intimidation of these students, and hiding self-identity. So as far as really feeling reserved and not maybe a little intimidated to really fully express how they identify at school is something that they also spoke to. And the physical challenges, things that came up were being tripped by other students and having a fear, maybe not actual evidence or cases, but fear of another student bringing a gun to school. Student responses. So they had 3 key recommendations that came from the listening session for teachers and leaders. They fall into 3 groups: of policy, practice, and resource allocation. Recommendations regarding policy. Students spoke very highly of the climate, the very safe, supportive climate that they experience in a homeroom structure, and how that could be replicated, how that model, how that environment can maybe be replicated in other classes and other aspects of their school to really create a sense of community. Practice. So listening to kids, especially once again around bullying, to really be able to hear from students their experience while it's happening, to help problem solve, help them build skills to be able to respond to it and cope. And after it seems to be addressed, to still continue to check in with them, because it could be something that subsides but comes up again. So that ongoing conversation and support with students who have experienced bullying is something that they request. And resource allocation, again, resources that invest in conflict resolution, building their skills. Yes, counselors on campus is essential and helpful, and building their own kind of self-efficacy and capacity to address their address their challenges is something that they request from school leaders. The Equity Task Force recommendations for board consideration, there are several here. I'll quickly review them, and we'll have time to maybe unpack them further during our conversation afterwards. But, as you can see, we did 2 listening sessions. These were very rich. They were with a modest group size, so we definitely encourage and support ongoing listening sessions with diverse stakeholders that represent the demographics of the children of our families and students in our school district. Definitely, having a larger size, larger pool for collecting rich data would be definitely recommended. Professional development, so capacity building, training that really creates space for self-reflection, self-examination, as well as effective strategies for creating safe and supportive climates is recommended. Examining data, policy, practices. Again, this is all around continuing to really look at the systems piece and what systems that perpetuate inequities or sense of unsafety for children, for some students, for certain populations of students. How can we dismantle this and rebuild equitable systems? Leveraging the equity task force. So again, how can we on an ongoing basis partner with the board to integrate and implement sustainable practices that are effective in shifting school climates and creating more safe and supportive environments. Redefining the relationship of the district and police department. Again, these are all for heightening and creating a climate at school where children, do feel safe, do feel a sense of belonging and welcomed. Revising district discipline matrix, that will be just the final one to really touch upon to ensure school safety for all children. And it's blocking my last line, but that's all I see. So really an ongoing examination. So I just would like to end. It's okay. Go ahead, Nicole. End with a few quotes from our very wise and brave students. Again, these are mostly middle school students that joined us and spoke so eloquently. And these are a few of their quotes. One is, when I think about what happened to George Floyd, a person should not be defined as different or treated differently because of the color of your skin. That should not have happened at all. This is from a 6th grade student. From a female student, a multi-ethnic identity, share that police officers make her feel safe. Sometimes I feel uncomfortable because of the color of my skin, but I know that they're supposed to be there to protect us. And the third quote that I'll end with is from a 7th grader. The students shared, "No one should be stereotyped. We are all human and should be treated the same." Again, very insightful comments. We look forward for this being the beginning of more listening sessions to be able to learn and grow from the students that we all strive to serve. So thanks.
All right, so thank you, Carl. I appreciate teaming up with you. And again, board members, I want to just underscore what Carla shared about many more listening sessions are needed to really gather like a true story about school safety to inform the next steps in addressing the resolution that you passed. But I do want to say that I'm excited about the direction you're going and that this is going to create an opportunity and a movement to address a lot of things in the district outside of just safety, right? Like getting the community to come in and talk about these things is such a powerful space for healing and for folks to be heard, which every district is not doing this. I just want to commend you and just honored to partner with you. And so with that, Dr. Rosas, I will yield to you because I know we've gotten a partner and spent lots of hours putting all this stuff together. So just thank you for your dedication and time in this. And of course, Carla and the task force, an amazing group, and all of your executive cabinet who came behind the scenes and make it all happen. So I just want to acknowledge everyone and thank you.
It was a wonderful process to watch unfold and something that we can now use more throughout our district for a variety of different reasons. So thank you for bringing the process to us and helping us see how to do it. And thank you both, Nicole and Carla, for doing the presentation. Normally now our board has an opportunity to ask clarifying questions. So I'll turn it back to Tim.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll open up for clarifying questions to my fellow board members. Any clarifying questions?
I don't have any questions, just comments.
Thank you. Same? All right, fantastic. We will move on to public comment and then we'll return for board member comments. Peter, if you wouldn't mind, please starting the public comment process.
Absolutely. So for anybody who's participating with us and would like to make public comment on a specific agenda item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Trustee Chin, 2 minutes.
Please.
Okay. First, we have Marcella, and then after Marcella, we'll have Alan. Marcella?
Hi, I'm Grace. I think I might be under my mom's name.
Thank you, Grace.
I'm a sixth grader at Abbott Middle School, and I went to the student listening session. I just wanted to share what I thought about the meeting. I really liked the meeting because I thought it was nice to be able to share how we felt about school safety. I also thought that I felt more at ease with these smaller groups, and I felt more comfortable sharing my ideas. I thought it was really fun, and I was a little bummed out that not many people joined. I think it would have been good if we got some other views, like people who have experienced bullying and special ed students and people who have been discriminated. The problem when these people don't get to share how they feel is that if they don't share, we'll never really know what it's like for them and how the district and schools can help them. I don't think that we should be paying to have SROs at our school because I think that safety is not a privilege, it's a right. I don't think it's something we should pay for. Before I finish, I'd just like to thank Dr. Holt and Dr. Anderson and Miss Carla and the Equity Task Force for putting this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Alan, then after Alan will be Stephen. Alan? Alan, just let you know you still.
Sorry there. All right. So I'm sorry. This is my first one of these. I'm not used to how this goes.
That's quite all right.
But, you know, look, we've been doing this for almost 2 hours and we haven't talked one lick about what the plan is for 2021. I got bath time. I got bedtime. I got things to do. I can't stay here for another hour. Like, what are we doing? This meeting is for parents to ask questions about whether kids are going back, how they're staying safe, all that stuff. And we're hearing presentations. And look, if it was any other year, I would say, great, this is all good stuff. But this is the year of COVID. 200,000 people are dead. I don't know if my kid is going to be safe tomorrow. And you're talking about orange backgrounds and flowers. And I'm sorry, Rebecca, good luck to you. But God, I can't do this. I can't do this for 2 hours and not know what's happening. So can we please, Kenneth, can you just move it up in the agenda? You have the power. We can make a motion. We can move it ahead on the agenda and have the next agenda item be, what's the plan for 2021? And then we can just learn what it is. And then we can all go to bed and do bath time. And maybe I can scream in my sleep. There. I said it.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Stephen, then after Stephen will be Valerie. Stephen?
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best. I think I'll just note that one of the challenges of COVID for me is that the rest of the world has not stopped happening. And I just wanted to say two brief things. The first one is that I was personally bullied in school, and it's something that took many years to unpack. And I wanted to specifically call out what the students said about listening to students when they're experiencing bullying and how important it is for students to feel validated, for students to be followed up on when they're experiencing bullying, because that's something that can really spin out of control for people. The second thing that I wanted to mention is that I think that this really, the act of bullying it cannot be underestimated in terms of the role of the Equity Task Force, because there's a lot of research that shows that exclusion is a main form of the way that racism and interracial interactions manifest in school, which can come in the form of exclusion with or without bullying. And so I just wanted to really call out that element of this piece, and thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Valerie. Then after Valerie will be Randy. Valerie?
Under my mom's
Valerie, my apologies. I had to mute you because we had a lot of feedback. Let's go ahead and give this one more try. Go ahead and try to unmute yourself, and let's see if the audio is a little bit better. Valerie? All right, why don't we move? We'll move to our next public comment. I'll leave your hand still up, Valerie. We'll move to Randy and then try to come back to Valerie. Randy?
Hi, good evening again. I'd just like to acknowledge the three public commenters that preceded me. I didn't catch the student's name, but I'd like to thank her for speaking up. That was really bold and her voice is important. And yes, thank you. Alan, you sound really frustrated, and I know a lot of parents share that frustration. Stephen, thank you for being vulnerable and sharing your experience with bullying. And yeah, it really brings us to what has this year been about, right? Which has been the pandemic and has been really reconciling the truth in our country about race. And this is important. And this is an issue that we are struggling with in terms of the SRO issue in our district. It's something that we visited back in the summer when we were talking about this contract. We heard a lot over a couple of board meetings from people that had negative experiences with SRO officers and people that felt very strongly that SRO officers had a very important place in our schools. And that led, I believe, to these discussions. Now, what I recall from those meetings is that the board wasn't satisfied with the level of detail in the data that the police department brought. And what I'd like to ask, or at least suggest that the board ask, is themselves, is the level of detail in the data that you've been presented and what is coming forth, is this more what you're expecting, or is this more the same? Thank you very much, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, next we're going to try with Valerie one more time. Valerie, are you there?
Hi, my name is Mariana Plasencia. I'm also using this under my mom's name. I am a sixth grader at Abbott, coming from Fiesta Gardens. And I just wanted to come on here and say how much I appreciate the task equity team, the equity task team, for putting this together and having this for us, because it was really good feeling to be able to express how we feel. And I just wanted to come on here and say that I like to be the voice for the people who feel like they don't have one. And especially for those people who don't speak English, like the Spanish speakers. And yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Chin, it looks like we have no other public comment at this time for this item.
Great, thank you. I will officially close public comment for this item and open up to board comments. Anyone would like to go first? I'm going to call on Trustee Hitchcock.
Well, first and foremost, thank you both for leading the sessions and the presentation. And thank you to all the participants for the Equity Task Force and the listening sessions as well. But I especially want to call out the students. Wow, like, thank you for joining the listening sessions. Growing up and now, just speaking is really hard in general. And so talking about something that's really important, your comments are something to heed, and I'm proud of you and thank you. Ooh. That was an accident.
Any other board member comments?
I can jump in. Thank you for sharing the information. As I mentioned, I had a sneak peek at all of this on Tuesday night's Equity Task Force meeting. So, and thank you, Nicole and team, for leading the sessions, and Carla for being here to help present. And I know you were instrumental in those as well. I would agree. I think that this is a start in terms of kind of where we are, but as was noted in the recommendations, I think we're far from where we want to be in terms of community engagement. And I'll reiterate what I've already shared about this specifically in terms of what I really want us to see moving forward, that we're not currently seeing, which is, I think about the fact that we have 300 to 700 people on these meetings, right? In terms of community engagement. And that's a drop in the bucket when you think about, we have 12,000 students in our district. And so the numbers that we're seeing in terms of community engagement just aren't where we need them to be in order for us to really feel like we have a pulse on what's going on, right? This is an important first step. And I'm so glad that we're hearing student perspective, which I think this is one of the first times that we really have been incorporating student perspective into decision-making, which I think is a huge step in the right direction. And we're having the conversation. I really appreciate the protocol and the way in which we're going about that. So how do we get more people engaged and involved? And I think that's really the charge, and diverse representation, right? Like as I've said before, I think it is really important for who we're seeing in these sessions to some extent mirror the representation of our district. And we're not seeing that right now either. And we heard that from our students, right? We're not seeing diverse representation of students. And why is that? And how do we get to the root of that? Well, I think that this format is a great format. One of the things that I encourage us to think about as we are engaging in this is this format doesn't work for everyone, particularly people that are not comfortable speaking up in this setting, that do not have access to the internet, are working at this, so what are creative ways that we can reach out to the community and get information and insights about some of these questions outside of a traditional listening session where you have to join and you have to speak? What are the other ways that we can pull that information? And so I think it's important for us to really think creatively and to see, yeah. And so I know that we pulled, this resolution and this engagement work, some of which I know we are not the only district that is doing it. And so I wonder if we can leverage what other districts are doing. I will say that I know a couple of people on the Denver board and that's where this was originally pulled from. And so I'm happy to reach out to them to see what that's looked like for them, if we can get any ideas from them in terms of the community engagement piece. I think that there's a way that we leverage our community partners. I think there's a way we leverage our cities. I think there's, I know to some extent there's a little bit of, there was a lot of engagement around policing and discipline, right, a few months ago. And I think, to some extent there's a level of okay, back to normal now. But I have faith in our ability to really, really engage our community in this. It's so important. And we can't move forward with making a decision if, we're looking at a sample size of 40 people, right? It's great to start there. And I'm so glad we have that data. But so that's just my biggest push for us in terms of moving forward. And I don't know what that looks like, but I would like to have kind of I know that there's a session upcoming for teachers and staff. It would be great if we could bring back a timeline of what we're thinking about in terms of next community engagement sessions around this, and some alternative ways. This can be one that we continue to do with small groups. And it sounds like for some people that actually works really well and supports this, but what are other ways? And yeah, so I think those are my biggest kind of pushes for us in terms of this. And then I think when we think about data analysis and what that looks like and what data we're what questions we still have once we feel like we're getting enough representation can probably drive next steps too. So again, thank you for beginning this work and kicking it off, and we still got work to do.
I also wanted to thank Nicole and Carla and all the team for doing these sessions and analyzing all this work. Well, first of all, I was hoping for a lot more engagement. So I'm glad that we're going to continue these sessions, and I hope we can get a broader reach and get some more feedback. I'm really impressed with the student participation, and it makes me think about like what other ways can we get student input on things, and I think that this is a great topic where I think students can really see how their voice may affect change in our school district. And so I'm really proud of them for participating. I'm proud of the students that join the board meetings and speak out, and I look forward to hearing a lot more from them in this topic and on many other things. So thank you both for all of, and thank everyone for all the work on this, and looking forward to hearing more.
I also will thank you guys. Thanks to the team and the Equity Task Force for providing this update. It was very informative. I did attend the first community listening session, and so I thought that was great. It was another sort of reinforcement of Nicole, of what your work has been with the County Equity Network, and continuing on with the Equity Task Force, and then all the study sessions that you have moderated with us. And so I really appreciate the fact that you are becoming an integral part of our district. And so I also would agree, Trustee Proctor, about the student voices, the idea that in some ways, I do also think like someone had mentioned to me early on when I joined the board that people often forget that who are we actually serving in some ways? And a lot of times, it's the community and the parents in some ways, and people think that's who our actual audience is. But in reality, we serve and look after our 11,500 or 12,000 students. And the idea that they can come on and be courageous and be brave and, provide public comment in a public setting and be part of the Equity, Task Force in terms of providing comments and going ahead and participating in these listening sessions from 4th grade on is fantastic. And so the idea is that, how do we go ahead and continue that beyond Equity Task Force? And, and I'm not adding, one more thing to this, to our agendas and everything else, but the idea is we should look at that. We have some amazing, really smart, talented students that in some ways are homegrown, that we brought up through our system. And it would be great to hear their perspectives and their knowledge and their voices about whether it's involving equity or something else that we're doing in our district. So I think that this is great for opening the door. I would agree with Trustee Watkins about the timeline. I do think that it's all moving in the right direction in terms of where we want to go. And so I really appreciate all your work and everything that you guys are doing for our kids. So thank you. All right, we are going to move on to item, 7.2. But before we move on to this item, I just want to address, I really want to appreciate and to say thank you to everybody who has been on the call. We deliberately scheduled or agendized the reopening as the main topic of the last meeting and really only had that on besides the magnet schools. But what that did is it pushed all the other items that we had to do and that we still have to do to this meeting and the next meeting. And so unfortunately, our meetings are very long. Also, I've tried to cut it down from our normal public comment of 3 minutes to 2 minutes to try and speed things along. But we are almost there to the reopening. So I will ask our presenters, I think Deputy City Manager Kathy Kleinbaum, to hopefully make a shorter presentation so we can get to the reopening, which I know a lot of parents are are waiting for. So please.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me tonight. Let me get my presentation up. Are you seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'm here to talk to you tonight about a compensation agreement with the city of San Mateo. Very briefly, this is all related to the redevelopment dissolution process, which occurred in the state starting in, I think, 2011, 2012. So redevelopment agencies, which were a part of city government, were required to develop a plan for the disposition of any property that they owned, which needed to be approved by the state and by a local oversight board, which was made up of various public agencies within the area, including school districts, although I think the San Mateo Prospect City School District was not directly represented, as well as the county and other entities. As part of that, San Mateo was approved to hold 2 properties for future development, and those properties were transferred to the city. We were required, when we move forward with development of those properties, to enter into a compensation agreement with all the entities that received a portion of the property tax that went to redevelopment agencies prior to disposing of the property in order to distribute proceeds. We did put conditions in that document, the plan that was approved by the state, that we weren't required to sell the properties for their highest market value, but we could put conditions on them, such as requiring things like affordable housing or replacement parking before we were to sell the properties. So the 2 properties that the city retained for this future development are 2 surface parking lots in our downtown that are a few blocks from our Caltrain station between 4th and 5th Avenue, between Railroad and Claremont. Currently, they host 235 public parking spaces. We did a competitive request for proposals to select a development team in 2017, and we selected the nonprofit housing developer Midpin Housing to enter into a public-private partnership with the city to develop these sites. The project, which recently was approved by the City Council and received its official approvals in August of this year, is for a multi-family residential building with 225 affordable housing units. These units serve incomes up to 80% of the area median income. In addition, we are requiring that 25% of those units, or 1/4, are set aside with a preference for public employees, which include employees from any public agency, the school districts, the city, the county, the health center, first before being available to the rest of the public. The project also includes a parking garage. The housing and parking garage are actually linked in order to maximize the amount of housing that we could fit on the parcel and to reduce the cost of the development. The parking for the housing is actually located in the parking garage right across the street. So the parking garage has 693 spaces, 164 are dedicated to the residential, which is less than a 1-to-1 ratio of the actual number of units we're providing. The remainder of the spaces are public spaces, 235 of which are replacing the spaces that were previously on the site. We do intend to have a shared parking agreement so that the residential units can use the parking spaces in the public parking garage in the evenings and on weekends. This parking garage, due to its location, primarily serves downtown employees as opposed to customers using the downtown. So it tends to be not used in the evenings and on the weekends as much as our other parking garages. So again, the affordable housing project serves a range of incomes and also has a range of unit sizes from studios up to 3-bedroom units. And we intend that the public employee preference will be available across all the different unit sizes, across all the different income levels. So this slide just very briefly gives some examples of different types of public employees across different public agencies that might be eligible for these units, including things like teachers, custodians, police officers, as well as, there will be some formerly homeless served in the community in this property as well. So this is truly a public-private partnership between the city and Midpen Housing. The city will be retaining the land. We're entering into a long-term ground lease with Midpen Housing to build the housing. On the parking structure, although the city will continue to own and operate the building, Midpen Housing will have a dedicated easement for the length of the ground lease that dedicates the top floor of the parking structure for their use. The city is also putting in a significant amount of our own resources to this project besides the property. We're putting in $7.5 million for the housing and another $5 million to support the construction of the public parking spaces. And indirectly, we're also waiving all of our internal fees for the project, which provides another $1.8 million worth of contribution. So again, as I mentioned, we weren't required to sell the property at the highest market value, but instead we're allowed to put conditions on it. The conditions of the affordable housing and the replacement public parking essentially means that there is no value left for the land. So therefore, the compensation agreement would formalize that there are no revenues from the transfer of the land to Midpen Housing for this project. So nothing to distribute among the taxing entities. Your share, had there been proceeds, would have been about 21% based on your share of the former redevelopment property tax base in the area. So we're before you tonight asking you to approve entering into this compensation agreement with the city of San Mateo. Entering into this agreement will allow 225 much needed affordable housing units to be built, and your support is really essential to this project. The project cannot proceed without the compensation agreement in place. I'm available if there's any questions, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm gonna open up to clarifying questions on the board. Any clarifying questions? Okay, we'll quickly open up to public comment on this item.
For those who are attending our meeting tonight, if you have any public comment on this particular agenda item, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Trustee Chin, I see no hands for public comment.
Great, I'll close public comment. Board comments. Anyone would like to go first? No comments?
I'm just excited to see I'm just excited to see that there's set aside and school district employees. That makes me happy. Yay, that's a huge appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for the presentation. And I too am really excited about this project. And so I'm looking forward to seeing it come to fruition. Thanks.
Same. Thank you, Kathy. I'm excited about this and happy to support this. Thank you.
Great. And I'll make a final comment. Thank you, Kathy and the City of San Mateo for working with us. I know that through our homeroom committee, we worked with the City of San Mateo to survey our teachers and staff and look at actual rents to make sure that these would be affordable for our district staff. And so we really appreciate working with you guys. And I also am definitely in favor of this project. So with that, we need a motion for approval.
Enter into the compensation agreement.
Yes. Motion to enter into the compensation agreement.
A motion to approve entering into the compensation agreement.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. Trustee Watkins and Trustee Hitchcock. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will vote yes as well. Thank you very much for being here and presenting and keeping it brief. And so now we can move on to our...
And a thank you to Ilana Mandelbaum
yes.
too, for showing up to answer any questions. We appreciate you both.
Yes, absolutely. Even though you didn't speak, we knew you were here. Thank you very much. All right, so we are on to item 7.3, which is the reopening plan update. Dr. Roses.
Yes, thank you. I think that Peter was going to show my slides. Is that right, Peter? All right, thank you so much. Tonight we're going to cover several topics. And so could you show that first slide of topics? I'm going to cover some statistics related to COVID right now, talk about our updated plan. We're going to go over in-person learning, some health protocols, and some targeted key dates along with holiday recommendations. And several of our staff will be helping with this presentation. So with COVID statistics, the next slide, state and county are experiencing a surge, and you've heard about it since November the 17th. As of November the 17th, case numbers had doubled in 10 days. So there are 41 counties in California in the purple. We are still in red. However, we could go to purple. We are still in red. Schools in San Mateo County may continue to provide in-person learning. So we are moving forward with our reopening plans. We're right in the middle of it, and so it's best to finish the project. Everyone in California is now required to wear a mask when outside, and I'm suspecting other recommendations are going to be coming our way. Our reopening plan, that's the next slide, has been approved. So you can find it on our website. There were a couple of additions that they asked for. There were they wanted some additional information on ingress and egress, particularly related to staggered starts. They also wanted more information on the physical distancing for the classrooms. We had added the HEPA filters, so we put that onto the plan. And they wanted to know more about our transportation process. So those pieces have been added. And the county has some updated COVID scenarios for how you are to manage different COVID cases. And they wanted us to use those updated scenarios. So those have been replaced. We were complimented. We were complimented on our format and the tight communication planning. So the reopening plan is on our website. It has been approved. It does have some additions since the last time I went through it with you. So now I'm going to turn it over to David Chambliss, our Assistant Sup for Education Services, to talk about in-person learning. He's going to talk about hubs, the elementary program, and middle school.
Thank you, Dr. Rosas. Good evening, everyone. This first bit of information on the learning hubs is just sort of a repeat of information we've provided at previous times, and actually we'll come back to later tonight in our 14th week monitoring update. But just to say that we have approximately 500 students who are engaged right now in learning hubs. For our own monitoring purposes, we're organizing those hubs into the set of hubs that began early in the year, both by our city and community partners and through our Annex program. And then the set of hubs that started much more recently, where we as a district were specifically identifying students who were struggling in distance learning, either with poor attendance or poor engagement or other challenges. And so we opened up hubs for another 180 students. And this work continues as we identify staff and we connect them to space and to student needs. We imagine, of course, continuing to open hubs to serve the needs of our students. With respect to the planning for in-person at our elementary schools, many of you know, of course, we're right in the middle of collecting responses from our parents about their wishes either to return in the hybrid model that you see here or to continue in full-time distance learning. We're also working with staff around identifying their readiness for assignment back in the hybrid model or assignment to full-time distance learning. So this chart here summarizes, it's a version of the chart that was included in the parent portal slide deck that all folks have access to. But basically it summarizes the AABB hybrid model, as it's called, where students are in school for 2 days a week doing in-person learning and following the schedule outlined here. And then there are 2 days at home where you see the schedule as it's laid out there. Just notably that in that at-home time on those 2 days, that students actually are in synchronous meet with their teachers and actually the in-person students for a period of time in the morning, and then work independently, and then come back and engage in a synchronous check-in with their teacher later on in the day after the in-person students have gone home. And then, of course, the Wednesday day, all students are out in distance learning, and it will be very much like what we're experiencing now, where teachers and students are engaged in 4 hours of a mix of synchronous and asynchronous learning. I just want to note that we've been privileged to work with our SMETA labor partners and continue to talk through all aspects of these programs, and including thinking about how will staggered entrances work, how do you do small group learning in the hybrid setting, and we look forward to continuing to clarify these kinds of details around our hybrid model of instruction for the elementary schools. Thank you, Peter. Go ahead. Thank you. And then with respect to the middle school update, we acknowledge that the elementary hybrid schedule has gotten a lot of attention and a lot of talk time. And so we do want to make sure, because parents have raised concerns that, well, what's the middle school plan? And what's the intention there? So just to remind everybody that we're still moving forward with the board adopted plan for middle school, which for now is not to return back in a hybrid model, but rather to have a set of strategies for bringing groups of students on campus. You see here, bringing our SDC students back on campus, at least those who elect to be in school on January 19th, that we will implement strategies for identified struggling distance learning students. These are students who could be struggling for academic and or social emotional reasons. And we want to look at the learning hubs, all a variety of ideas for in-person supports, kids being on campus, getting support with distance learning, and also expand the ways in which we are providing online supports. We would also add that we're continuing to look at what we would call connection and community strategies, ways of bringing groups of students on campus, to build a sense of connection and community as students at their specific middle school. At the same time, we continue to monitor and explore the possibilities of hybrid models. You will recall from the summer that we face a series of challenges in our middle schools. They are not like our elementary schools in that it is much more difficult to organize a small, stable cohort through the day. They have the complications of teacher credentialing assignments. And so it's a much more difficult task to implement a hybrid model at the middle school. We are aware that our colleagues at the high school level are floating possibilities. We are meeting with them regularly and thinking about how their models could possibly be used at the middle school level. I should say that at this point, they have not cracked this question of small, stable cohorts. They're talking about cohorts that are over hundreds of students that we talked about in the summer and felt were not acceptable. But we're continuing that conversation. We're also aware several parents have reached out about a Menlo Park City example where Hillview Middle School has an interesting schedule. We are looking at that and also, encountering some of the same teacher credential and assignment challenges there, but are working with our middle school leaders and trying to think through what is possible, and of course pulling from examples in other districts. And again, here I do want to emphasize that we're in close conversation with our SMETA teacher leaders and trying to get clarity and thinking through the implications of these kinds of strategies for our teaching staff as well, and classified staff as well.
Thank you, David, for that update on the in-person learning. And I believe now that Sarah Drinkwater, our Assistant Soup of Student Services, is going to talk about some of the updates around health protocols. Sarah, are you doing these?
Yes, the next couple of slides. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Rosas, and community members that are with us this evening. So the first update I want to share has to do with the screening application. We have mentioned that daily wellness questions are required as staff and students return to on-campus hybrid model. So we are in the process of finalizing the selection of a vendor for a screening application. These application that we have looked at have daily wellness questions that can be responded to on any mobile device, as well as using paper and pencil. Based on the responses that staff or students and families give on the mobile app, it will indicate that they may need to stay home and seek medical attention or other support. Specific application that is selected, and that will be sent to families and staff in December. So next,
Sarah, you're freezing
education.
up. You froze up there for a moment. You want to start the thermal scanners again?
Yes, thank you. I didn't know that I had frozen. So thermal scanners. We had shared previously that San Mateo-Foster City Education Foundation continues to work with a community partner to obtain thermal scanners for each school and 2 for our larger schools. You'll remember that thermal scanners are those similar to those you might see in an airport, where you can pass by and it will scan a person's temperature. And they are quite quick. And so a few seconds is what it takes in order for the temperature to be scanned and taken. The grant has been submitted, and we are awaiting results very shortly. We know that that we need to have the order ready. We have the orders ready for the thermal scanners with delivery that would occur 3 weeks after the order is submitted. And then finally, the next slide. So testing. Curative Incorporated is the approved vendor that we are using, and they have a master contract with San Mateo County Office of Education. And we are going to start testing in December, beginning with maintenance and operations staff who've been working on sites, same with child nutrition staff. And then we will also include other staff who are currently working in person with students. So we are going to start the testing process with assistance from our school nurse team. Staff will be tested a minimum of once a month, and it is an oral saliva test, not the nasal test. Curative has results within 24 to 48 hours after the receipt of a sample. and there is no cost to staff. Staff provide their medical coverage information, and Curative takes care of any interfacing with insurance companies, so there is no cost to staff. Thank you.
And then I didn't ask Patrick to present this, but he's the one been working on it. Patrick, did you want to, our CBO, you want to talk about the HEPA filters?
Jill, we're going to touch on that a little bit later too with the update on the multiple projects, but we've acquired 700 of those. Those are being distributed, I believe, this week to sites. I think it's a text I got earlier today. If not this week, then it'll be distributed next week. And we'll be ordering an additional quantity, and we'll have that before, hopefully before we're back in the hybrid model in January. So that second round of items will be ordered and be delivered, and we hope to receive those by January 19th, prior to January 19th.
Right, thank you. And so then we have been doing work on a reopening handbook. And so if you want to check that slide for me, Peter. Right, okay, I wanted to look at this. Yes, okay. I have learned today that the district reopening handbook will be available to both staff and families prior to winter break. So this slide is actually updated. It's wrong here. So we will have that handbook available. It will have health and safety information, procedures related to the pandemic framework, and guidance from the California Department of Public Health, San Mateo Public Health. So things like movement, how are you going to move, ingress, egress, the health checks, things we've just talked about, hygiene procedures at the school, cleaning protocols, this kind of thing will be listed. So that reopening handbook will be ready prior to winter break. So some targeted dates that you need to be aware of are that the handbook will actually be to staff and families in December. We're finalizing all the site details as far as how do you go in, where will you go once you go in, how will students coming in on the bus come in, all these details will be finalized before our break. Class lists will be posted so that everyone will know what class they would be in by when they return. Now, and then transportation details have to go to families who do take the bus. Then in January 19th would be the reopening for TKK1 and SDC, should we be allowed to open. And then if all goes well, we were looking at a 2-week interval for reopening grades 2 and 3, and then another 2 weeks for grades 4 and 5. Now I do have at the top subject to change because there have been many changes as we've worked through all of this. So this is our basic guideline. This is what we're hoping for, planning for, but do know that things do change. Now I did want to give you some tips about the holidays, and I'm sure you've been hearing about it. We are hearing that it's best advice not really to travel if you can, stay home. And if you are gathering with your family, to do something outside, small, short, stable. So I gave some ideas here that I gathered from an informational that came from some of our health officers about some ideas that you might want to consider for holiday. And then just a reminder on the next slide about holiday travel. And there is a link on this next slide to some directives. So we will be posting these slides and I will make that correction as soon as we finish our board meeting. So with that, that is our latest update. I know we try to do an update every board meeting, but this is our latest and open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Roses and team. Do we have any clarifying board questions or clarifying questions from the board? Trustee Hitchcock.
I'll go first. And Joan, my question regarding the HEPA filters, it says, oh no, can you guys hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. It says additional HEPA filters are on order and we hope to receive before we
No,
open.
it's not hope. They're on order and we'll receive them before we need to use them.
And that includes installation too, I assume.
Well, installation is literally put them in the room and plugging them in. So it's not a particularly difficult installation, but yeah.
Are we sure when they're all plugged in, it's not gonna like?
Yeah, we do, unlike what
we
talked about with air conditioners.
Yeah.
We tried to do air conditioners in every room. The electricity, we would blow the electricity. This is not the same. It will, our electrical panels will support a HEPA filter in each of the rooms.
Fabulous.
Mhm.
And then regarding the handbook to staff in December, is there an opportunity for each site to do like dry runs or whatever for all the procedures and protocols?
I can't respond for exactly what the principals are doing right now, but I think that they're establishing that with their site teams.
Okay.
And actually, when you said the handbook I have learned that it's to staff and families prior to winter break.
Okay, well, that's good. Thank you.
Mhm.
That's it for now. Thank you.
Any other board clarifying questions? No?
I have a couple. Have we put our timeline on our website in terms of when people are going to find out?
They did some work on that in the communication committee is what I'm understanding. And so then Diane was going to put some information on the website after they had met. So they just met this week.
Okay. And then my other question is around in thinking about, in thinking about if I missed something, let me know, but in thinking about our kind of subgroups, our vulnerable student population, so some of the groups that we're focusing on for learning hubs, in addition to groups that we're bringing back, I know we're going to get some additional data in the 14-week update, but where are we in terms of, I guess I just feel like I didn't hear a ton about that. We heard a little bit about kind of learning hubs and how we're supporting students, but just as we're thinking about that being an integral part of this plan, and again, as I know I've mentioned this before, but just how are we kind of using that to drive and guide the reopening? And so
maybe Sue could answer more of that question. She's been working very closely with the principals on the learning hubs. Sue, did you want to weigh in on where you are with that?
I can go ahead and do that. I want to make sure I understand the question. So I think in this whole process, we have been, obviously monitoring how students are doing, and in placing students and making decisions about who will be in the learning hubs. It's really been input from school sites, including teachers and principals, to come up with the students that we were mostly concerned about, and they have had priority in terms of placement in the learning hubs. And so as we are doing our planning and as principals are doing their planning about, in terms of the hybrid model, that's also being taken into consideration as we come back to school. Are there opportunities for our most vulnerable students to have additional support? So I know that some of the school sites are looking at having their own school-specific learning hubs. and, taking a look at students in full-time distance learning as well as hybrid students in the hybrid model to see if they needed the additional support. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. I think. Oh, guys hearing a bad echo?
Yeah, go ahead.
It does. I think, I guess what I feel like I don't have a clear sense of, and I know we're getting, as I mentioned, a little bit of data on this, is how many students are we looking at overall? How many are already in hubs? How many will be addressed by this new plan? How many are still outstanding? Like, I feel like I don't have a good sense as we're moving into reopening and having like a picture of, how many TKK1 we, that's data that, it's a little bit more, it's less nuanced. And so I just, wanting to keep it on the radar, which I know that it is, but also feeling like I don't feel like we have a good sense of like what that actually looks like in practice currently. And I know that we're not near serving everyone that we need to be. And so maybe it's more, this will move into a comment. So if there's any additional data that you guys have right now to share, then that can be my question. And then I can save the comment part for later.
Yeah, so I don't have the specific numbers and we can provide that to you. However, what is happening is that we do have priority lists of students from every site. And as I had mentioned at an earlier board meeting, we're really started with our focus on our Title I schools and our schools with 40% or more free and reduced lunch and other, we used those statistics for that. So most of our learning hubs have students from our Title I schools. And then we have a running list of students that, we haven't had a spot for, but as spaces open up, as we open more learning hubs, we go back to the list of our priority students and fill in. So as you can imagine, that changes too, because students may be doing okay one week, and then we find out as we go a couple more weeks that now there are other struggling students, and so it's a little bit of a fluid list, but we do have sort of a master list of students that we're working from.
Okay, thank you. I did have a couple of questions related to special education. I was curious if you guys could share a little bit more about what inclusion looks like in the hybrid model, in addition to what related services looks like.
Sure, you want me to go ahead, Joan?
Sure.
Okay. Related services will need to continue virtually because the related services staff, like speech language pathologists, may serve 2 different schools, and they also serve multiple students in each of those schools. And so they wouldn't be able to interact with that many different students across that many different classrooms. That also includes the RSP teachers, or the ed specialists who are RSP teachers, because they also serve in small groups TK through 5th grade. And so they would not be able to pull 3 students from this 3rd grade and 3 from another 4th grade. And that would be too many contacts, if you will, with too many different sort of stable cohorts. So for RSP and related service, those will continue virtually. For inclusion, it has a little, some difficulties, because in a full day, you can imagine that a student who is included from an SDC classroom may be included in a general ed classroom from 30 minutes a day to over 4 hours a day, depending on the program for the student. And so decisions will need to be made based on the amount of inclusion that already happens for a student, was already happening for a student on an IEP. Let's say a student has 4 hours inclusion on his or her IEP. The decision could be made that if the family chooses hybrid, the student would be in the general education classroom because that is equal to the amount of time they had already been spending at the classroom. However, if a student has an hour, of inclusion in a classroom, that student wouldn't be able to go in 1 hour in a second grade classroom and then go to the SDC classroom for the remainder of the hours. So there have to be some decisions made about how that would work for a specific student. Again, the inclusion opportunities that are happening virtually can continue in either of those two scenarios.
Okay, thank you for sharing. That all makes sense to me. How has that been communicated to families at this point in terms of, I would imagine that might factor into knowing what that looks like, might factor into how people are selecting.
We have shared in the slide decks that inclusion is individual and would be determined that way or may continue virtually. I mean, we did not spell out a scenario, but we had provided that information.
There's a slide deck that goes with the Aries portal opening that a parent would go through.
Thanks. I think that's it for me for right now.
Can I just build on that? If a student were to have only an hour inclusion in gen ed, I mean, our goal is, I think, is 100% inclusion, right? So wouldn't we then just make it that child the student for those 4 hours?
So I think those are IEP team decisions. They're individualized to every child's need. So, we will help at the district level, but it will be a conversation at the site level with their team.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a quick question. I might have missed it, but when do we expect to have information to share about middle school and what those, I know that we're looking at different models from other districts, but when do we expect to have something to share?
Sue and David have been working on this. Sue, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, I mean, just to say right now, we have the plan that was adopted by the board, which is not to return into the hybrid potentially through the end of the year. Now, that said, that doesn't mean we're not going to consider possibilities that we haven't, models that might solve the problems that we have. But in that respect, I guess I should say, there isn't a timeline because there isn't the plan at this point to return to school in a hybrid format.
I'll just add that, we are working with Ed Services, the middle school principals. We'll be working with our middle school staffs, taking a look at opportunities for students to have experiences in person. And the other piece around that is that if there are any changes to working conditions, that we would also need to work with our SMETA unions and our CSEA unions to bargain any sort of effects of, bringing middle school students on campus, just like as we are with the hybrid model MOU negotiations with elementary.
I guess maybe my memory isn't clear or I misunderstood, but I didn't think that we ever said that we were really under the impression that middle school wouldn't come back for the full year. I kind of thought it just wasn't at the time and that we would find ways. So and I don't think that it's totally clear to families that that's like a reality.
We said that, and remember we went over this week after week after week, trying to figure out how we could do a hybrid. So we agreed that we could not do a safe hybrid. And many parents spoke out that when we showed the number of contacts a student would have, that it wasn't a safe hybrid. And so at that point we said they would not be coming back in a hybrid, that they would stay in distance learning. Now, so that's what I think David is trying to say. At the same time, we always knew that there would have to be some kind of connections to their school. We recognize that sixth graders haven't even been on their campus. And so that we would look at ways to build connection. Now, since that time, we have also learned about some other possibilities. As we brought up Menlo Park, we're very close with them. We've talked to them numerous times over the past, well, over this year. And also, of course, we always are in regular contact with the high school district because, that's our high school district. And if they can do something that works for the kids, then we would want to follow suit. So I think what the response of the board was after many presentations was that the hybrid was not a safe. We were in red at the time, might have even been in purple. And we said that is not a safe way to return. However, we would look at ways to bring students back in other kinds of ways. So we're looking at those other ways. We have ideas on that. There are also these other models we can look at and conversation with the high school district. So I think that's what David was trying to reflect.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna ask my one question, just sorry, Dr. Roses, I'm gonna put you on the spot, but this is the question that I've been getting the most after the last couple of days.
Sure.
As basically, we revert back to early or late spring, early summer with everything constantly changing. And so, with obviously Governor Newsom rolling everybody back or 94% of the state to purple, and considering that our numbers are not, there is a major uptick in the San Mateo County numbers, while it still remains that we're in red, we could easily fall into purple any day or next week or soon after. How does our eventual move, and I'll probably say eventual because I fully predict that we will be reclassified to be purple, how does that affect our January 19th projected opening date?
So in red, you turn in your reopening plan, you get it reapproved, you can move forward. In purple, we need to take that approved plan, send it through another process, but it is already approved. So it'll be a very short process and it becomes a waiver, same groups of people, same template, but now it's a waiver. And TK through sixth grade can return. Sixth grade, I believe, was added to that because some elementary schools go to sixth grade. So anyway, it's TK to six. So there's opportunity to return. I think that we will need to watch how things progress and make decisions as to whether the 19th is still the date. At the same time, I have told staff that we're not going to stop where we are now. Let's get this finished, have classes ready, and then we can decide if we're going to move forward. And that's also one reason that people have said, well, why January 19th? Well, that gives some time after the holiday to determine where we are. Instead of just saying, well, after the holiday, we're all returning.
No, great.
So, this has been what I keep saying over and over, and I'm sorry for it, that it changes. And I can't give exacts. We move down a path and then it swerves on us. So we're going to keep moving and we're going to watch. But that's what it is. Red, you've got your reopening plan. You can start. Purple the reopening plan has to become a waiver. You can only do TK to 6. And then a decision has to be made by leadership as to whether or not this is the right time.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I know that had to put you on the spot there, but that honestly is probably the question that most people are going to ask and have been asking over the last couple of days. I'm sure other fellow board members have received those questions as well. Without going into too much commentary, I mean, we are 2 months from January 19th. You know, it feels like back when we were trying to decide whether we're going to distance learning or not. But, you know, a lot could happen in 2 months. We could go one way and we could definitely go the other way in terms of our cases. So with that, I'll sort of end my commentary because we should have board comments after public comment. But I will open this up to public comments. So if anyone wants to make a comment on this item, can you please raise your hand? And let's just see how many participants we have here. And just want to let everyone know, like normally, again, we do 3 minutes, but in light of all the public comments we have, we want to make sure we get to board comments and direction to give to staff so we can actually make a informed decision before the late hours. So I see
We have 14 currently.
14.
And growing. It's now 16.
Okay. There's some more. Okay. So, how many do we have there, Peter?
Currently we have 20.
20. If we did 2 minutes, that's another 40 minutes of public comment. We really value everyone's comment. And so let's go with 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, please.
All right. First up, we have Randy Painter. Then after Randy will be Marcella. Randy?
Good evening. For transparency, my relationship to the district is that of parent only. I have a 4th grader and a 6th grader in the district. We've already chosen the distance learning option in Aries for my 4th grader. The purpose of this comment is for people outside of my family, people I might not even know, but people I still care about. These people are teachers and children who will come together and have already come together, and their families. I'd like to reference the November 9th version of the Pandemic Recovery Framework provided by the County Office of Ed and the Coalition for Safe Schools. Starting on page 53, I'd like to bring up the direction for district actions under Part D of district planning considerations. The first action directs districts to launch a return to school committee that includes primarily staff who have oversight of the essential operations of the district. I believe that this committee was convened in the summer and that we've heard reports from them. The next action, directed to be done before school opens, directs districts to establish or reestablish a district-level pandemic response committee. This committee should include, now I'm going directly from the framework, this committee should include representative stakeholders such as administrators, teachers, parents, and subject matter experts, and leaders of on-site childcare, preschool, and after-school programs. So our district's plan is for school to open 2 months from today. Included in those 2 months are 1 week break for Thanksgiving, 2 weeks from winter break. Has this committee been convened? Does it include parents or subject matter experts? I ask because there have been repeated times since August that folks have publicly and eagerly volunteered to help. You have survey volunteer interest results, trustees have followed up, and I'm back here, again, following up on this topic. As a top priority, the district plan really needs some guidance on ventilation as a key strategy for lowering transmission risk in the classroom. It actually goes beyond just plugging in air purifiers. There's actual testing and monitoring of air changes per hour that should be done, and that differs for each room and whether that room is occupied. That guidance exists, and experts who care would love to help out. For safety's sake, I urge you to pay attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Next, we have Marcella. Then after Marcella will be Alan. Marcella?
Thank you. I'd like to thank Randy for her comments. I agree. The families and parents have been asking to play an active role, and from the district, we're not feeling that same ability to participate. I also wanted to say, I feel like the district is making decisions equally across the district while we talk about equity. I don't know that we should be considering all schools operating in the same way. I know for sure that our schools aren't currently all operating in the same way in distance learning, This is a trend, though, that we've seen statewide. The needs of the students are different at each school, and while we're thinking about reopening, we have to consider the very real possibility that we may have to go back online if we even get to face-to-face. I'd like to encourage an audit of direct instruction time, how long students are actually receiving active learning, not dealing with technical issues, which tend to be greatest in homes with fewer financial resources, which occur in our lower SED schools. I'm concerned about the continued disparity in learning based on access and privilege. Families who have the resources to enter into pods continue to gain access to special services. I am proud that as a district, we've opened up spaces for our highest needs students per teacher and school feedback, but I'd imagine that there are many more students who aren't doing as well as expected, but they're able to hide it in distance learning. I wonder if the board has started to develop an equity plan for the next few years to make up for the significant loss that will happen in 2020. Separately, I continue to be disappointed at the delayed proposal for middle school interaction. As I mentioned at the last board meeting, I also believe that for those sixth graders who have not yet established community, creating physical space where they can be in community in their space could be safely supported with some planning. I'm disappointed that when we had low COVID cases and good weather, we weren't prepared to support any in-person engagement. I hear everybody talking about wanting to find ways to engage in social opportunities for sixth graders, but I'm frustrated that we couldn't come up with anything with months of time to consider. My strong, healthy, privileged sixth grader is holding up all right in distance learning. I'm not here advocating for her. I'm advocating for a practice that benefits all students, inclusive, equitable practices that allow for space to be held in safest environments. This week is Transgender Awareness Week, and tomorrow is Transgender Remembrance Day. I say that to acknowledge that not all students are safe or comfortable in their own home. It's
Marcella,
important to make
I'm
space
sorry, but the
for
2 minutes
social
have-
emotional connection. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. I appreciate that. Next, we have Alan, and then after Alan will be Julie. Alan?
Hey, thanks everybody. First of all, I want to say, Peter, you are a wizard at this technology. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you to everybody for doing this late night. Kenneth, thank you for moving this right along. I love it. Okay, so, you know, social media is so important and getting the word out is so important. And a lot of people can't hang in on all this time. So, you know, and a lot of people have a lot of questions and you're not doing a back and forth. So boy, if you could just get these questions, you know, post these questions to your website, answer these questions on your website, that would be awesome. If you could say the name of your website sometimes during all of this, that would be great, because I'm new here and I don't know what this website is. I just got an email, so I don't know. My 2 big things, and I'm hopefully that you can answer this on the website, is obviously there's a go, no go, right? There's some benchmark that somebody has set somewhere to say like, hey, if there's this many cases or the, you know, rolling whatever, it doesn't matter. Then there will be kids not going to classrooms, right? So there has to be, we have to draw that line in the sand. So whatever that is, we just have to figure out what that is and stick by it. The other thing is, you know, air purifiers, all that, that's all great technology, heat sensors, lovely. But really, honestly, kids, they love to touch each other. They love to share crayons and pencils and papers, and I don't know how to stop it. And we need to be creative, and we need to think about like, how can we just keep them from doing that? I don't know. And so whatever we can do, we need to embrace all of those ideas, do all of those ideas, and hopefully you can help me feel safe that all of those ideas are being heard and accepted, and we're going to do them all going forward. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Alan. Next, we have Julie, and then after Julie will be Julia. Julie?
Good evening, Julie MacArthur, SMETA president. 2 comments along 2 different lines. First is, we've had several of these presentations, and maybe Patrick will get to it later, but one thing I would urge the board to consider is that alongside these presentations, we should be hearing about what these things will cost. None of the proposals that are being presented are cost neutral. And I think that we don't want to find ourselves in a situation next year or the year after when there is life after COVID and we're looking back and saying, wow, that was really expensive, when we're not actually looking if we're going to have a return on our investment for the expenses that we're paying here, an academic return. And so I would encourage you at this point going forward that we, alongside these plans, are presented with what those plans will cost. Shifting gears, I would really urge the board not to take lightly the needs of the vulnerable students in our communities. These 2 days of instruction that our most vulnerable kids will be essentially on their own are going to be very difficult for them. And I think that the district owes those students a very clear plan about how we're going to support them in those 2 days that they are essentially on their own. Right now we have learning hubs that are in classrooms around our campus, and I am very happy that the district has put forth a plan for learning hubs. My question is, when we go to hybrid and those classrooms are used, what is the complete plan for replacing those learning hubs so that those kids don't lose that space? Right now, it's a little too iffy for me to be comfortable that we are in fact going to do what is right by those most vulnerable students. Finally, I would be remiss, and I'm sorry for going over, but low-income students exist in all of our schools. No low-income student should be punished because they don't go to a Title I school. Our priority needs to be based on the student, not on the school they attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, next we have Julia, then after Julia, Vivian. Julia?
Hi, my name is Julia Kolodenko. I'm a parent in the district. I was just wondering if someone can clarify as far as the choices that we were asked to make in Aries. If we were to choose to stay with the teacher, does that guarantee us our choice? It seems there's some confusion as to, there's some talk that choosing to stay with the teacher doesn't actually guarantee you your teacher, that the only guarantee you have is choosing one model over the other. You know, for sake of consistency, it would be nice to at least be able to retain something, you know, starting January 19th. And ideally for my kids, I'd like to be able to retain their teachers. So if someone can clarify, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we have Vivian. Then after Vivian will be Raina. Vivian?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Vivian, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have a few clarifying questions. One of them, oh, by the way, good evening. I'm a parent in the district in an elementary school. Some clarifying questions are based on the current survey. If I understand correctly, the class lists that Dr. Rosas was speaking of that will be posted on December are based on our response to this survey. So my question is, regardless of the situation that is happening in terms of the COVID cases, we are gonna switch to that class list on January. So that's my first question. And then the other question is, how are we gonna handle the transition to the new teacher? Because in many cases, this is gonna happen. And we're concerned not only in terms of the grading, I mean, these kids have established a relationship with their current teacher. It goes both ways. How is that gonna occur for the January setting? I mean, it took a while for them to establish that relationship. How is that gonna transfer? I'm not sure if there's some thought put into that. I would really like to hear about that. And the third thing that I wanted to bring up is that many of us parents have these questions about the details, about how things are gonna work. And I've been, thank you so much for having these school board meetings and allowing them in Zoom so we can participate. But there's so many of us that have questions. We may need to look for maybe an alternative like the coffee chats that the superintendent have, maybe some special school board meetings that are more focused on these opening and models, so that there can be more input from us and more opportunity for us to ask questions and get some answers, because I think this current setting is
Vivian,
not,
I'm sorry, the time is up. Could you please wrap up your thoughts?
this current setup may not be being as efficient in terms of this communication exchange that we all desperately need. Thank you so much for all your work. Good night.
Thank you, Vivian. Okay, next we have Reina, and then after Reina is Shivani. Reina?
Hi, my name is Rena Korb. I have two seventh graders at Abbott. And you know what I'm hearing from this meeting is doesn't surprise me, but it does disappoint me. For the middle school plan, it's always been options coming, options coming. Well, I don't think there's ever, it doesn't sound to me like there's any work on a plan to get middle school kids back in school when it is safe to do so, which basically sucks. I don't understand why it is so hard for our district to figure this out when schools around us all have a plan. You look on their websites, it's all laid out. They have dates. They can do it. I don't know why we cannot do anything around this. So let's just say, okay, yeah, it's not going to happen. We're not going back to school. Maybe if we're lucky until next year, because that is what I think is going to happen. So, okay, no school. Can we do something about community engagement? I mean, my kids are upstairs. We're lucky. They have their own rooms. They can do their work. They're up there in front of their computers. There is no school connection. They fortunately have friends in their neighborhood. Not all kids have that. I mean, what on earth? I don't understand why the district or the school sites cannot do something to at least build up some kind of community spirit. I mean, the health mandates say you can be outside with people at a distance. Why can't we do some of the sports like tennis where you're on an opposite side of a net? But we are choosing to do absolutely nothing. And I am just so outraged, and I do not mean to raise my voice, but I'm so upset by this. Thank you.
Thank you, Raina. Okay, next we have Shivani. Then after Shivani will be Mike. Shivani?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead, Shivani.
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend for all the things that we are trying to do as a community, as a society. Thank you so much. The first question that I want to pose, and I know no one has answers, but what if a teacher, a student, or a family member of a student comes positive? Are there some guidelines? And people like myself or other who are choosing hybrid, we need to know what we are going into. Will the class be shut down for 14 days? Or will we trace back who we came in contact? Will the families be, with the other kids' families will be assigned to be tested? Things like that. So guidance along those lines will be really appreciated. Second thing is, yes, I totally agree that we need a different channel than this meeting where we can pose our questions, and you guys take the time to analyze those questions and then post your answers in a week or 15 days, because parents are really anxious, and for couples who are working couples, it's just hard and very challenging. And I like the idea of being a student in hybrid, but again, the challenge is for 2 days the kid will be in school. One day he or she will be at home. The other 2 days for working parents, it's a big challenge. There is no consistency. So I would have appreciated if, I know it's too late, but some type of creative idea where a student can go for 5 days or 4 days minimum, so that parents are at ease that 4 days, my kid is gone, he's under good care. Because distance learning is providing that, so working parents like myself are not left with any option than to choose distance learning. because it took us a long time to adapt to distance learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sivani. Next, we have Mike. Then after Mike will be Chelsea. Mike?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mike.
Great, thanks. So I've got a fourth grader who's in the GATE program at College Park. So I just wanted to make sure that the board and the district are focused on the unique aspects of GATE. And we'll be trying as much as possible to keep the GATE kids together in the same classes with their GATE teachers so that they can continue to receive GATE content. Specifically, you know, the teachers are specially trained to provide that GATE content and to work with these students. And these kids have, you know, all come together. I mean, it's been a new situation, like almost like kindergartners and sixth graders, you know, they've all come together. It's a new school, new classmates, that they're all learning this content together. So I think it's important to keep them together, even if some families choose different options. So for example, I know that at St. Gregory's, they're allowing like half the class to come into class in person while other kids dial in remotely from home at the same time, so that the whole class can still be together, even though half are at home, half are in person. And so hopefully the district is looking at options like that. And finally, I hope that when the GATE teachers designations are made, you know, distance learning or hybrid, that takes into account, you know, that they are GATE teachers, and that their assignments are made with the goal of trying to keep them, you know, with these students. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Next, we have Chelsea. Then after Chelsea will be Molly. Chelsea?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Chelsea.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you again to the board. I've been listening to these meetings through the summer and through now, and I just have two thoughts to sort of echo what some of the other parents have said. First, I also have a sixth grader, and I really agree with the prior comments that we have as middle school parents. We've been hearing about these possible theoretical community activities that have never manifested, and maybe it's something that just needs to be done on the school level. I'm assuming the middle school teachers and principals are calling into these meetings also, so maybe it's not something that the district, you know, has room on their plate for, but maybe the principals can start doing something, anything, even if it's just teachers interacting with the students or the students interacting with each other. The other point I also have a second grader, is to ask again, and other parents have asked this in prior meetings, but I don't think we've ever gotten any information from the trustees or the superintendent about what the previous speaker just said, the live streaming in the classrooms. Other districts are doing it, private schools are doing it. It looked like from the slides today that for the first time, you guys have the plan of having an all class meeting for about 30 minutes. Well, half the classes in the classroom and half the classes remote. So if we can do that, it would be great if we could just carry that over into all four of the in-person hybrid days, and then obviously Wednesday being the remote learning day. I think it would alleviate a lot of the issues with teachers with keeping consistent class agendas and teaching plans for the teachers and certainly for the students also. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next, we have Molly. Then after Molly will be Lauren. Molly?
Hello, my name is Molly Gallatin, and I have a seventh grader at Abbott. And I want to reiterate some of the things that other parents have said, most specifically Raina. I am really concerned about the lack of movement on a plan for middle school. And even beyond that, I'm extremely disappointed that nothing has been done. And to be honest, when Trustee Proctor asked about the fact that she wasn't clear that middle school is not going back this year, I don't think a lot of parents are clear that middle school's done until the next year. I think it was clear that the plan for elementary might not be a right fit for middle school. But that doesn't mean that I think we should just abandon middle school and punt it till August. Because we also have the fact that come next school year, we don't know what situation we're going to be in and if things are even going to be much better. So I don't understand why we can't figure out a plan now. Whether or not we can implement that plan, I don't know, because it'll depend on where we are come February or March. But to not even have a plan that parents can provide feedback on, we're going to be in the same situation and we'll be looking at a second year. I mean, my son has already had, part of 6th, all of 7th. He's going to be looking at 8th grade in distance learning as well. If we don't figure out something now, because there might be tech investments and other things that need to be done to accomplish it. So I would really like for, to hear more about what we can do for middle school versus kind of abandoning and saying we can't do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Next, we have Lauren. Then after Lauren will be V. Lauren.
Hi, I have some clarifying questions. What's most important to my 4th grader is the synchronous aspect. And when he's doing asynchronous, he just doesn't produce much. So when I look at these schedules, it appears to me that there's 3.5 hours of synchronous learning on campus 2 days a week and on the hybrid model. But if the distance learning model is going to be similar to what we're doing now, that would be 3.5 hours of synchronous learning 4 days a week. And then they both have a similar, Wednesday is the same, whether you're distance or hybrid. So I'm just trying to understand where we get the most synchronous minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, we have V. Then after V will be Jamie. V.
Hi, let me fix my speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not prepared, so I apologize. Dr. Rosa's answer is a bit confusing to say that a purple level gives us a waiver for the TK through 6th grade. That basically translates to purple means we are still reopening. When parents ask a question or when board members ask a question, it's very helpful to just use plain speak because many of us are not aware of, all of these technical speak and how everything works and the technicalities of rules and regulations. Just use plain speak rather than these non-zero type answers would be very helpful for parents and their stress levels. With all of the electronic glitches going on, it would be nice if parents can get a confirming email of their learning mode schedule that they chose or intended to choose, because the instructions that were given were kind of confusing. At some point, I felt like I understood it, but then with so many parents not really understanding what's going on or confused by the instructions, I start doubting myself. I think that if there's a way to get something to us to confirm what our choices were so that we know we did it right. And then what would happen if we chose distance learning and we ended up being, or we thought we chose distance learning and we ended up being assigned to hybrid? Is there an easy path to rectify this, or what are the ramifications for an incorrect assignment? Is there a way for us to fix any issues or incorrect? Because there are so many parents that think they signed up something, and it would be really sad to know that they did not get what they needed in case that distance learning was a must in their household or hybrid was a must in their household. Thank you.
Thank you, V. Next, we have Jamie. Then after Jamie is Miss Mornishi. Jamie.
Yes, thank you. So Dr. Rosas articulated the state school guidance on reopening, though it didn't seem clear to me whether the district was going to follow the guidance. that we may have to wait and see what happens. And so I was just wondering if there's a scenario in which the schools are allowed to reopen, but the district would elect not to. And if so, who would be involved in that decision-making process? Which brings us back to Randy's first point about having a transparent and stakeholder engaged process for school reopening plans. My next question was, it was mentioned at my daughter's in 3rd grade at Parkside, I should mention. There was a principal town hall yesterday, and it was mentioned that depending on the numbers of families preferring hybrid versus distance learning, that there was a small possibility that kids who elected the hybrid model could temporarily be moved to another school for that in-person instruction, which was the first I had heard of that. And so I was just hoping there could be some clarification of whether that's a real possibility, or if families who prefer hybrid can make their selection knowing that their child is not going to be moved to another school. As another parent put it, before we make our selection this weekend, it would be really important to know what we're signing up for. And then my final question was that my daughter's in a YMCA learning hub, and per their current policy, if we choose hybrid, and our child is then in school and intermingling with other students, and she wouldn't be eligible to attend YMCA any longer. And so I was wondering if the district is working with some of these community hubs to adapt their policies to these changing circumstances with the schools reopening. We would prefer our child gets any available in-person instruction, though as an essential worker, we rely on the community hub for both distance learning support and for childcare. And then, oh, I'm out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next, we have Miss Morinishi, and then after Miss Morinishi will be Callie. Miss Morinishi.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
Awesome. Hi, friends. Thank you so much for your time tonight. My question and clarification echoes are specific to the hybrid schedule. Specifically, I'm wondering how what your vision is for how teachers will engage students online and in person at the same time, managing both an in-person classroom of up to 16 children and 16 online seems a little impossible. So I'm just wondering what your actual interpretation of that line of English is. I also wanted to echo someone that talked about synchronous versus asynchronous minutes and express my concern for students that will be asynchronous for 2 days straight and what teacher expectation would be for connecting with those students in the afternoon, as well as during the day if they needed help while they're still in a classroom with other children. Thank you so much for your time. That's all.
And thank you. All right, next we have Callie. Then after Callie will be Brian. Callie?
Thank you. Good evening. I hope you can hear me.
We can, go ahead.
I'm a 4th grade teacher at Brewer Island Elementary. On March 19th, one of my students, while stacking her chair to leave for the day, looked at me and said, "I hope they don't close our school." I could only look at her and smile and hope that wouldn't happen. I have since missed working with my students in person. And while I desperately want to work with my students again in person, I don't feel it's the right time to ask parents if they want to return in January. I thank you for keeping everyone in the district safe and for your ongoing effort to make the best of the situation. You have been appreciated by many. However, the timing of the questionnaire asking parents to decide whether or not to return to school when healthcare providers are warning of a dark winter and sounding the alarm over surging COVID cases, it's very unfortunate. I'm concerned that many parents who may have been interested in hybrid learning a month ago or even a few weeks ago will now say no. The survey that went out this week has the potential to drastically change our class configurations. I truly believe if we waited until after the winter surge and then asked parents to choose between hybrid or distance learning, we would have more parents opt for hybrid and would then not have to disband and reconfigure as many classes. At this time, we are putting parents in a difficult position. Please know I have my students' best interests at heart. We are in the middle of the conferences and I can see the fear and concern on parents' faces, and many do not feel it's safe at this time to return due to the rising COVID cases. It's simply the wrong time to be asking parents if they're interested in starting in-person learning in January. Let's try to keep the classes intact as they are now until after the winter months and then ask parents if they're ready for hybrid learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have Brian, and then after Brian will be Rhiannon. Brian?
Hi, this is actually Danielle Combs talking. I have a first grader at Audubon. I really am going to applaud Callie for that. As a teacher, I feel like our teachers are being put in a really difficult position to be asked to return to campus, because I think parents are fearful, but I think teachers are also fearful. I am not a teacher, but I have many friends and family members that are, and I feel for them immensely. Ultimately, I just have two points that I need to just say. They have been said, but I feel like we just need to hit on these a little bit more so we have more of an answer. Jamie and Alan both mentioned that we really need to know what that threshold is for returning to campus as parents, as we sit. You know, many of us have made a choice prior to break, and then we have to sit during essentially the next couple months and wonder what's going to happen. And so it would be really helpful to know what that number is, what that threshold is, where you, the board, make the decision that we will not be returning to campus, or we will. You know, schools are obviously essential, but they've now been deemed essential per the governor, which means that, like, once schools are open, they can stay open. And I think that's pretty nerve-wracking as a parent. I feel very anxious about that. Additionally, I think that we really need to, you know, consider that these kids have already been through a lot of upheaval, and this is going to be huge, especially if we shuffle their classes and their comfort level, and then we have to shut down 3 days later because of this. And now all of these kids are still learning a new teacher and a new classroom, and it's just an unfair thing to ask of them. Many of them are, you know, 5, 6, 7 years old, or, you know, even a little younger or older, I'm sorry. And it's just a lot. And also, at what point do we decide if this shuffle is going to happen? Is it January 19th, or is it at some point you're going to call it? So anyway, just some clarifying dates as to when we shut down and when this shuffle would happen with the kids and the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Next, we have Rhiannon, and then after Rhiannon will be Suzanne. Rhiannon?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Robert Hanson, and I have 2 kids in the district. I want to thank the board for their time and all their late hours. Also want to thank you, the plan for the hybrid plan that I got laid out today. One thing that, you know, that keeps being a recurring theme that I keep hearing on all the board meetings and by the board members themselves and the parents is that they talk about like a survey, you know, please survey us. The ARIS portal I know is going out. We're making a decision this Sunday. You know, I obviously advocate for more in-person learning. Right now, a best case scenario, if your kid goes to school January 17th, at 2 days a week, that's 40 days of school instruction left in the school year. That's a best case scenario. If you're in the other grades, it's even less. And with the middle schools, who knows what's going to happen. Yeah, I know we have the ARIS portal out, but I think a lot of parents are really advocating for more in-person time. And we have 2 months between now and January 17th. And I would advocate you guys to please survey the parents and see what the parents are leaning to, if they want more in-person learning or less, or whichever way it goes. But so I implore you to survey the parents, and I think you'll see that a lot of parents want more in-person learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Suzanne, and then after Suzanne will be Jennifer. Suzanne?
Hi there. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. The first thing I wanted to say is go Raina. I think that the middle schools have been totally ignored here. Nothing has been taken seriously. These are young kids whose peer group is very important to them. Unfortunately, no one has made any effort to actually get them on campus. You keep hearing that, you know, things are coming, things are coming. They've tried to do some of these, what do you call them, groups, chats or whatever. And I would say half of the time they don't even go. My kid gets his lunch ready and nobody is there to do the meeting. So that's not working very well. And I also think that none of the parents actually took what you said about it being difficult to mean that they were not going to go back to school this year. In fact, I've talked to several other parents outside, and I think if you don't get them back or find some way for them to interact, you may not have as many students next year because people are going to go somewhere else. These kids really need their peer group. So I also have another child in an elementary school, and I've asked multiple times and no one has given any insight into this, but how are we going to handle the busing of children? We have an obligation to bus them. How are we going to mix them in the classroom? So is my child now going to be exposed to the kids in the classroom and then everybody on the bus, which means he's now exposed to everybody in the entire school? So I would just like to have some clarification on that, whether it's on the website or something, on how we're going to make this safe. And the other thing I would really like the district to come forward with is how many instructional minutes are these kids actually getting? I've been fighting to try and get my kids' IEP to be honored. And I keep hearing that the instructional minutes are less because they can't handle being on the computer. Well, some of the time on the computer is useless. Do they really need to be in PE? Like the PE is kind of somewhat of a joke. I realize it's part of the curriculum, but I would just like some of this to be addressed. What are the instructional minutes they're supposed to get in a normal year and what are they actually getting now? Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next, we have Jennifer, and then after Jennifer will be Melissa. Jennifer?
Hi, thanks very much for taking my comment. I just wanted to follow up on a question that Trustee Watkins asked about inclusion. My son is in an SDC and we actually haven't heard any information about inclusion for the return to school. In his IEP, he is supposed to be in a mainstream class 60% of the time. He's really screen averse, and so that 60% has really not happened in distance learning. However, a big benefit to him of inclusion is his interaction with his general ed peers. And I see a great opportunity for that when he returns. So I'm just wondering, do parents whose children do spend time in a general ed setting need to call IEPs in December? This information really hasn't been communicated to parents. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next is Melissa, and then after Melissa will be Steve. Melissa?
Hey, Peter, thank you. My concern was also similar to Jennifer's regarding inclusion for our kiddos. My son also has an IEP, and during distance learning, it was basically stated to me that inclusion was really not going to be happening for him because they couldn't think of ways outside of like PE, which it's always been kind of a joke in inclusion, honestly, to find ways to do that for him. And I wanted to touch back onto what Sarah had said about, well, if your kiddo has X number of percentage of inclusion minutes in gen ed, well, then perhaps you can put them into a gen ed hybrid model. And this is the first time I've heard that as an option, which I think would be, in comments I've made months prior, is a really exciting idea for some of our kiddos, that this could be a very good opportunity for them to actually have more inclusion in a gen ed setting with support, obviously. And I just don't think that idea or any of that has been communicated to our IEP teams, because I don't see that as something that has been offered. I know of several kiddos in a distance learning setting who are not being offered gen ed activities, materials, access to gen ed curriculum in the distance learning process. And I'm really confused as to why we can say that in this meeting, but then in actuality, I'm not actually seeing it. So I'm interested in hearing more about that. And I'm hopeful that we'll hear more about that at the CDAC meeting, which is about SDCs and reopening on the 8th, I think. And I would hope that the people who are going to be presenting then will have a lot more answers for those of us who are in that situation. And any parents who are in that situation, I hope you come to the CDAC meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Melissa. Next, we have Steve, and then after Steve will be Paige. Steve?
Yes, hello, this is Lauren again. I don't know why Zoom keeps calling me Steve, but that's all right. My question is, if my child does not get paired with their teacher, for example, we're picking virtual, and if the teacher is assigned to hybrid, I would also like to know the date when the teacher reassignment is going to happen. And I would really like to know if that date is going to be different. I have a first grader and a fourth grader. So I'd like to know if all the teachers will be reshuffled on the same date, or will the first graders be reshuffled on a different date than the fourth graders. And I'd also just like to say how difficult it is as a parent to be asked to make this decision right in the middle of the cases escalating. And also, I love Trustee Watkins always asking about data. And it just feels like we're being asked to make this decision with no data from the holiday surge. And it just feels like we're being asked to make it on a hope and a prayer and not really based on science, because we don't have the data on what the cases will be like over the holidays. And it's just really hard when we have to make a decision for the entire rest of the year. I think our decisions would be a lot different if we were able to wait until after the holidays, when we feel more educated about what happened. So thank you, but please provide the dates. I'd really like to know when my teacher is going to change.
Thank you, Lauren. Next, we have Cece, and then after Cece will be Joy. Cece?
Hi, this is Claudia, and I'm a mom of Audubon. I like to just piggyback on some of these comments and make mention that it seems that the Aries portal, I don't know if it got locked or it gets locked after you selected a choice. I went in there over the weekend and I thought I was done, and I made my choice. And then when we got the new email today, I started second guessing whether I had selected the correct information. So I went back into the Aries portal and I tried to change it, and it would not allow me to save my changes. So I'm wondering if that has to be unlocked, because again, I'm concerned that the choice I made is not reflected in what I thought I chose. And so then what's gonna happen come January if I find out that I'm assigned something I did not choose? So the email we got, I believe it was either Friday or Saturday, I understood that you only had to worry about fields U10 and U11 if you wanted to stay with your teacher, or if you wanted to select a hybrid, right? And you needed to select whether you wanted the AA or the BB. So I ignored those fields, and I went straight into the authorization area where it tells you, do you want hybrid or do you want distance learning? And I chose what we as a family decided for our family. But then after I received today's email and looking at the videos, which were a little bit, it seemed a little bit clearer, but at the same time kind of confusing, it made me to rethink that it seemed if I wanted parent choice, I needed to go back and select under U10, parent choice. Otherwise, we're gonna get assigned hybrid automatically. And I wasn't sure if I was reading the email correctly or not, but I would really appreciate some clarification, because I noticed that a lot of other parents were having that question as well. Because when you go into the Aries portal under where the U10 and the U11 fields are, the explanation that's given there about what to choose leads you to believe that you just need to go to the authorization field. But again, the email that we received today makes it sound like actually that's not the case. You need to either select stay with your teacher or parent choice. So I would just like clarification, because if indeed we do need to select one of those two and not leave that field blank, then the Aries portal needs to be unlocked so that we're able to go back in there and make those changes. And then finally, just to reiterate what some of the other folks have been saying, it would be great if we could get an email confirmation so that we're sure we chose the right stuff, as well as knowing when the reshuffling of the classes happens. So if we get notification of the new classes sometime in December before the December break, but then January 19th comes and for some reason we're not allowed to go back into school, does that mean that the classes have reshuffled, or does that mean that we stay with our current class setup? And finally, You know, again, if we do happen to go into the purple status, if schools have not reopened, does that automatically mean we shut down? Or because of the waiver, we're allowed to go back into school? Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Cece. And my apologies to the public. I had accidentally forgot to start the timer on this last public comment. My apologies. Next we have Joy, and then after Joy will be Stephen. Joy?
Good evening. Promise not to keep you too long, and I want to say thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking, and then of course I changed my mind. Very quickly, I know my comments aren't going to be necessarily popular with some of the group because we're having a great experience, and I know that's not the case for everybody, but I want to say thank you because my son has had an amazing experience with a great teacher, and no, it hasn't always been easy, and no, it's not back in school, and he misses his friends and the social aspect. He is no hermit, no introvert, but we're making it work. I just want to say it's not going to be the same with when and if kids go back. And for those kids who aren't in kindergarten, who are first grade and above, it's not going to be what they remember it. And I just want us to remember that we have to remind kids it's not going to be the same. It can't be the same right now. And if 90% of the state, not quite, but a lot of it is purple after Halloween, I'm not sure how we expect us to be any better after Thanksgiving, Christmas, the holidays, and New Year's. I just think we're setting ourselves up for disappointment by assuming that January 19th is going to be a go. I think it just needs to be more fluid, and I think we just need to be more careful about that. The last thing I want to say is that I do not believe our children will end up behind, because as educators, I am an educator, but I know that the district educators will adjust expectations, standard timelines, and will ensure that our children are well prepared for their next academic step. And in the meantime, teachers are working really hard to keep students engaged, learning, and challenged. No student will go to college not ready. No student will not get into college because their academics were compromised during a pandemic. And I do believe that, and I do put faith in our teachers. So thank you for making the right decisions for our teachers and our students and their families.
Thank you, Joy. Next, we have Stephen, and then after Stephen will be Lisa. Stephen?
Thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and thank you to all the parents for your comments. I just want to say that I really want more in-person learning. I'm a big fan of that, but you can hear the amount of confusion that's happening in all the questions tonight. I myself, as a parent of a second grader, I'm very confused about what decision to make and all the implications like we've been hearing all night. And I'd just like to point out that this is the engaged group of parents who are put together and attending this meeting. And I'm really concerned about the confusion in the broader community who may not get this kind of feedback. I feel pretty strongly after listening to the comments that we can't make a decision right now with so many outstanding questions. I really don't know how to make that decision. I echo the other comments about how the cases are surging right now, and that makes me feel really uncomfortable about making a decision and what it's going to mean in January. And so I just would suggest that I don't know if it's possible to put this decision on hold and preserve classrooms the way that they are so that we can optimize distance learning and address some of the concerns that people have been mentioning about finding community, equity, expanding the pods for people that really need it. And then, either do that for an extended period of time in the spring or revisit this in, February or March, and try to use that time instead of trying to do both these things at the same time, which you guys have been working so hard to do since June and July and August throughout the entire summer, and really focus on one plan for an extended period of time and try to do that to the best of our ability. I just am really, I find it unable to make a decision in an informed way right now. And thank you all again.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Lisa. Lisa, go ahead. Lisa, are you there? You may need to unmute yourself, or your phone or device might ask you for permission on your microphone. Okay, what we'll do is we'll leave Lisa's hand up and we'll try to come back to her. Next, we have Fernando.
Hi, everyone. Thank you.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board, for your time and your continuous work through this endeavor. I completely agreed with Stephen, the last comment. We should focus. You know, what we're currently doing is not perfect, and this is a hard model to get right. No model is perfect, but if we take what our current model has gone right, and then we continue to iterate, then I think that's how we're going to set ourselves up for success. I have a 6th grader at Burrell. And no, it hasn't been easy, but as I agree with many parents that we've continued to iterate, and it's getting better. It started off rocky, but we found methods to be effective. And while I agree that I think as many parents said, my daughter will be fine. I am more concerned about the students who are struggling and the parents who have to be at work and the students who are at home alone, because this is a reality. You know, I get to hear my student in class with a teacher, and as a result, I hear students who are struggling. And you know, if a parent were there, that wouldn't be the case. The students wouldn't act that way. It's unfortunate. Whose fault is it? I don't know. Yeah, but that's not. So getting those students in an environment where they could focus and they could be their best and they could be effective, yes, that's critical. But then we also need to focus on the teachers. That's a hard problem to solve. And again, let's focus on what we got right, and let's give deliverables. Let's give actions now. You know, we've been working on this problem for a long time, and I agree with many middle school parents that we have been pushed to the side, but that's not because we're ignored. I'm not saying that at all. But thank you all. I know I'm out of time, and I think I've said what I need to. Thank you all.
Thank you, Fernando. All right, Nick, let's try Lisa again. Lisa? Lisa, are you there and can you hear us? Again, you might need to grant permission to your microphone in order to be able to, for us to be able to hear you. Might be having some technical difficulties with Lisa. Trustee Chin, I'm not sure how you would like to proceed. We'll give it another few seconds to see if Lisa's microphone works, or would you like to, because she is the last for public comment?
Sure. No, what I'd like to do is thank everyone for providing their public comment. I'm going to officially close public comment to make sure we have enough time for the board to deliberate in a meaningful sort of not too late of an hour. For Lisa specifically, and anyone else who wanted to provide comments, please feel free to send your emails in. We do read them and we do forward them on to the district and the team who are working on reopening and every other topic that comes up. So with that, after closing public comment, I'm going to open up to board comments. Who would like to begin?
But before I begin, question, can I make a motion now to table the 14th?
Is
that later?
I think what we want to do is just finish this item first, and then
okay. Okay. I'll still go if no one else wants to right now.
It's your last meeting. You got to go.
All right, you guys are in for a doozy. I would like to address some of the speaker requests for an email confirmation, so parents are aware that we received their schedule choice and what it is. And then also regarding the teacher transition, what does that look like? Is it January 19th, everybody changes to a new essentially maybe possibly a new teacher.
I can respond to that.
Yeah, okay.
So if we go back and after break and the 19th is still the reopening date, then people would make the transition. Otherwise, they stay with their teacher until we do make the transition.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. And then regarding new students and just to help with providing a sense of community, I know there's a lot of on your plate, so I'm not asking the district necessarily to do this because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of parents out there, but virtual tours, I think you mentioned that maybe we were doing that when I asked about it last time, but I'm not sure where we are on that. So I just, and again, if this has already been done, my apologies, but if it's reliant on the adults to navigate for the youngest students, I'm just wondering if they are given enough curriculum or something so that they can help familiarize themselves before they essentially, you know, help their child, or if there's training for them or something just so they can have added support. And regarding parents, again, I believe parents asked for milestones just so that they know what the expectations are of the grade level. I'm not sure if that's done through the report cards or teacher conferences. Or do we have that out there anywhere, Joan, Dr. Roses?
Report cards are going out shortly. And so parents will be able to see where their students are. Now, the report cards, of course, are very different for elementary in particular, because of the fact that it is a report card that reflects an in-person process, which of course it isn't. So there is information that parents will receive. And then there are comments. So the parents will have information from the teacher. And then there's always the ability to connect with the teacher through the Google Classroom Seesaw assignments that they can see and or to contact their teacher directly.
Awesome. Thank you. And then I just wanted to, I think Trustee Proctor mentioned this a few times, and so I'm just going to bring it up again, but having possibly, again, not trying to put stuff on your plate because there's a lot, but I'm sure there are parents out there who would be willing to put together an FAQ to be put on the website, which is SMFCSD net. And I just, I know it's advised to not travel, but I'm just wondering what the protocol is for families that do travel in regards to if we do open on the 19th. Do they have to quarantine for 14 days before they're allowed back in to the class?
Well, again, we aren't in the classrooms except for the learning hubs, and the learning hubs, they'll will be monitoring whether there's been any travel.
And then
another reason that you go with the 19th if we open.
Okay.
Because it gives you that time.
Yes. I'm just trying to follow up on my, and I just also just want to say, this is not going to be popular, but we are in a very unstable environment, you know, climate with COVID cases rising and whatnot. And I know to what's the criteria that would make us shut down, or if we were to reopen, what would make us close? And I'm just I don't know. I'm typically students who are not vaccinated for illnesses that aren't an immediate threat. I'm just wondering how we can continue school on campus without a vaccine or for this. And so with that, and that there are students that need to come back. And I think that is great. And I'm all for that. But I think that might not require or need as much support. And those teachers that are, making them go back, just so you know. That's really just a comment. But everybody, you're doing it, so thank you.
Can follow up. I have a couple of pieces here. One is just to reiterate, and I know Dr. Rosas, you mentioned that it is in progress, but I feel like it's a really urgent need for us to have a timeline up on our website in terms of kind of what's happening when. I think I mentioned this last time, but while we have good attendance at our board meetings, it's still a small subset of people that are getting access to this information. And I think it's really important for us to continue to push it out. And so having that timeline, I think some of the questions that came up tonight could be included, right? So things like reshuffling, when you would have have your new teacher, if you're moving into hybrid, what does that look like for first cohort, second cohort? Is it the same? Just as much as possible. And I know everyone's trying to think through every little detail, and then, we get questions that make us think of new details to answer and all of that. And so, that's why we have spaces like this, and that's why our school sites are hosting things. And that's why we have LMI and all of the other places to get questions so that we can, get as many details as possible. But putting that into something that we are pushing out to people in a way that's very easy to understand. I'm just gonna kind of keep saying that because I just really think it's important, and I think it will answer a lot of questions and alleviate some concerns. I would also request that that middle school be included in that. I know that there's quite a bit of frustration expressed this evening and has been around middle school. And so even if right now it's only community building that's in the plan, right? When can people expect that they'll hear from their site about what that's going to look like, that it will happen? And again, I think, there can always be the disclaimer that this is pending X, Y, or Z, right? Because the situation is somewhat fluid, but something to shoot for, particularly when, for the kids who are looking at those options. Can you remind me when you said the handbook, did you give us a date on that?
Yes, it's been updated. It was updated to me that it'll be ready in December for both staff and families.
Okay. Obviously, I think important for that to go on our website, along with the timeline, because I think some of the questions around more specific things around if somebody's COVID positive and, those kinds of things will be answered in that. And so just getting that information to people as quickly as possible, and putting that on the timeline and saying, this is when you'll have a handbook, and these are the kinds of things that will be addressed, again, so people know what to expect and when to expect it. Because I think everyone there's just so much uncertainty. The more clarity and certainty we can provide, I think will be helpful. I had a question around, are parent options due this weekend? Is that accurate?
Mhm. Yes.
So I know that we need to move forward in order to, continue with planning. I also know that there are a lot of outstanding questions, and there are some to me that make it really challenging for people to be able to do that. So I know that you will be sending out an update probably early next week or
Yeah,
not
Tuesday. We're planning to do one Tuesday.
I just kind of want, I don't know how, I don't know whether there's a way to push that timeline up or whether there's a way to push the timeline back a couple of days. I feel like there are some questions, like, for example, one question that stands out to me is if you're a parent of a student in an SDC classroom and what you're actually choosing is to stay with your gen ed teacher versus your right, that like really significantly kind of changes the calculus, or that by choosing hybrid, your student's going to be in inclusion in their general ed classroom. That's a very different decision than they're going to be in their SDC. So I feel like certain pieces, certain questions, I just wonder if there's a way for us to kind of quickly turn around some of the FAQs that folks have asked and that I know we've been hearing. Or alternatively, if we can send something out quickly that gives people a direct point of, I think the long-term plan, the long-term game plan should be to have some sort of running FAQ document that we can continue to update, because otherwise, we can answer a question here and then somebody sends us an email, right? It's not very effective or efficient. In the short term, is there some sort of kind of like chart that we can give to folks, or kind of if you have questions about, go to this person, and then if you go to this person kind of thing, because I don't want people to feel like they're so floundering in terms of missing information that they don't know how to make a decision.
Right. I do think that an important person to go to right now would be your principal, because the principals know this information. They've been working with their staff and the district administration. They know a lot of these answers. So I think in the immediate would be to contact your principal. If the principal doesn't know, they'll get one of us. But that would be the fastest thing to do. And then, yes, I wrote down all the questions that came up, and we can certainly turn something around and send it out by next week. But I think if people are needing information regarding class assignments or whatever, in that case, it really is the principal.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's helpful. And maybe we can even post something on, our social media or something like that tomorrow, right? Saying like, this is due, still have questions, contact your, I worry a little bit about then principals getting bombarded, which is why I think that maybe letting people know we will be addressing frequently asked questions in the superintendent update next week. Again, just like giving people a timeline of what they will know when. Yeah, because I worry a little bit about how many questions principals are, but they're probably already getting a lot anyways.
Yeah, I realize that too, but they probably are the closest to being able to answer the majority of these questions.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that we need to really clearly articulate criteria for reopening and closing. And I don't know, given that the state, I don't know how much the state guidance really helps in that, right? Because it still ends up being a district level decision. And so I think when we come back to this, I think that if we can bring back that as a topic of conversation with some data points in terms of, are there other districts that have built-in criteria? What does the county office recommend? yeah, because I do feel like that feels vague, right? We're kind of just like, whoa. And I think having very specific criteria will be helpful for everybody, because then it allows us to just make a decision and everyone knows what it's based on versus needing to continue to come back and kind of evaluate based on really not using a ton of data around that. So I think that would be helpful for us to get really clear about that criteria. Because there's, rightfully so, lots of concern and fear. I thought Julie's point around the budget is a really good one. And so I don't know if that's something that we want to include in these presentations moving forward. Otherwise, and I can ask for this in future agenda items as well, if we can have an update on our budget as it pertains to COVID expenses, I think that would be really helpful. Just to have transparency around that. And then I know I'm skipping ahead here a little bit in terms of presentations, but just to say and I kind of was asking some questions about learning hubs and that earlier on. And this isn't to say we shouldn't continue with our planning for reopening. I think we should. We're already down that whole, we're already like very far down that path. And what we do with that is what we do with that kind of based on various criteria, but having that plan and having that all mapped out is really important. So this is not to say that we shouldn't do that, but skipping ahead to data we will be looking at, right? There are a lot of disparities that we already knew existed before this, that we continue to see in data, that we'll be seeing more of in our current data. And we are seeing really significant learning loss, particularly in certain subgroups of kids. And I just am really concerned that we're going to have some kids back on campus and we're still going to have the kids who need to be back on campus the most not. And that to me is not okay. And so I don't know what the answer is to that right now, given where we are. But that really doesn't sit well, especially given kind of how we set up and prioritized our reopening in general and our work. And, again, as I think I mentioned last time, I think we did a really good job setting the stage in the summer for focus around equity and thinking about those kids. And now we have even more information about our students who are struggling the most. And a lot of them are not going to be back given this, or not going to be getting the supports that they need given our model now, because even if they're back in hybrid, that's not going to cut it in terms of the data that we're seeing, right? So I feel like we need to be focusing on that more. And I don't have an answer. I just know that it's something that I feel like and we can talk more about this when we're actually looking, when we all have that data in front of us, but it's pretty alarming. I'm not necessarily surprising, but really upsetting to see that. And I think that there's some aspects of that are within our control to kind of address in our planning. So.
Hi. So I'm going to go back to the middle school topic again. So we know that middle school on-campus learning is a challenge because of the cohort sizes, but we all also know that middle school is a time where children are entering early adolescence. During this time, they're changing physically, mentally, emotionally, and socially. And although they may be old enough to work on Chromebooks independently, I trust the judgment of the parents that are saying that their middle schoolers are not doing well during this time. Now that we have a plan for what elementary school will look like when we begin to reopen, I really want to urge our district to think creatively and find a way to focus on the needs of middle school students. I know that this work is happening, but as we heard from a few parents tonight, the perception is that nothing is being done. So as soon as we're able to share more details, please do so. I've also previously requested that we include a FAQ on our website, and there were lots of good questions tonight that I think can be incorporated. So whether that's going to happen in a superintendent letter or go on the website, I want to still push for that. I believe transparency and communication is critical, even when it's information that people don't want to hear. So in terms of reopening, if there is a metric that would push the date back, then we should share that information with the community. And lastly, I also think I asked at the beginning of COVID if we could keep a running spreadsheet tally of COVID costs. So I thank Julie for sharing or for requesting that. And I would like to see that soon if we could see that as well.
So I do want to bring up the fact that there's not a particular metric that would determine whether or not we reopen. There are metrics for if you have a classroom with a case or a school with a case or a lot of schools with cases where you close the classroom, the school and or the district. So I think it's worth that you do agendize that for a conversation, and then we can also pull in what other districts are considering as far as reopening, whether they will or won't. So I'll bring that information forward if all of you are in agreement that you'd like to have that agendized, because I think that's something that, you know, we were marching down a very positive path.
Mm-hmm.
We knew there might be some spikes during this time, but it's more severe than we had anticipated. So now we have to make some decisions around this. So there isn't a really good answer for that, but I think I agree we have to determine that answer. So I can bring you what information that I will gather from other districts, and also the information about where when you close, and then maybe we can make some decisions. And then the COVID dashboard that you've asked about, I have checked with legal counsel as to what can and can't be posted. Some of the things that have been posted are inappropriate. Some actually have people's names. So I've found out how you can post the information so that people will know, but without traceable to a person. So I will get that finalized, because you asked me to look into that, so I did. So I'm ready to be able to do that.
Thank you. And then just lastly, going back to Randy's question about the pandemic response committee, do we have one? And is it, you know, does it have all the recommended committee members according to the
Our pandemic response committee has been made up of predominantly staff.
Okay. Is there room to add some parents and subject matter experts at this time?
We took the survey that we got in August, and we did pull family names from that to different committees. And we have passed the information to the principals as they start reopening. So name that people can be called on to be of support. And I will go back and look at that list again and see if there's other options.
Okay. I mean, for me, it's something like determining if we have to make some sort of judgment about when if we would push back reopening, it would be great to hear from somebody who's an expert in this, because I think it's almost like every other meeting we hear from all the people that want to go back to school right away. And then the next meeting is like all of the people that, you know, it becomes unsafe, you know, with the cases increasing or whatever. So it would be really great to hear.
So just to be sure that you do know that there are experts that are working with the county superintendent of schools on sometimes a daily basis, absolutely every week. Then the superintendents of schools are receiving that information and can also attend different presentations on ways to implement safe reopening. That can also include staff members who are working on the reopening. So there has been expert information provided. So I don't want people to think that there has not.
Yeah, okay, I get that. Thank you.
Can I chime in? So I'm sorry. So are parents not going to be included?
Parents
before the
have already
reopening?
been included in several committees at the district level. The lists have been passed to the principals so that the principals can utilize parents in their staff in their school reopening, because there's many parents who would like to help with their school reopening.
But what about those out for not reopening? I'm sure there are parents.
Mostly everyone is interested in working on health and safety program, or
Middle
they've already
school.
been involved in communication, or they were community hub folk and I took those. I mean, they had different areas, but it's around in-person learning is where the energy is, like, how do we do this well?
And are there, I assume then, specific for middle school groups as well?
There were parents who have been passed to the middle school principals for middle school conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, just a couple points, follow-up points on what was just recently talked about. I am under the impression that a lot of the parents, and I guess this is through LMI and through the principal coffee chats that we've been having, is that the site councils at every single school, which comprises of teachers and parents, are helping the principals in terms of implementing the reopening, in terms of wayfinding, in terms of looking at the bathrooms and classrooms and everything else. And is that correct?
In many cases, the site councils are helping drive that process. However, they've also included other parents who are interested. So it's not a purely site council driven process.
Sure. So just as a former site council member for my children's school, you know, I know that our council was made up mostly of parents. In fact, there was probably a 3-to-1 ratio in terms of, you know, parents to district staff or teachers. And so I think that that is an opportunity for those who really want to help is definitely go to the sites and help out at the site on the site councils. And I know that site councils aren't necessarily restricted to specific site members, but usually anyone who wants to help can kind of join and help. So that's one comment on that, just in terms of parent involvement. The other comment that I have just on the threshold of reopening, I'm okay with us coming back to discuss a threshold, but I don't want to sort of overpromise or make it appear that we're going to make a decision about whether that threshold is it's going to be that threshold. I think, you know, as I sit here and as we've been on many county calls and look at lots of different data, you know, I can go through my own head about, you know, different thresholds and different ways that you could figure out whether we reopen or not. And I bet you other districts there's lots of different various ways of other districts looking at different thresholds. You know, if we were to have something on the, you know, the next meeting, I would rather us being, you know, sort of in the data collection and sort of an update to us without the sort of expectation that we're going to make that decision that night, because I kind of wonder whether or not we would be in the ability to do that, understanding all the science and everything behind it. But given that we only have one meeting in December, that's also kind of hard to do. So we either, have it all on that meeting or not. And so,
I would recommend that you hear the different options and have some consideration, but not necessarily draw a hard line potentially at that point, because you'll want to see what happens over the holiday.
yeah. So I would then make sure that that is clear to the public as we go out for that, because I don't want people to think that we're going to make a decision that night and say, this is what the threshold is going to be. Because without any initial information about it, I think we could be all over the board on that. So that's just my comment on that. I just want to get some quick answers from the public, just some quick confirmations, because I think these are easy. Julia had asked, when they click on stay with the teacher, it's my impression that when you click on stay with the teacher, it doesn't matter, it's the teacher's choice or preference or placement, actually the placement of whether they're going to be in hybrid or distance learning. So if you choose stay with your teacher, you get put in, you're with that teacher, you stay with your teacher, whether that's hybrid or distance learning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
If you choose stay with teacher, that overrides any decision.
Great.
It will,
And then just
the child would stay with the teacher's assignment.
great, thank you. I know it was slightly confusing as I went to go through and chose for my kids. The next item, I think is like U12 or whatever box it is. There's a special code to it. It talks about, do you choose Monday and Tuesday or Thursday or Friday or no preference? And it's sort of unclear, because if you choose stay with teacher, then you would think it would gray out, but it's slightly confusing. So I can see where there's some confusion.
Right.
But the bottom line is, if you choose stay with your teacher, you stay with your teacher no matter what they end up teaching.
Yes.
Secondly, Vivian and a number of other parents asked about the transition date and stuff. And I just want to reconfirm, you had mentioned, I think Trustee Watkins might have asked the question, but you mentioned that if we go ahead and do the teacher assignments before the winter break, and if we still are moving forward with reopening in January, the new teachers essentially would start, or the teacher assignments and class changes and the whole shuffling would happen at the beginning of January. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a date for when
You
we would
will
do the teachers?
you will receive your class assignments before we leave on winter break, so that everyone knows. And then we come back. And if we do reopen on January the 19th, then you would move. If we decide we're not moving, if things have escalated to a point we don't feel it's safe, the students stay with their original teacher.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I wanted to make sure that was clear. So essentially
and I will make sure that gets out right away.
Yeah. So essentially that if we do move forward with January 19th, it is January 19th that the teachers are shuffled and the students are shuffled. Is that correct?
If you stay with the January 19th,
reopening,
then we would move to our teachers for January 19th.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. I think Shivani asked the guidelines for positive cases. We have that set up in terms of if there is when there's a positive case in our classrooms, there are procedures laid out. And can you describe where those are? And
there's on the reopening plan, there's a contact tracing protocol, and there's a lot of steps to it. But the most important piece for people to know is that when we're notified of a case, I call San Mateo County Office of Ed, and the principal and our point person at the district office, Susie Riley, call public health. Between all of us, decisions are made as to what needs to happen as far as notifications, closures, cleaning, all of that. There are some scenarios that are on our reopening plan, but there's so many different potential scenarios that each one will be treated somewhat individually. So I think it's most important that people know that we will immediately contact public health, and we will follow guidelines, and families will be notified as we're required to do.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that people understand that there is a plan in place when it happens, because it's not a matter of if. Obviously, COVID's going to be around for a while. It's going to happen at some point within our schools. And so we want to make sure that people are aware that there is a procedure that is set up for it. So my last comment is just overall, I want to thank you guys for the presentation. I know that there's a ton of different work, and we are obviously constantly changing. Again, we're back into that, late spring, early summer, where it seems like every single week something could change. So I really appreciate everyone's work on this. I know that we're not going to make everyone happy, and that we have this tentative date of January 19th to move forward, but we still need to plan for it, because eventually we do want children to go back to school at some point.
So I do want Sue Weiser to just review one more time how the transition happens. So Sue, could you unmute and review that one more time?
So you're talking about the transition to January 19th?
And then how the rollout happens with each of the other grades.
All right, so right now we are collecting information from the parent portal, and the family selections will determine how many classes will be in hybrid and how many classes will be in full-time distance learning. We have collected information from staff. Staff had made requests to have, either a full-time distance learning or hybrid assignment. Just like families, they had a second opportunity because circumstances may have changed. And so we are in the process, and staff is in the process. Anybody who's changed their mind, they're in the process of providing certain documentation that's required. Per the MOU that was negotiated with both CSEA and with SMETA, there will be preference or priority given to certain staff members if they have a health condition, if they live with somebody with a health condition, if they're age 65 or older, if they have childcare issues. And so we're in the process of collecting all the documentation around that. And there will be a list with staff who will have priority. Then once each of the school sites have information around what families have selected and classes are configured, then staff will be assigned. We hope to have that classes and staffs assigned the week of December 7th. And hope to inform families of what the class assignments are. Now, we definitely want to do that for TK, K&1 and SDC, because they are going to be the first students to be coming back on campus January 19th. But as you can imagine, with 1,100 or more staff, trying to get all the assignments in priority order across 21 school sites can be very complex. And so it is our hope to be able to inform all grade levels that will be going back in elementary school. We can't guarantee that because there may be anomalies. We are hoping to, provide, each person's request that based upon the priority list. But again, we can't guarantee that every person that's made a request for full-time distance learning or hybrid is actually going to get that. It's really going to be dependent on the number of classes and what the family selects.
And so the piece I'm also asking about is the transition to the class, the new teacher would happen for January 19th. If everything is going well, 2 weeks later, second grade, would they transition to their new teacher, the second and third grade, on January 19th, or would they wait for 2 weeks until the actual transition date?
Well, January 19th would be the first day of hybrid instruction for TK1
Right, so they would
and
transition to
SDC.
theirs.
They would transition to theirs, and then there has been a 2-week staggered schedule, and then the rest of the grade levels would transition at that time.
Well, the 2, 3 would transition
Right.
at that time. And
And the
then
4,
you're
5, 2 weeks later.
correct. Okay. I just wanted to be really clear about all of that because I just now said January 19th, but it's rolling. So it would be January 19th would be your first transition.
Yes, and then the way that the information was shared before was that 2 weeks later we would do second, third, and then 2 weeks after that we do 4, 5, based upon how things were going.
And there is work going on with the with our counseling staff that's working with principals to think about ways to help with transition for students.
Great, thank you.
Great things to put on the FAQs. Sorry, I want to chime in, and I'm sorry to go back to this, but I was wondering, how does the committee differ between the Pandemic Response Committee and the Health and Safety?
It's all the same.
Okay, okay. And it's as a district, not per site, correct?
There's district work that's been going on, but now it's really shifting to site work. And the district work has been informed by the San Mateo County Schools Insurance Group, different experts that have worked with us, from pediatricians to the San Mateo Public Health, to the California Department of Public Health, to folks in the county. So we've worked with a large group as far as major pieces of this, and now it's at the site level.
And the Return to School Committee and the Pandemic Response Committee?
I'm sorry?
And parents are on both the Return to School Committee and the Pandemic Response Committee?
Some aspects of district response have had parents on them, not all.
Is there, why not all?
We've been working with other districts in the county and the county health and experts in that field, in those fields. And so that has helped us prepare for district. And now we think that the families who have asked to help can work with their schools.
Okay. All right. So there's no committees. It's like one within the other, essentially.
We have a pandemic response group that has been working on this since March, basically. Ever since we ended.
Committee that's under the Pandemic Response Committee. I just hear there's two different things, two different committees, and I'm getting confused. Are they the same thing?
For us in our district, we have one group that's been working on this. They have several different tasks. There are people who have taken on different tasks, and they've all presented to you.
Yeah, okay.
So you've seen them, but it's all under one grouping.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Okay, I want to wrap up this item, but before we do, I just want to make one other comment. I know that this has all been really hard, and everybody's putting tons of effort into this, because we are asking everyone to pivot again from basically in school, shelter in place, to distance learning, to now hybrid. And so it's been really difficult. I've had a lot of emails and questions from a number of people reaching out to me, some friends and other community members, asking, how can they help? And I think what Trustee Hitchcock has sort of mentioned is that, there's sort of an opportunity or maybe an opportunity to sort of help. And I think that whether it's this committee or the site councils, I think there may be other opportunities for parents to help. My answer though, right now, at the moment when people ask me that, how can I help? I want to recommend everyone to actually go and just show some support and gratitude to your teachers and your principals. Really help them out right now because we are asking them to do a lot. And the teachers who are overly stressed about having to figure out what they're going to do and choose, you know, a lot can go a long way if you just reach out to your teachers and just tell them and support them. And so, you know, we kind of make all these decisions up at sort of the upper level, but everything gets trickled down and there's a lot of pressure on them. And so I just want to reach out to the community and just say, hey, you know, if you really want to help, you know, try and help out your individual teachers and your school sites and the principals, because they're really putting a lot of effort in. I mean, above and beyond what the district is doing, but at the schools, especially as it turns more to site-based. So I'm going to wrap that up there. We're going to move on, but before we go, I want to do some meeting management here. We had made a prior commitment, like an informal commitment, to do check-ins around 10:30. At this moment, it's now 11:13. We've got a number of items that are still on our calendar here. I want to recommend us continuing 3 items, which is 8.1, the distance learning 14-week update, the 8.2, consulting for the new school in North Central, and also 9.2, which is the Bowditch Middle School facilities planning. And the reason for that is that I think that the 14-week update, you know, obviously we could always have a little more time to dive into that, and it's more of an update. The North Central School, I think President Corzo really would probably want to provide input on that. And then just on Bowditch, I think that that's the one that we can kind of push off. But I want to recommend those, but I need a motion and sort of discussion whether or not we.
You're recommending to not speak to these tonight?
I'm recommending that we continue those to our Wednesday, December 9th board meeting.
So I make a motion to.
I just have a quick question before we move on with that. What does that agenda currently look like? Because we have one in December, early December, and we do not have another meeting again until January. So while I recognize that it's late, I also recognize that some of these items are really important. And so I'm just trying to get a sense of if that means that we're going to be pushing a bunch of items basically 6 weeks later to mid-January.
And you will have a fairly robust December meeting because you're doing a reorganization. So your new board member will come on board. And there's a lot of work that goes through that with the appointments, the different elections of the different positions, the appointments, and a few business pieces that have to be done. And then if we're bringing back information on criteria for opening, there'll be information there. There'll probably be another reopening plan update. I don't have my agenda builder right in front of me, but it will be robust. I mean, these are all ending up being robust, so.
Yeah, I mean, we basically, you know, shortened the last meeting with 2 items and we pushed everything to this one. We do have an opportunity, although it is a study session, but we could add a couple of items on the December 5th meeting.
There's a lot we need to cover already, and I don't want to sacrifice the equity work that we're doing and need to discuss to do just business. So I either think we need to kind of plow through and do all of it, and we can try to, you know, maybe presenters can be prepared to kind of shorten as much as possible, or potentially add another meeting. I just think we're going to run into the exact same problem in December, and it's going to be a bigger issue because we're not going to have a meeting for 6 more weeks, and that's going to be right before reopening. And that's why I mean, look, as much as I'm sick, I'm super pregnant. Like I would love to not be up all night, but yeah.
Honestly, I would recommend, you know, considering the comments tonight, about reopening and the thresholds and everything else. You know, as much as I don't want to add something else to the holiday season sort of, but you know, the idea is maybe we look at adding another board meeting. I just think that there's, you know, we've all been in these meetings that have gone to 1:30, 2 in the morning. There's a point of no return for us in terms of providing really good substantial comments. So
I'm fine if you guys want to add another meeting.
I would like to keep going and see, like, maybe we check in another half an hour or something and see how we're doing. But I was actually looking forward to the 14-week update.
Yeah. I kind of feel the same way. And I maybe if we can just have a note to presenters to condense to essential information, and, you know, we can try to keep our comments relatively short.
sounds like a plan. So we will move on.
Let's check in at midnight and see how far we are.
Okay, that sounds like a plan too. We'll check in at midnight. Let's move on to item 7.4, which is the CSBA delegate call for nominations.
Okay, I can make it really short. There's 3 openings on the CSBA's delegate assembly. Would anyone like to make a nomination for anyone to be on this? We have to submit the nomination in January 7th, I believe it is. So is anybody interested? And Thursday.
I don't think so. I don't know if anyone has any more bandwidth at the moment.
Okay.
Going once, going twice. Do we need to actually vote on this as if there's no?
No, it was just if you were going to nominate someone, I did have to have your vote to nominate the person. If you're not nominating anyone, we're done with the item.
Fantastic. All right, let's move on to item 8.1, distance learning program implementation 14-week update. And we'll, from now on, sort of ask all of our presenters to sort of move through at a decent pace.
So David did a lot of work on this presentation, and so did the whole team. So you're going to have a hard time moving through it, but march quickly.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, in places, I think maybe what I'll just say is just read the slide and we can kind of push on fast. I'll try not to narrate what you can read if possible. All right, so Peter, thank you. All right, so this is the third in a series of progress monitoring updates at the 14th week. We are back. Peter, go ahead. Just to remind you of the framework that we've established, we outlined in our learning continuity and attendance plan 5 broad areas of actions that we are implementing that are intended to impact student attendance and engagement and student performance. Tonight, we'll look at that data in each of those areas. Peter, go ahead. We'll look at performance data around attendance. Now, just to say, we will revisit the attendance data very briefly that we saw on the 10th week update. We'll look at some preliminary, or I should say, sort of early fall assessment data that in some ways serves as the beginning data to have this conversation of our work across the year. And we'll look at implementation evidence in the 3 areas outlined here. So to speak to attendance and participation, you can see, our objective there, of course, is to have every student attend, engage, participate in distance learning classroom every day. I want to remind you of the attendance and participation data that we looked at. This is going back to the data from the first 7 weeks of school. Again, there's lag time here. So just to be clear, this is still, we're working with the opening attendance, but the goal after reviewing it with you in the last meeting was to to talk about that attendance data in light of our Learning Hub strategy and actually look at it by students. So that's what we intend to bring to you tonight. Just want to remind you of a couple definitions there from that we talked about: current chronic absenteeism. We talked about current chronic non-participation, which is students who are actually in class but are not participating. And so we count that actually as an absence now. And then there's a group of students that unfortunately already have 18 or more days of absences, which mean they've already met the threshold for the year. And those are students who, even though we want to obviously radically improve their attendance, they will always be part of this category this year of chronically absent. So let's talk about specifically attendance participation strategies. And as we mentioned, how does our Learning Support Hub strategy impact student attendance? So just to remind you again, we went over this briefly, but there's a couple stages of hubs that we will be looking at. Peter, go ahead, since we kind of covered this information. So what you see here, this is the stage 1 hubs. Again, these are the hubs that essentially started at the beginning of the year or within a few weeks of the year getting started. The most important thing to remember is that students enter these hubs for a whole variety of reasons. And we can't actually, at this point, confirm exactly when they started. Some of them could have started in either of these hubs after they had already accumulated some days absent. But nonetheless, if you look at the data, you'll see that those who are in the community hubs have, generally speaking, quite good attendance, had quite good attendance at the 7-week point. And the Annex Hub was not quite equal to that, but also similarly good attendance. And then if we look to the stage 2 hubs, go ahead, Peter. You'll see now, again, this is, we're really establishing baseline because the attendance data here was used to literally enroll students in these learning hubs, right? We used poor attendance as a key identifier, and those students were the ones we were trying to identify for the hubs. So of course, and actually something to be quite satisfied with is basically half of the students that we were able to enroll in these hubs were students who were identified as currently chronically absent. So we can't see from this data yet whether the hubs are going to have an impact, but we've lined up the right conditions. We've got students who are struggling in an intervention that we think can help them. So just again, kind of overall, it looks like the stage 1 hubs are having a positive impact. There's a slight confounding about the uncertainty of start date, but it bodes well, and certainly going forward, we can track that. Stage 2, of course, it's too early to assess, but we have the baseline now, and we would hope to see the improvement of attendance for those who are chronically absent. And the key thing here is, we now have the baseline in place to track improvement going forward. And one of the things that we're in the process of doing is in our student information system in Aries, we're inputting the fact that students are enrolled in the Learning Hub, which will allow us to continue to do this analysis, and actually also by student group, both of attendance and performance as we get additional assessment data and grade data in. So then in addition to the question of distance learning, of attending every day, we want to also make sure that when students attend, that they experience 4 hours of high quality distance learning. So the question is, go ahead, Peter, how would we know that? And so one of the ways we started talking about this is we just went to students, and I'm actually excited to, at this 3rd presentation, to finally be bringing you more student voice information. We conducted a set of focus groups. We simply started with, we identified 6th and 7th graders. We did 3 focus groups that involved about a dozen of those students. I should say specifically that we also identified 4 newcomer students. And again, here, the goal is not to be representative. We will, of course, continue to do focus groups that reach other student groups, but the key is just to begin to get feedback from them about what they're experiencing. Are they in fact experiencing high quality distance learning? So when we asked them about, what they liked about distance learning, of course, many of them said right off the bat that, well, I get to continue to learn and be safe for the COVID circumstances. You can read the quotations there. By and large, all of these students reported very positively on what they were experiencing in distance learning, feeling like it was well organized. They might talk about it was kind of hard at first, but we got used to it and now we're figuring it out. And are describing that, their teachers by and large are very supportive of them, both making themselves available when they have questions, but also kind of varying the approach, like giving choices of you can work directly with me in the Google Meet, or you can work independently. And if you show evidence of like being unable to get your work done, if you're working independently, well, I'm going to keep you, I here, of course, as a teacher, I'm going to keep you close with me so we can do the work together. Where they express challenges, no surprises here. And in fact, in the focus groups themselves, we experienced students who were getting dropped. They all had devices, they all had Wi-Fi, but they were experiencing the challenges of getting dropped in our meeting as well as in their classes. And things like not being able to see clearly, being late into meetings and things like that. So again, this is what we've been hearing are some of the challenges. They of course miss the classmates, the social aspects of playing on teams. Students would describe classes where they actually got to work directly with other students quite excitedly, but when I asked whether this was typical, generally it wasn't. Most often they did their work directly with the teacher or alone. So not surprisingly, distance learning is difficult to support a lot of student-to-student interaction. However, these students describe teachers that were figuring it out in breakout sessions and other ways. And they did describe, the distractions that make it difficult. Even the hubs, which we think of as a support, came up as an example of a challenge because they can be noisy and students can be distracted there by the folks around them. And I would note that just comparatively, again, really small sample set, but our newcomer students did report more difficulties with Wi-Fi and obviously, not surprisingly, language challenges than other students. So it is a point that we know we have to address, that the students that arguably really need to have the strongest connection and the greatest ability to connect to teachers and classmates are having troubles. So we need to circle back to that equity challenge. When asked kind of broadly, what's the day like? Most students described pretty structured days of, in some cases, actually a lot of time spent. I know parents raised earlier this idea of more synchronous time. This group of students described a fair amount of full days of synchronous times, or they would be working independently, but they would still be in the meeting. In most cases, students said they usually just see their teacher. These are middle school students with a lot of the adolescent anxieties about appearance and can you see what's behind me and things like that. And these students were clearly not comfortable with being on camera a lot and expressed some frustration with teachers that insist on it. Yeah, just that kind of that adolescent anxiety as I think about it. And many reported actually that they don't talk much during the day, that they only talk when called on. And we would point out that the importance of productive language for English learners, this is particularly a concern. If you're not talking a lot during the day in English, then you're not building your English skills. So again, that brings up an equity issue. And then just kind of in the final area, you know, I was interested in, you know, if you were confused or you didn't understand, students were actually quite facile with this. So they said, no, they didn't really actually have a lot of problems getting answers, that they jump in the chat. They describe teachers who are working extra hours. So this, you know, again, is just a statement about our San Mateo-Foster city teachers who are putting in extra hours to meet with kids after the normal day, or to, you know, be available for a one-to-one phone call. I did add a quotation here for one of our newcomer students who is highly respectful of, you know, as we would hope, of her teachers, but consequently is somewhat embarrassed to interrupt them when she has a question. And also because, you know, she is still developing English and feels embarrassed about that. And several of them did report that they had supports at home who could help them. So just to, you know, capture that point. So that, again, that's just a dip, just trying to elevate student experience of distance learning. Here is in this next section is some data on distance learning that's more specifically about, you know, the importance of us providing support for teachers in building their skills. I actually, if you don't mind, this is a section I'll just go through quickly. September 2nd was divided into two parts for our elementary teachers. One part was specifically about planning and teaching and long distance learning. We got very positive feedback there. Peter, go ahead. Here's some statements. If you don't mind, I'll just give you an opportunity to read through those quickly. Okay, Peter, if you want to move on. And then the second part of the September 2nd PD and all of the October 28th PD was focused on Zern. And you can see that the education services team that planned these two events clearly did some learning between the 2nd and the October 28th, where the structure of it on the 2nd was not satisfactory to teachers, but it was adjusted, and you can see the feedback was much stronger. And that was really, you know, giving teachers the opportunity to break out in grade level teams and work with each other, much like kids are saying they like to work with each other. Teachers benefit from that as well. Here's some statements. Again, I'll just let you read. This is the September 2nd Zern statements. Peter, if you go on to then here are some statements from the October 28th. Okay, Peter, if you go ahead and move on. Okay, and then turning to middle school. Now the two sessions for middle school were distinct. The September 2nd session was focused on providing supports to English language learners. You can see it focused on 3 areas here. Very, very positive feedback from that session. Here are some of the statements that we got in the feedback on that September 2nd day. And particularly noting, you know, some of the challenges that are identified at the bottom of that slide with, you know, case loads in effect, the contacts of 140, 150 students, and the challenges of providing effective supports for English learners in that context. Peter, go ahead. And then here's the feedback. Now the October 28th middle school session, as you can see, was on social emotional learning. And we polled them on a couple of different goals for that meeting. And you can see, again, the feedback was quite positive. And here's some of the written feedback that we got for that October 28th. So by and large, the feedback is good. It feels like teachers and schools are taking full advantage of this Wednesday time, and teachers are benefiting from it, at least based on the feedback we're getting overall. All right, so then the question, of course, is, you know, what students are reporting they're experiencing, the Learning Hub work that we're doing, the PD that we're doing, of course, should come together in impacting positively on student performance. So now a key thing here that we need to come back and remind you of, go ahead, Peter, to the to the next slide, is that we have very purposefully this year adjusted our work around assessment to the left end of this chart. Our work with all of these new adopted materials, curriculum materials, and whatnot, we have chosen to focus on supporting teachers around formative and into the benchmark work. So kind of from the left to the center here. We have, go ahead, Peter. We have focused on the formative assessments that are grounded now. F&P is one we've had for a while, and actually also use it as an interim assessment, but also in Zern, in Math Nation, our effort has been to really help teachers build the kinds of classroom-based assessments that will help them know how kids are doing. This being so essential when we just don't have the same amount of data in our hands as we do, and we can see kids and we can see how they're engaging in their learning under normal circumstances. And that we've also, in our focus on interim assessments, we've moved away from the kind of interim assessment that Galileo represented, which was a more summative, standards-focused interim assessment, to designing interim assessments that are really more closely aligned to the new curriculum. Again, much more useful in teacher classrooms for them to understand what kids are learning and how they can adjust instruction for them. Just to add as a final note that obviously summative assessments are happening and coming this spring. We are receiving word from the state that they intend to implement the CASP, although they're anticipating a shorter CASP with fewer items. So there is some adjustment, and we may see some change even with that under the new administration, but as of this fall, that is the plan. So one of the things that when you're making, as we are, such a pretty dramatic shift in our assessment system, we want to be evaluating actually our implementation process, because so much of this is new for teachers. So we want to look at, are these assessments being administered? We're going to get to that in a minute. And then we also want to look, are teachers being given the tools and resources actually to use those assessments in the way that we hope. I just want to remind you in red here that the challenges of assessment in a remote learning context are huge, and it impacts the validity and reliability of what we're getting. So this is another reason to be more closely emphasizing formative assessment, which is rooted in the teacher's knowledge of what kids know and are able to do. The higher stakes the assessments get when you get to the interim assessments, which we gather up at the district level, frankly, they can become a little less valid and a little less reliable, because even under pressure, kids are doing these alone in their home or with others around. It's just not the best testing conditions, let me just say. Thanks, Peter. And then, of course, we want to focus on, are we implementing well? But we also, of course, want to focus on, are they actually reaching outcomes? And one way to think about it, well, are they just getting access to the curriculum, the scope and sequence, the units of study that we would hope? So we want to gather evidence around that. And we actually don't have that evidence today, but we are marking that. And then, of course, we want to look at actually their performance. And so again, to manage your expectations here, this is early in the year data. Again, it more than anything, it serves as a baseline, or in one case, a readiness picture. And we will be able, now that we have that, to track performance across the year. Okay, I'm going to really kind of let you read this. We are continuing with Fountas and Purnell. We're using it both formatively and interim. There's some additional assessment design work that we're doing. And with our concern around English learners, we're also looking to identify a formative and interim language assessment that currently we don't have in our system. Go ahead, Peter. So let's turn to, at the elementary level, our literacy assessment. So again, this is the modified F&P that we're doing this year, right? This is in remote circumstances, which again, it's a different kind of assessment. You know, it's sort of mandarins versus, I don't know, navel oranges, right? There's an adjustment that has to happen with the F&P when you're not doing it in person. And one of the key things we're looking at here is the overall participation rate in the first round of F&P assessment. We actually, just so you know, we took TK and K out because there's some confounding evidence or at that level that confused the percentage analysis we were trying to do. So in any case, we focused on first through fifth. And for those of you that have been on the board for a few years and seen some of this data previously, this actually is low. Our participation rate is lower than it has been historically. And so we've got to look at why that happened. Is it kids are not actually getting assessed? Or is it teachers are grappling with all the challenges of distance learning and they're not getting the data they're gathering into the tool we use to collect the data? We don't know an exact answer to that. And so having seen this data, you can imagine we're going to start, we'll work with our teachers, we'll talk with them, with principals and TOSAs, and try to understand what are the conditions that suppress this participation, and obviously try to implement steps to raise it, because it's a concern that we don't have a broader or higher participation rate. So now, but given that, let's look at the data that we're getting. And so you see here, sort of the gold bar is the data that we got, sort of early spring last year before we went out on the schools closed because of COVID. And the green is the performance from this fall. And now remember, slightly different instruments and obviously different testing conditions. So they impact student performance. And so we would have to factor that in. But what you're seeing here, you could begin to say this is the learning loss or the unfinished learning that our students are experiencing. You can see the overall and across grades. Go ahead, Peter. It's in some ways, even more stark when we think about the performance by, now here you've got by program, so English learners, those who are identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged, homeless, special ed, et cetera. But you can see the learning gap and the equity gap that we must pay attention to. And go ahead, Peter, into the next. And you see it again here where we have specific groups of students that are performing substantially lower. Now, just to be clear, these last three slides are what we call status data, right? Like how are students doing in reaching a bar, literally the dotted bar that you see there. Peter, if you would move on. We also want to think about, well, what change, right? Did students from the early spring from last year and the assessment right now, to explain what you're looking at. So this is a student's performance matched against their own performance. So from spring to now, same student. David, how did he do last year against how did David do this year? And the red bar means that a student maintained the same reading level. Now, that actually, from our point of view, is not a good thing. If I'm reading at a level D in the spring and I'm reading at a level D in the fall, that's a problem because I should have grown. So maintenance in this circumstance is actually not what we would want. The blue is an increase. Now, again, this is increase, but doesn't necessarily say whether the increase brought me up to grade level, right? So so that variable is caught in the other status data. Here we're just looking, did groups of students improve? And then the green is, of course, the most concerning in that it represents a student reading at a level lower this fall than they were last spring. Now, again, that can be confounded by the testing conditions and the different instruments, but you know, nonetheless, students can slide backwards if they are not engaged in the practice and the new learning that we would like. So, so again, this is change data, and you can also see within it, there are equity challenges within it where certain groups are not changing, increasing overall at the same percentage as other students. And given the gaps we already know exist in status, the concern would be that, in fact, the gaps are getting wider as a result of this change over time. So again, this is baseline data. Here it is by program. That is telling us, you know, very clearly what the challenge is in front of us. We'll be able to tell more with subsequent assessment moments where we can come back and compare, you know, later times to this fall. So, so that's the specific performance data that we have in this case for elementary literacy. Elementary math, I don't have data to share with you tonight for some very specific reasons that we outline here. We have very purposefully attempted to focus on formative and unit assessments in the newly adopted Zern curriculum. We began a process for trying to collect that data and roll it up to the district level. And our teachers gave us some very strong feedback that it wasn't working for them. So we paused on that. And we just said, okay, you know, the point of unit and formative assessments is to support your instruction at the classroom level. We have a central teacher team that is designing upcoming interim assessments. We actually also have to create another web app for that because Zern doesn't provide it. And so that's when we'll be able to come back to you and give you some you know, more specific district level data in mathematics. And then in middle school, actually, we, you know, there is a litany of some technical challenges that we had some technical issues last year in our implementation of the reading inventory system that have persisted this year. And so we've been slower in collecting the planned middle school literacy data from this fall. We're problem solving that with Scholastic folks as quickly as possible, but it has slowed us down. I commit to you that when we come back again, as we're proposing to do in early February, to look specifically at assessment data, that we will have that for you and can give you some information about that, assuming you just kind of read through those bullets. Go ahead, Peter. So then we, you know, when we've got middle school math data for you now. Again, we adopted a new curriculum here. We have teachers and our TOSAs are focusing again on the formative and unit assessments. They, like we're doing at the elementary level, are designing interim assessments within the Math Nation platform. Fortunately, they have a way of gathering and reporting it. That means we don't have to create the app for it the way we do at elementary. And what I do want to share with you now, Peter, go ahead, is the data that we have from what's called the on-ramp beginning year assessment in the Math Nation program. So this again would be, it's less actually benchmark data in that we're not gonna come back to this same exam, but it actually is more a readiness exam that we elected to try at the middle school level. And you can see actually here our participation rate for the first time actually was quite good. Would love to see it higher, but for a first time assessment, we're pleased with that result. Peter, go ahead. And just to be clear, what you're looking at here is two assessments. One is for a reason we're not quite clear. The company calls it the on-ramp to 6th grade. This is in effect readiness for pre-algebra learning that applies to both 6th and 7th. So hence the title is confusing from our point of view. And then the on-ramp to algebra, which is primarily for 8th grade. Now, just to say, in this kind of assessment, one of the things that our teachers noticed is that, and why they were happy to apply it to both 6th and 7th, is that actually as a 6th grade exam, it was very challenging and represented in our mind actually learning that happens over 6th and 7th. But we gave teachers the opportunity to judge because, again, the point of this was a formative assessment. We wanted them to use the data to understand where their kids were at. If they had, for example, a 7th grader that actually they thought it might be too easy for, then it was okay for them to give the 7th grader the on-ramp to algebra. So teachers had some choices here about which assessment. In some cases, they had kids try both. So just want to say that, you know, some of this data, we've got 7th graders in effect in both places. But this gives you, you know, we're using kind of the 70% threshold of what's the percentage of students that were ready at the beginning of the year with a 70% understanding of the content they would need to be successful. You can see, you know, that reveals the performance. Go ahead, Peter, too. And then you can see the performance by racial and ethnic group. And again, this sort of repeats the same equity challenge that we saw with the elementary literacy data that we have to address, and that, you know, obviously was called out for teachers as they were getting this data on their students. Peter, go ahead to the, and then you'll see here, this is the same information by program. The numbers here are, with the exception of SED and SPED, are rather small. So that's a bit wonky from an analysis point of view, but again, some important equity challenges that it's revealing here. And then, oh, I'm sorry, the prior slides were the on-ramp to 6th grade. Go ahead, Peter. These are the same slides in the on-ramp to Algebra 1 or the 8th grade exam. Some interesting differences because of the size of the N, but again, we're seeing some learning loss challenges that we know we need to lean into or are leaning into this year. Go ahead, Peter, on to the next one. And here's the same information by program. Okay, tried to do that quickly. I'm not the biggest fan of giving you data at 5 to midnight, but I hope that was absorbable. In working with Dr. Rosas, we wanted to let you know, given the meeting schedule in December and January, we want to propose to you that we'll come back with the next monitoring report. We'll continue this monitoring. We'll come back to you on it in February at the beginning of the month. All right, and then I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Peter, for that presentation. I think what does help, even though you're giving us the data, you know, again, close to midnight, or this presentation, the fact that we received the PowerPoint presentation before and we can look over it and take a deeper dive on our own also helps. So I'm going to open up to clarifying questions from the board. I'm sorry. I said Peter, but I meant David. Sorry. It's almost midnight. Okay, and no clarifying questions. Why don't we open up? Oh.
I have one. My question is really around how, kind of to my point that around our reopening plans, how are we using this to inform learning hubs and other intervention work?
Yeah, so, you know, when we asked the schools to identify students for the learning hubs, we laid out a whole variety of criteria. You know, one set of criteria would be the program identifier and the racial ethnic identifiers that we brought up here. So our schools were paying attention. If you were an English learner in distance learning, because we knew of these gaps and these struggles, that was like a check. That was like we kind of presumed, perhaps falsely, presumed you could benefit from Learning Hub support. And then the other criteria literally was the question, okay, actually, does this kid need that support? So what's their attendance? Have they come to us as part of a care team? What academic performance issues are there? And we kind of, we're checking boxes there. And obviously the thinking was students that had a lot of boxes checked would get referred to the Learning Hubs. So the formative data that I kept referring to there was embedded into the referrals that teachers and schools were making about the students for the Learning Hub. So when Sue Weiser pointed out that we have these big lists of kids who have need, those are the lists that were generated out of that process. And you're right, we've captured an important chunk of them in the Learning Hub work, but principals will tell you and are telling you, I'm sure, that's not all of them. And so what do? The argument about getting students back in school so that we can hold them a little more closely as an important next step, or we create more Learning Hubs, or we figure out support strategies, other support strategies in a virtual context. So.
Thank you.
I had one question also. David, on the presentation from October, there was something that interested me was the number of students that were confirmed chronically absent. And at that point, it was like, as of the 7th week of school, there were 140 students for the district. What's that number looking like now?
Well, this is the thing. This is the same data. So we haven't run the second period report yet, so I can't give that to you. But you can imagine we're interested in that very question.
Okay, thank you.
Oops. Any other board clarifying questions? Okay, we'll move on to opening the public comment period.
Okay. Those who are in the meeting with us, it's still in this late hour of 12 a.m. If you'd like to make public comment, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay. So far, we have one public comment. Randy Painter. Randy.
Hello, good evening again. I wish that there had been slides that were uploaded to the agenda so that I could go back and reference this, or at least have even looked at this presentation somewhat in advance, but that wasn't there. So I'm going to have to go back by memory just to the presentation that we just looked at. What really struck me about the presentation was a lot earlier on when Superintendent Chambliss showed the amount of learning loss that had happened by grade level. And so the amount of learning loss was greatest among the lower grades, and that gap narrowed as the grade level increased. And this goes to Shara's question about how are we, sorry, Trustee Watkins, how are you all designing the reopening process and doing the design thinking with this equity focus? Not only thinking about equity groups as who checks however many boxes, but considering the lower grades as an equity focus, giving them 2 weeks back at the beginning of the school year, sure. Maybe they are the ones that need more time back in person. Maybe that focus needs to be solely on them. I think there is room for some creativity. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, Trustee Chen, there are no other public comments or hands raised for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. I'm going to close public comment on this item. Just a quick clarifying question. Is this PowerPoint is up on the website? Is that?
Yes, I just checked.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that it's up for anyone who wants to review. Any board comments? Anyone, please go ahead and go first.
I can go first. I mean, my biggest comment is just, and I wonder if it's almost how we structure kind of these updates in conjunction with reopening, but just seeing, I would just like us to make an explicit connection between kind of data we're seeing and then how we're using that to inform reopening, because I'm sure that there are ways that that's happening. And I know we've talked about some of them, but I think that would be really helpful to kind of structure just the reopening presentations in that way, and incorporate some of this data into that. And I do just think really thinking about kind of who are the kids that are struggling and we'll need to continue to do the analysis around, is the reopening plan that we have in place meeting their needs or not? Are we just continuing to see kind of the same patterns and trends? So that's kind of my biggest, I guess, comment or piece of feedback on this. Thank you for sharing and for continuing to track all of the data and to add new data to track. And, you know, at least it gives us somewhere to start. And then I think now the next step is, how does that then inform our actions and our work, which again, I know is something that the team is working on. And I just don't think we have a good sense of that.
Great, thank you, Trustee Watkins. Go ahead, Trustee Proctor.
Thank you for the presentation. I don't really have a lot to add other than, again, it's great to hear from the students' perspective in this, and thank you for including some of the comments that they shared in the focus groups. That's very helpful. But otherwise, I appreciate all this information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I too I like it when we involve the kids, and you know, that's like why we're here. So I really like that part. Thank you. And then just kind of building off of what Randy and Trustee Watkins said in regards to those that are learning the learning loss and prioritizing them maybe when we think about reopening. That's it. Thank you.
Before we leave the item, I do want to thank David for doing the student focus groups. And also a huge thank you to the team. There was a lot of work put into this.
Yeah, it did. Thank you very much. It definitely shows. You know, just overall, my comments, you know, it really shows the amount of work and data crunching that you had to go through just to provide this information to us. And so I really appreciate all the work that you guys have done. You know, definitely, I know that you guys are pulling, you know, not necessarily working the regular 8 to 5 jobs right now. So, but I really appreciate that and all the work that you guys are doing. I think what is great about the data and what shows, at least what I like to see, is there's some positives there. There's some positives and there's some negatives and things I have to work on. Obviously, the positives, when you look at the professional development days and you take a poll of the teachers, you know, they say, well, we need this. And so we go ahead and give it to them. And then all of a sudden you see that in their chart where it's like, yes, this was definitely helpful. And then you look at the assessment data and you realize that we do have still those equity groups those who are vulnerable that we really need to still focus on and help out. And granted that these are sort of, you know, unprecedented times, but it's still just telling that we always still need to work with those groups. So we definitely need, so there's pros and positives and negatives to all the data. My last comment is just a general overall comment, and it's sort of very, it's out there, but I wouldn't say out there. At some point, you know, we have invested so much into distance learning, right? We pivoted hard during the summer. We put a lot of effort into distance learning, you know, and we're basically we're about to pivot again to hybrid. You know, the question is, you know, at some point you kind of want to know, or we talk about how you sort of measure success. And, you know, I would love to sort of see whether or not, you know, at some point, it doesn't have to be now or sometime in the future, whether we just do a blanket easy survey out to the parents and to the teachers and just be like, you know, rank how successful was distance learning to them. Because the idea is that, and it may be just a simple survey, but I mean, you guys have done so much work, so much effort, all the teachers and everybody, you know, it would maybe show a little bit of validation of everything that you guys have done. And so, and then, you know, considering COVID is going to be with us for a long time, or at least maybe another year or two in some ways, depending on all the vaccinations and everything else, there may be a point where we need to pivot back to distance learning. And it would be nice to know that we either had a very positive experience overall, or what, you know, maybe it wasn't, and where, you know, where we are. Because I know that we've all talked to other trustees or other people who are in other districts, and, you know, their distance learning is not going as well, I think, as ours. And so I think it would be nice to sort of just have a gauge of where we are at. So with that, I'm going to end this item. And we did just quickly, it's 12:08. I just want to do a time check here. Still move forward, just a quick thumbs up, everybody, or would anybody like to? Okay, all right. So moving on to item 8.2, consultant for the new school in North Central San Mateo.
So David put out the proposal that we had all agreed on, and we have one consultant who has taken us up on the offer, and the project proposal was attached for your review. Pedro Noguera is an outstander in the field, highly regarded. I think that we would be extremely fortunate to work with him. David Chambliss has had more experience with working with him than I have, and I don't know if there's something further you'd like to add, David, but I do know his work and his reputation. So David?
No, I think you said it, Joan. I just, you know, we're lucky that he's presented a proposal to us. And we're in an odd situation where right now we only have one proposal. So I leave that up to Joan, you and the board to figure out how to take next steps around that. But it's good to see the one quite reputable person willing to work with us.
Yeah. So normally I would recommend we keep, you know, sending out and wait longer, but under the circumstances, knowing the level of his knowledge, expertise, and actually support system, because he is part of the university systems and works with other experts in the field, I'm recommending that you look at this very seriously and that we go forward with engaging him. But that is what I need your direction on, because you did only receive one.
Great, thank you. Clarifying questions from the board? Any questions?
Is the cost like in line with what we would expect or in budget and all that kind of thing?
David, how did you feel about it? I thought it was definitely reasonable for what we were going to be asking of this person.
I think so, yeah. I mean, especially if we want sort of the deeper, authentic process that we're hoping for, it's going to take time. And
time.
Yeah.
To really engage. It's what we were talking about with the earlier in the evening with the listening sessions. I mean, we really want people to come out. It's going to take a variety of methodologies to get people and to ensure that we really get a robust group together. So.
Any other clarifying questions? No. We'll open up public comment, please.
Okay, again at this time, for this particular agenda item 8.2, if you would like to make public comment, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom. And Trustee Chin, we currently have 2 hands for public comment. First, we'll have Martin, and then after Martin, we'll have Randy. Martin, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Martin.
Great, thank you for your time. Sorry for not knowing more about the background for this, but if it's possible for someone to just take a minute or two and describe the context for a potential new elementary in North Central. I apologize for not knowing more, and I'll start doing homework. But as I'm up and listening, thought I'd be curious to understand more as a resident of North Central. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Martin. Okay, next we have Randy.
Hi, I slightly apologize for taking up more of your time at this late hour, but I have a question that, if you're again prompted to ask. So I read through the proposal. I had never heard of Dr. Noguera prior to reading through the proposal. I saw that. I'm really interested in this project. And, you know, when I read what they were proposing, and it appears to be a team, I went and watched some of his talks that are on YouTube. And I agree with Superintendent Chambliss and with Dr. Rosas that this would be amazing to be able to engage him. I mean, he's amazing. So my question would be, is it going to be Dr. Noguera himself that is going to actually lead these engagement sessions and will be directing this work, or will it be team members that are leading these engagement sessions? I mean, is it going to be the man, or is it going to be, you know, delegates? And that's it. And thank you for getting this proposal. I think it'd be really great.
Thank you, Randy. Okay, Trustee Chin, there are no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great, I'm gonna close public comment. Superintendent Dr. Rosas, would you mind maybe taking a minute to answer Martin's, you know, do a quick summary and then answer Randy's question if you know it at the time?
In a nutshell, Measure X provides for the establishment of a new elementary school in North Central, San Mateo. The original Measure X project delineated that the new school would be located right on the same property as the Turnbull Child Development Center is, and College Park, but there's a open area there for a small school. The board has asked that we engage support in looking at what really does the North Central neighborhood want in a new school, and so that the program drives the development of the school. So that's the direction we're going. As for whether it will be Pedro Noguera himself, my guess is that he will have some of his interns helping with this project. However, I do know him. I do know that he will oversee all of the steps, and I'm quite sure that we'll see him at some point in time through this process. I don't know that he will do all of the listening sessions. Would that be what you would concur with, David?
Yeah, in fact, he will oversee and direct. I would not expect him to lead the listening sessions. I think he'll come in for perhaps strategic moments, but he's the new dean of the School of Education at USC as of this fall. So, and he is, as the YouTube videos would suggest, is a man who is in great demand. So, yeah.
But at the same time, if it has his name on it, he's going to oversee that work.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Great, thank you. Any board member comments? Going once, going twice. go ahead.
Just a quick echo, kind of what's already been shared. Really excited to see his, involvement. I've known him for many, many years, since he was in New York City and working in education there when I was in the classroom, and been following his work ever since. And so, and to the point that Dr. Rosas and David shared, I think he is very responsive. So I remember writing my thesis when I was in grad school and emailing him and him responding, and he's still like that to this day. So I think even if he's not involved totally, that he will be tangentially involved. So I think we're really fortunate to have him engage in this work. And for those that are still, a lot of his research focuses on specifically on Black and brown boys, but it expands beyond that, but really thinking about what are the conditions needed to be successful. He has done a lot of research, actually wondering if we can maybe get a hold. I know he has a recent study. It's within the last year or two, because I was at a conference where he was presenting on it, and maybe we can try to track it down. I haven't been successful, but maybe we could ask the team for it. I think it would be really helpful. He followed basically African-American, Latino young boys at UCLA, and kind of tracked where they came, what schools they came from, and then the qualities of those schools, and found one particular school that had produced the most students that were able to, that were accepted to and were thriving at UCLA. And I think those kinds of studies and that research behind kind of program and what types of program are going to best support our students that we know are often not as well supported and therefore unsuccessful. I think it will be really helpful to see that, right? Because as I said before, I think it's more than just, part of it is kind of what people want, and part of it is what research kind of, what conditions do we know are going to help our kids be most successful, which is, I think, what we ultimately all want. So anyways, super excited about it.
Okay.
If anybody else has anything to say, but if not, I can make a motion to approve it, or to, you want to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, just a couple comments. Just in my experience of managing consultants, usually the principal comes in at the beginning and then at the end, but then they do manage a little bit or oversee it. And then to Trustee Proctor's comments about the cost, I think that's pretty, sort of at market, and I think it's actually pretty good. So so those are my comments, and I would love, Trustee Watkins, if you want to make a motion.
It actually wasn't set up for a vote per se,
Okay.
but it was just because I didn't know whether or not you would want us to go back for another one. So I didn't put it that way. I just said to provide direction. So if I guess what I'm asking is, do we have consensus then basically for us to move forward in talking with them and engaging?
Just a quick process question. Aren't all contracts or consultant contracts over 45,000 required to be approved by the board?
They would be.
So
now that if you tell me that you want to do this, then we'll talk with him, and then I'll bring you the contract, because he'll have to send the actual contract.
fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Mhm.
Okay. I think that's consensus that we're all moving forward with this item or with this consultant. Let's move on to item 9.1, request for proposals for a solar generation program.
Patrick, I think.
Yes, good morning, everybody. So we're excited to bring this RFP draft to you tonight, and thanks to Ken for providing us with the contact. We leveraged the RFP that Hayward Unified had done, and they had done a much broader scope for their project that was inclusive of HVAC and gas and all different types of things, lighting retrofits. But we narrowed our scope, and what we have in front of you this evening is really an RFP focused on solar. And more specifically, as you'll read in the first paragraph, what we're talking about is we intend to enter into a contract with an organization for professional services to deliver an analysis of the capacity of our district to generate solar energy and provide the district with an array of system and financial options to finance and construct solar projects throughout the district. And then the recommendations that come forward from this consultant would be for all or a select number of campuses. So we framed it around the dollar amount that we put forward in our facilities master plan. We're being ambitious in terms of moving forward with this as quickly as we can. If you approve of this tonight, we will post it either tomorrow or next week with the hopes of having providers' responses back to us and look to bring to you an agreement with a provider in February of 2021, and then give them some time for them to generate information. There's a lot more depth in this in terms of their qualifications, their experience, their knowledge of school districts, knowledge of DSA, et cetera, that's embedded in the RFP. But we're really excited to bring this to you tonight. And thanks to Dr. Rosas for her time spent on this, as well as Tish Purcell and Joel. We spent a lot of time dialoguing it and refining it. And we're really excited about bringing this forward to you tonight. So we're asking for your approval to move forward on this.
Great, thank you. Clarifying questions? I'll ask just a couple of clarifying questions. I was under the impression, and maybe this was maybe in the draft facilities master plan, that we were looking at 20 million of Measure T versus 14 million. Is that?
We'll go back and confirm that. Ken, initially I thought it was 19, but we have referenced
19.
14 in here. But I'll go back. We certainly before tomorrow morning when we post it, we'll confirm that. If it does reference explicitly in the facilities master plan 19, or I don't recall 20, but we'll confirm the dollar amount.
I might have rounded up from 19.
Yeah.
Second clarifying question is, you had mentioned on the agenda that this will be distributed to selected organizations. Are we not going to post it on our website for?
We will post it on our website, but we'll do some outreach as well, Ken.
Fantastic.
The Hayward RFP was really looking at national energy companies. So that's not who we're looking for consultants to educate all of you on options and parameters and how it all works. And we're looking for, we don't necessarily, we think we can work with some other consultants too to get.
Sure. No, the reason for my question was just transparency.
Sure.
The idea that it's like, oh, we're actually doing only sending it to a select number of people, but if we actually put it on the website, then that
it'll be
solves
posted.
everything.
It'll be posted.
Okay, thank you. We go to public comment, please.
Anybody who would like to make public comment on item 9.1, request for proposal on solar generation, please raise your hand now. Okay. Trustee Chin, it looks like we have no hands for public comment.
Great. I don't even know how many people are still here, but all right, we're gonna close public comment. I will, any board member comments?
I'll go. I'll just say I'm so excited for the solar. Woo! Tish, Joel, Joan, Patrick, and all the people. Thank you. This is, an effort to move forward and save the planet. Little thing we can do. So thank you so much.
Great. Any other comments? I know just Trustee Hitchcock, we want to make sure that I know this was a topic near and dear to your heart. So we want to make sure we got it on the agenda before you left. So with that, I want to entertain a motion for approval.
I will make a motion to approve this.
Sure.
I'll second.
Great. All right. Roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock.
Yes.
Trustee Proctor.
Yes.
Trustee Watkins.
Yes.
And I will be a yes as well. All right. So we are rolling. I'm assuming everybody is still good to go. Thumbs up. We're ready. We're moving. All right. Next, we've got 9.2 Bowditch Middle School Facilities Planning.
Peter, are you gonna bring Tish forward? And Joel?
Joel and Tish are on the.
Oh, great, thanks.
I'm in at least.
I think you may not see my face tonight.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We hear you.
So Joel, could you go ahead and be the backup, since if you're not seeing my face, you're not going to see my share?
Yes.
Okay. Let me quickly introduce this item, and then we will skip to some specific pages. So the intent of this item was to provide the board, at the board's request, an update on both the Measure X project and the Measure T project for Bowditch. And so there's quite a bit at the beginning about how far we've gotten with the Measure X project, and I'd like to show you just a couple of those slides. And then Joel will talk about the next steps for the planning of the Measure T projects. So as Joel is moving through the slides to, Joel, move to the location, I'll remind you of what's in the Measure X project for Bowditch. The major two parts of it are to provide 6 new classrooms, science classrooms and labs for the 7th and 8th grade science program. And then to also add a drama building for Bowditch's very large drama instructional program and after school theater program. There are also some other parts of this project, including completing the HVAC in the administration building and the music building, doing some work in the 6th grade science classrooms, and then adding restrooms. So Joel, are you to the, if you go 2 slides more.
Okay.
Onto the site plan where the location is. One more, please.
There we go.
All right. So this is the site plan of Bowditch. The bay is to the top of the screen. And then to the left of the screen is the administration building and the parking lot. And where the drama building and the science buildings are going is directly west at the boundary of the school site between the administration building and the music building. So the drama building and the restrooms, which are in blue, the drama building's in pink, is between the admin and the music building. And then if you move to the right of the music building, you'll see the 6 science classroom, science labs, as well as a science prep area that's in the middle. We are substantially done with the interior of the work. Joel, if you can go to the next slide. This is the science building. You'll be seeing more of this when we do a full X update, either in January or February. But these classrooms, which are combined classrooms and labs, are about 1,400 square feet. And then in the middle of the 6 classrooms is a prep area for teachers for all of the science supplies. You may or may not know that Bowditch has a wide-ranging science program with a lot of different science electives. So the next one you see looks pretty plain in comparison, and this is the drama building. The major instructional area is about the size of 2 classrooms. And it can be converted into what's known as a black box area for smaller performances. And then behind it, between it and the restroom areas are staging and storage and costuming and whatever. And then to the left of that long rectangle, which is the storage area, is the control room. And it in Bowditch's, as well as in the other middle school drama programs, what students are doing behind the scenes, not actually in any production, but doing all the behind the scenes work, which is so important in terms of audio, et cetera. Those will be the skill building areas for them. So with that, let's give you a quick look at the roof line. Again, we'll be back with HED because I've done an amazing amount of work on this. But the roof lines and the drama building, which is, again, if you look at the administration building and all of these octagonal buildings are the current buildings. The drama building will have a flat roof because it really sits within the campus itself. Whereas the science building, for a couple of reasons, will have a roof that includes those clerestory windows. And that's
on the right-hand side, if you recall from the last slide. And the reason for that is that this particular building at this point sits at a very wide open space and is much more seen. And secondly, and very importantly, the classrooms in the middle will only have one side of windows. And so this will provide additional light into those middle classrooms with the clerestory and non-flat roofs. So quickly, you can look at the next step slide. We have some more things to work with HED. I'm bringing the interiors to a close, probably one more meeting with science and one with drama, but we're about 90% there on the interiors for what's known as the schematic design part of the process. And after that happens, HED will go into the design development of really developing all these spaces and developing the construction documents. We will have a school team meeting for that school, probably our third one in January, and they'll be looking and advising on exterior colors and the landscaping in the courtyard area then. And then a second neighborhood meeting will happen in January or February. If we look quickly at the next slide, I think you've seen this before in regard to all of our phase 2 projects, but the 5 different phases and where we are on timeline right now. In fact, moving very well through the first timeline, and they will begin the construction design documents actually earlier than spring, probably in February at this point. And to remind you that this building, if the timeline continues to go well, and of course we never know about DSA, and how long they will take, and whether or not there'll be additional things we need to do with DSA. But if we are able to keep on the same timeline, we'd be in construction in the spring of 2022 and done at the end of 2023. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Joel because we've been working on next steps for Bowditch. We talked to you a little bit about that back in September when Trustee Chin raised a question about how would we put the 2 projects together. So Joel, do you want to go ahead and do some looking ahead on T?
Yes, so briefly, so what does Bowditch project and Measure T include? So it's going to include a new gym and locker rooms comparable to the new middle school gym that was just completed at Bayside and soon to be completed at Burrell and Abbott. And it's going to have new high school size basketball courts with wood floor and bleachers. It's going to be a combination of rebuilding part of the campus and renovating the remaining part, with a total project budget of $67.2 million. That is both soft costs and construction costs. Excuse me. The location of the new drama, which is in the purple and blue building, and the orange building, the science buildings, currently being designed now, took into account the future possibilities of Bowditch. So currently now, the district staff are completing the reviews of the statement of qualifications that architectural firms have submitted to us. We received about 25. And those are the ones that are interested in being the pool for future facilities projects under Measure T and other sources of funding such as develop fees and RRM. Now, the proposed pool of architects will be recommended to the board at the December meeting, and the district will invite firms from that pool which have done similar projects such as new construction, rebuild, or renovate to submit proposals for the Bowditch project in January and February 2021. District staff will review those proposals and recommend an architectural firm for the Bowditch project in early spring. Now, the architectural firm, the selected architectural firm's initial work will be to do a feasibility study to identify which parts of the schools are recommended to be rebuilt and which parts are recommended to be renovated, and will recommend the location of the new gym and locker building. And the timeline in conjunction with the new architect will be determined. And that feasibility study will also take into account interim housing and phasing of the project, with the 3 phases being the new building, which is gym and locker rooms, the rebuilding, and the renovation. So any questions on both Measure X and Measure T projects?
Great, thank you guys for the presentation. I'm going to open up to board member clarifying questions. Any questions? Go ahead, trustee.
A couple questions. So with the drama and the new science classrooms, will those like kind of fit the aesthetic of future construction with Measure T? Are they going to look like they'll fit in, or they're going to look, I don't know what this look odd?
I think
You know what I mean?
that both the architect that's now working on the X project, plus the architect who previously worked on a general look at Bowditch, believe that this architecture will fit in with anything done in the future, particularly because Bowditch is longing for windows. In fact, they would build a whole school of windows right now.
Right.
And I think the challenge will be on the science building, but I think there's a great deal of comfort that that will work, or that other buildings may end up being around it and that it will work. Because the drama building is with a flat roof, and where it is, does have buildings around it, excuse me. And most likely the music building will stay. It may not be the music building anymore, but because of the location being back where it is, it'd be very difficult to take out the music building.
Yeah.
Not saying that it'll be music in the future. Yeah.
Okay, actually, that was my only question.
Great. Any other board member questions? Trustee
Yeah,
Hitch?
for the non-flat roofs, providing that maybe those are the ones that don't have solar on it, was there thought of adding skylights or solar tubes?
Not for the, I'm sorry, for the non-flat roof?
Yeah.
For adding solar, it has to be solar ready. It's a requirement of DSA.
Yes.
And part of the solar evaluation that you just approved will be looking at where's the best place to put solar throughout the district on particular school sites on Bowditch, for example.
Yes, but for the buildings on Bowditch that cannot have solar, but they want more light in it, was there a thought to include skylights?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed your question. That'll be part of looking at the renovation, but there is not money set aside in T for the facilities master plan for skylights.
Got it. Thank you.
Great. I have comments, but I'll save those. Let's go to public comment.
Okay. Anybody wanting to make public comment currently on item 9.2, Bowditch Middle School Facilities Planning, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, Trustee Chin, we have no hands raised for public comment.
Great. I'll close public comment. Board member comments? Go ahead, Trustee Proctor.
Hi. And thank you both for this presentation, and thank you for continuing to keep us updated on Bowditch. I'm really excited about getting started with these projects, and I know Foster City will be really excited about it too. And now having seen the Bayside Gym, I know Foster City is going to be so excited about a new gym because Bayside is beautiful, and if we could get one like that, that would be great. Other than that, I think I'm really grateful that you continue to provide us with these updates. So thank you.
Bowditch can't wait to get some new things, so I'm excited too.
I have just some general comments. One, I do the timeline. Well, okay, let me get to it. The science building, the pods, in some ways, the way that I look at it, it actually is a good design. It gives homage to like the pod system of Bowditch, having that central storage place in the middle. I think that's great and provides great access to all the classrooms. The one comment I have is considering, you know, all the changes in technology and science, I actually wonder whether or not that's a little small in terms of a storage room for actually science. And so I was wondering whether or not you guys might want to look at that. I'm thinking of Samto High School and their big science lab buildings, you know, with it's a major, you know, huge, nice building with lots of open space and lots of storage. And I just wonder whether or not, you know, we might look at that and see whether that is sufficient. You know, the other thought is as we go through with this, you know, Gilead is in Foster City, and, you know, I wonder whether or not they would want to, you know, look at it and see if they want to help us out in some way. Drama building looks great. Just overall questions. You know, you know, Bowditch has a ton of space, but there is a question of whether or not we do, you know, just theoretically single-story buildings or two-story buildings. I know in the previous Measure X project, when we were going to do the administration building, we looked at sort of two-story buildings on the backside. There's a ton of room there, but, you know, if we ever, so maybe this is comment for the future renovation of it, look at two-story buildings that might, you know, that creates more flexibility on the site. So just something to think about as a comment. Timeline-wise, in terms of Measure T, you know, as when Trustee Proctor and I went out and talked to Foster City a lot, I think there was a lot of concern and comments about Bowditch specifically. I think the timeline here is great. I think the fact that you've already started talking to different architects and you're moving forward, and, you know, you already have got the pool, you know, I think it's great. And I think it really shows that we're sort of putting our money where our mouth is and moving forward. And so I think hopefully the Foster City community and Bowditch community will be happy about that. So as we move forward, I think this is really good, and I'm really happy that we are. One just general other comment is I had a conversation with the director of Peninsula Clean Energy, who is our energy provider for basically all of San Mateo County, those who didn't want to opt into sustainable green energy or renewable energy and want to stay on PG&E. But I'm pretty sure we opted in, or we're defaulted into Peninsula Clean Energy. He was telling me that they offer free technical assistance for you know, developments like this. And as we are moving forward, the thought is another government agency, that Peninsula Clean Energy, might be some helpful review of our projects, just to give them just an eye over it, just in terms of being a little more green, a little more sustainable. So I would encourage you guys to maybe just reach out to them, or maybe we have a presentation just to hear what they can provide to us, because it is a free technical assistance. With that, I am happy that this is moving forward, and go forth. That was really lame. Sorry, it's getting late.
Before you close this item, I do want to say that I want to thank both Tish and Joel, particularly because we're hurrying. They're not letting you know about all the meetings they've had with the staff at the school. There has been a number of meetings with the science staff, and including Ian Kostelik, Science TOSA for the district, to design this. So this is what they requested. And just because we're hurrying through those slides, you didn't get to hear all the background that went into what they just showed you. So I just want to thank both of you for doing all of that outreach, and all the team that's been involved, because there's been a lot of hours.
Right, and including also the drama staff of one and some of the music people. And I'm sorry that I didn't mention them, because they've been really involved, because we feel like we're building standards for the new science labs renovations for the rest of the district.
Fantastic. Thank you guys all, everybody. So let's move on to item 9.3, Measure T, planning.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to share my screen with you really quickly here and put the matrix up if you can see that. So thanks to Tish and Joel and to our construction managers and Mark Herrera and Andrew Delgado who spent time on this review. And this is the format you've seen in the past with very little modification. Again, just validation. We're moving forward. And we revisited these projected timelines for each of these immediate priorities we've shared with you in the past. These immediate priorities, we went through that process to finalize these, and we've provided you also kind of a status update on the far right hand side of this matrix. And so these, in terms of the timelines, it ranges from immediate in terms of work beginning in January, and then ranging into further work being done after we receive analysis at the end of Q4, for example, from ADIS, and we're expecting their information. We'll be sharing with you next month in terms of HVAC, electrical needs, things like that. So this matrix walks through each of the different priorities and provides you with this status update as well too. I spoke about the water bottle fillers, air filtration. We talked about that a little earlier tonight too, in terms of what tasks we've done, what we've acquired so far. And then the HVAC ADIS is going to be working on that for us, and we'll present it to you next month, as well as electrical systems associated with air conditioning. Will be with the analysis that ADIS does, we'll be incorporating that into the information we share with you too. Sinks as well, we're looking at Q1 of 2021, begin adding hot water and making repairs. By the end of Q1, we're going to begin that process for sinks throughout the district. The tech devices, we're going to continue to work with Peter to determine what's needed throughout the district. Restrooms, Q1 of 2021, we're beginning an analysis of the needs by the end of Q1 of 2021. Vape detectors, we will begin installation of those devices in the campuses that have middle school grades, inclusive of North Shoreview. Solar, we spoke about earlier this evening. We're moving forward on that RFP. The multi-purpose rooms, again, Q1, we plan to select architects for each by the end of February of 21, with planning to start in Q2 with that work. Bowditch, we just spoke about renovations. Trying to get my cursor here on the right-hand side. It's not going to cooperate with me. Here we go. Technology, determine the scope of the project by the end of Q1. Science classrooms as well. We're looking to select architects by the end of Q2 of 2021. Carpet, looking to do replacements, begin planning in Q2 for replacement in the summertime. These are summer projects. So we'll begin the planning in Q2 to begin to do some work in next summer for carpet replacements. And then additional spaces, classrooms for specialized uses such as maker spaces, et cetera. Q2 2021 begins school by school analysis and have conversations like Dr. Rose was just speaking about, that Joel and Tish have been very actively involved with, have conversations with school leadership of specific needs, school by school, identified by the end of Q2 of 2021. Landscaping irrigation upgrades, including student gardens, Q3, begin analysis and planning in Q3. Plumbing and sewer upgrades as well, Q3, begin analysis and planning Q3, except for immediate needs at specific schools. What we know is in desperate need of attention, we'll focus on those immediate things right away. Educator housing is an ongoing conversation, and geese abatement is something we're looking at. We're looking at vehicles and equipment to help with that, with managing that issue, which is becoming more prevalent out there. So that's a quick snapshot for you. Again, it's a revalidation of timelines that we've shared with you in the past. We're excited to move forward. I was speaking with our financial advisors earlier today from Keygen, because part of this conversation too is us structuring some of these projects and bundling some of these projects to correspond with the next bond issuance associated with Measure T after we go through the validation of the election and confirmation of that. So we're already having those conversations with our financial folks too about what these projects might look like. We're going to share this timeline with them as well too. And then we'll have some active conversation about what the next bond issuance is going to be too, or the first bond issuance, I should say, is going to be out of Measure T relative to these immediate needs that we have. So again, just a confirmation of the work we're going to do and the timelines associated with that. I want to thank again Tish and Joel and the construction managers and Mark and Andrew for their tireless efforts on putting this information together. So thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for that presentation. Clarifying questions from the board?
Are these all the immediate need priorities on this list?
Yes.
Like from the,
yes,
oh,
every
I'm
one of
impressed.
them. Yeah.
It makes it seem very, like the spreadsheet makes it seem very easy and doable. So can't wait.
Recognize a lot of it is planning steps, not implementation steps.
Right.
Thank you.
Key to success, right?
How much money of Measure X do we have left there?
Joel, I want to say we're in the 40 million range measure.
That hasn't
been
been
phase 2. You talking about phase 1 or phase 2?
Phase 2.
Why don't we bring that back?
Okay.
I'm just making this. I'm just making a statement. It's fine. I don't need to know. I mean, the reality was I was just estimating in my head, and sorry, this is getting to a comment. It's getting late. Is that when you really add up both Measure X phase 2 and North Central School and all of Measure T, you are looking at a facilities budget of basically $500 million in some ways. And so the idea is, I mean, that's a lot of money. And so my comment is, that in order to implement this stuff, I just want to put this out there. Do we need to make sure we have the right people in terms of the number of people,
We're having those conversations too, Ken, about how to structure this. Yeah, that's part of the conversation. Absolutely.
Fantastic. Because I know when the high school district went through their big bonds and everything else, and I know through, personal experiences, when you have a large amount of money, staff tends to grow and then it shrinks again, Right. So I just want to make sure that if we have to, because we want to implement everything that we want to do in a timely fashion, that we have it. I'm sorry, that was a comment.
Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, let's go to public comment.
Anybody who would like to make public comment on this particular item, Measure T planning, item 9.3, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, we have one. Marcella, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to appreciate the fact that some of the issues that we might be concerned about in going back are going to be addressed so quickly. I think that's wonderful. And I think that as I reviewed the plan, there are I just want to bring up again some of the concerns I had about the facilities master plan and how some of the decisions were not fully capturing a lot of the feedback that has been provided. So specifically going back to Fiesta Gardens, going back to the shade, and going back to some of the issues that the school itself brought up as priorities. I don't see them anywhere. So I just wanted to bring those 2 points up. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcella. Okay, Trustee Chen, we have no other hands for public comment at this time.
Great, thank you, Peter. Any board member comments?
Make a really quick comment. Thank you for sharing this and also for the Bowditch update. It's just appreciated that we have a plan kind of so soon after this. And I think it'll, so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing these projects roll out, as quickly as humanly possible, which it seems like you guys are putting all the steps in place to make that happen. So I just really appreciate that. And I think the public will appreciate that. And so my only comment kind of about this as well as Bowditch is how
how can we just ensure that this is a part of a regular kind of communication to the public so that folks are aware that this is what we've done already, and keeping people up to date in a consistent way, because I think that folks will really appreciate that. So we can just keep that on the radar and make sure that that's included. I think that would be great. Thank you so much.
I always like the idea of those big highway signs that say, you know, thank you, your measure T dollars at work or something like that, right? And we had a big sign in front of Beach Park Elementary, thank you, measure X supporters. You know, I think the idea is that it's a constant reminder that we can't do this ourselves, and we have to go out to the community to make this happen. So great, I'm very excited. Any other comments?
I wanted to make one. I haven't publicly acknowledged that Measure T has passed because I didn't want to jinx it, and I was waiting for the votes to come in. So it looks like we passed, and I was really grateful that we had almost 40,000 people that voted yes on this. So congratulations to us and to the district and to our students and everybody that's going to benefit from this. And I did just want to agree with Marcella that it's nice to see that we're like hitting the ground running with the important health and safety improvements that we need immediately. So this is great to see, and thank you all for your hard work on this.
Yeah, I would love, I know we did some steps to, like, I don't know what we did, move some money around or something else to make this happen, to do the pre-work, but you know, it's nice to know that you guys have done a lot of legwork before, just so that we can do some of the things sort of immediately in some ways. And so pretty exciting. So, all right, we are rolling. I'm assuming everyone wants to keep going, right? Okay. All right, we're going to item 10.1, defined ed code.
Good morning. I'm here to present a request. The local assignment options that are in the Ed Code and Title V regulations allows the governing board to authorize credentialed teachers to teach outside their subject area. This happens most often in middle school, where we have different numbers of sections and a teacher may need to teach in more than one content area. And so this provides time for teachers to go back and get additional certification in order to become authorized to teach in both subject matters. So I respectfully request that the board approve the teachers that are listed, approve the authorizations using the education code to allow teachers to continue to have more time to take classes and coursework in order to get an additional certification.
Great, thank you. Questions? Okay, public comment?
Sorry, I have to unmute myself. Anybody who would wanting to make comment on item 10.1, please use the raise your hand functionality within Zoom now. Okay, Trustee Chen, looks like we have no public comments on this item.
Great, we'll officially close the last public comment item for tonight, and I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the defined ed code local assignment option.
I will second.
Thank you, Trustee Watkins and Trustee Hitchcock. We'll do roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock?
Yes.
Trustee Proctor?
Yes.
And Trustee Watkins?
Yes.
And it's a yes from me. So we are approve that 4-0, and we are on item 11, request for future agenda items.
You have made a variety of different requests throughout the meeting, which I have noted. Are there other requests that you would like to bring up at this time? We have a lot already on our plate.
I guess the only request is when we can actually meet in person to actually maybe celebrate with Rebecca. All right, number 12, future meeting dates.
I do believe that in the listing, the CDAC has been changed. I think you reflected that, Rebecca. It's not the 1st anymore. It's going to be the 8th.
Right.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay, so in the agenda, it is 1 week later. But do note that you have a study session on Saturday, the December the 5th at 1. And then you have a school visitations on the 8th. And you have a board meeting on the 9th. So I'm glad you didn't add another board meeting in there. Just keep in mind, we have a busy time after the break. So enjoy your Thanksgiving.
And just a point of clarification for everyone who's still listening, the next official board meeting or regular board meeting is on a Wednesday. And the reason why it's on a Wednesday, Dr. Roses, is because
we were avoiding a holiday.
Yeah, so Thursday evening is the start of, I forget which holiday. So that's why we moved to Wednesday.
Correct.
Great. All right, adjournment. Do we have a motion for, oh, yes, I gotta do Trustee Hitchcock's.
Before I make a motion, I just want to thank you all again and wish you the best of luck as you all continue to march forward to manage what was thrown in front of all of you and all of us. So thank you so much. Can I make a motion to adjourn?
Oh,
Second.
all right. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Hitchcock,
Yes.
Trustee Proctor,
Yes.
Trustee Watkins,
Yes.
and that's a yes from me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We're glad we actually got through and ran through the whole thing. All right, until Saturday, and hopefully all good thoughts thinking of our other president here. And President Corzo is what I mean. Thank you. I'll talk to you guys later.
Good night.